Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
What's happening? Papa and Lund on a Monday edition of the show. Papa and Lund on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. Kendra Andrews at 12:30, and we'll get to some more Dubs, Warriors talk, Klay Thompson, et cetera, et cetera. What can they do to improve this roster in the tough Western Conference? Just reacting a little bit to Susan Slesser, our Giants insider, who we talk to every Monday from the Chronicle. Didn't necessarily make us feel better. I know Shane Rubin was watching Blake Snell. He sounds mentally in a tough place, and I certainly did not think on June 24th with all of this rotational talent at the beginning of the season that we'd be talking about Dallas Keuchel, Johnny Cueto, or from the fan base, Trevor Bauer, but here we are. And then as you pointed out to her, minus 61 in stolen bases this year, which is by far the worst. The Blue Jays are second worst at minus 28. The Brewers are plus 54, to just give you that kind of a perspective on everything. It all equals out to a 1-5 road trip. They're struggling. And now, really, they're playing for their season. We'll probably say that more during the season. But 4 against the Cubs, then 3 against the Dodgers, 3 at Atlanta, 3 Cleveland. That puts you in the middle of July. And if they struggle through this, you wonder if they're going to be sellers, not buyers.
And I mean, watching the Phillies over the weekend, they were on early on Roku TV yesterday, and they never lose at home. They're like in a different stratosphere, the Phillies. They're 51-26. They have by far the best record in the league. And the Dodgers, Giants have been injured. The Dodgers have lost Mookie Betts and Yamamoto and the other injuries they have. They're still 48-31. Milwaukee, despite trading Corbin Burns in the offseason, they're 45-33. The Braves have had profound injuries. Now you get into the wild card, and they're solid as the number 1 wild card team despite losing Spencer Strider and Ronald Acuna Jr., and they're still double digits over 500. St. Louis started out as one of the worst teams in baseball, especially after the mess of a season they had last year, and Goldschmidt was lost. He does it again against the Giants. It's another bomb, and they're the hottest. They're 13-6 in June, the Cardinals. They've moved into the second wild card spot. San Diego's a 500 team. They're in the third. And then all these other teams have better records than the Giants. The Washington Nationals have a better record than the Giants. Arizona hasn't performed well. They've had injuries, profound injuries in their starting rotation as well. The Mets, where have they come from? We thought they were going to sell everybody off, and Alonso now they're in the wild card mix. Pittsburgh, these Cubs that we just saw, they have a better record than the Giants. The Reds have a better record than the Giants. The only 2 teams you have a better record than in the entire league are the Miami Marlins and Colorado Rockies, who have both each lost 50 and are on pace to lose 100 plus, John. So it is discouraging. It's discouraging that they have a record of 36-42, and they haven't lost since saying so long to the Say Hey Kid on Tuesday. It's just disheartening. I think they will get energized by coming home and feeling the warmth of the Bay Area and the May celebration, and maybe Bonds does speak tonight. He's been too emotional to talk much about losing his godfather, but they got to play better, John. And Mike Krukow was talking this morning. I mean, the Cubs are rolling in for 4. We'll be there on the patio on Thursday. Dodgers over the weekend. Then you go to Atlanta, and then you go to Cleveland. And Stephen Vogt is having a great year with the Guardians. Then you come home for Toronto and Minnesota leading into the All-Star break. I mean, are you going to be able to pass some of these teams right now? You've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 teams ahead of you that are not even in the top 3 in the wild card. You are looking down on no one in this league except 2 teams. The Giants have the 3rd worst record in the National League. How did this happen?
Well, plus, as you just pointed out, as far as what they have coming up, and I think that's going to determine whether they're buyers or sellers. I know we'll get into that conversation as everything gets closer. But, again, if you believe in, and I know Billy Beane does, run differential, the atrocious, the Rockies are minus 124 and the Marlins are minus 121. But other than that, your minus 34 is worse than the National League. 375 runs allowed, again, outside of the Marlins and the Rockies. That's the worst in the National League. We know the offense doesn't score runs. They're at 341, which is one of the worst in the National League. And the biggest problem has become what we thought was going to be a major strength. They can't even field enough pitchers. Eric Miller goes to the mound again, and then it's to be announced. And we're talking about Spencer Howard taking up bulk innings tonight. It just doesn't make any sense. And then you go over to the offensive side, and although it wasn't a problem as much over the weekend because, especially on Sunday, they didn't get anybody on base to have problems with runners in scoring position. But the offense we knew wasn't going to be a juggernaut. We thought it was going to be better, and we've seen glimpses, but they still haven't gotten multiple guys hot at the same time. Soler's doing better, but other guys are struggling. They can't get everybody at the same time right, and the starting pitching is a shell of what we thought it was going to be. So, I mean, if you really – and I know they're bunched up in these standings – but I was looking at some of these other teams, like the Nationals, for example. I was looking at them last night. I'm like, how the hell are they staying in it? They have 3 really nice young pitchers in their rotation that are giving them good outings every single time. So, I'm looking at the Pirates with, not only are there 2 young guys, and Skeens was great again yesterday, but a guy like Mitch Keller. So they're getting solid pitching. There's other teams that you look at them on the surface. The Reds have a lot of talent where I say to myself, okay, it's bunched up in the National League, but the Giants probably are, given all their injuries, especially where they're supposed to be. They're not that good.
FP had a great line over the weekend doing the games with Joe Rizzo. They're just playing well enough to lose. They figure out a way to lose a different way every day, whether it's not score. And yesterday it was everything. They didn't pitch. They didn't hold runners. They were being perfect gamed until late in the game. Early in the year it was runners in scoring position or bad defense. It's just it is what it is. And you're 6 games under 500. Getting back to the inability to hold runners on base. So Susan is saying it's the analytics department and the other teams in baseball that are out videoing the Giants and going to their video and sport. I mean, what is Farhan? What do you think he was when you hired him? And I've defended Farhan a lot of times here. But they are, you would think, would be as analytically driven as anybody. And I don't know if it's analytics or just old school baseball sense of how you're tipping. I mean, FP was one of the greats in history for Felipe of stealing signs and seeing things from the bench. And you got to have people that just have eyes. They could tell you why you're tipping. It's one thing to tip pitches with your grip and you solve it. To tip, would-be base stealers when you're coming to the plate and to have 4- and 5-step jumps on Patrick Bailey, it doesn't look good. It is a bad look to have a guy go into second base and steal the bag without a throw over and over and over again. It's like, are you guys ready for the game? And then you have this great catcher with a pop time, and it's just he's not even being able to do his thing. How frustrated is Patrick Bailey getting? But, I mean, is she saying that the other teams around baseball are out analyticsing the Giants or whatever the word is? I mean, isn't that what we thought? They kicked everybody out of the Nick Peters media room to put all the computers in there. What are they looking at?
Well, plus I think it goes back to scouting. Like if you said this before, you used a great term. You said, shouldn't you know your team better than other teams know your team? So if you are tipping on a consistent basis, your scout should be picking that up. If there's
players,
right? If there's an issue with getting rid of the ball, and Crook said this morning 1.25 is what's acceptable, and the Giants are consistently going at 1.5 or 1.6, then fix it. I mean, you're dealing with these guys. The other teams are saying, you know what, we know what you're doing. There's a tendency. We're scouting it. We're getting jumps off you, all those kind of things. Some of that certainly is analytics, but a lot of it is scouting your own team and saying, look, you got to get this going. Because as we've been talking about, Patrick Bailey, if you go back and you look at the analytics of it, his pop time, all the different things you need out of your catcher, he's doing it, but now he's being forced to throw the ball differently, do different things to try to get rid of the ball because the pitchers aren't giving him a chance. And being minus 61, I don't know how many of those runs have scored, but minus 61 in stolen bases, which is by far the worst in the league, that's got to be costing you runs. And then we're going back to losing games by 1 run. Well, that's the 1 run. It's right there.
It's got to be one of the worst in the history of baseball. I mean, the Red Sox had some teams. And isn't it amazing? The Red Sox lead Major League Baseball in stolen bases. When did this happen? The Red Sox would outbang you. They couldn't outrun you. But they had some years where the stolen base differential was the early 80s. But they had Jim Rice. He just powered the ball over the monster. they didn't care. But I think it's got to be one of the worst in baseball. They've allowed history, not just this year. They've allowed 86 stolen bases. They've only picked up 25. And the whole thing about getting more athletic in the offseason, and, Jung-Hoo Lee, he wasn't going to steal a lot of bases, but he would have helped you in that regard. So some of it is injury, but it's just frustrating where they are right now. And I don't think they're ever going to get to the point where they're sellers. I do not. But you're not going to be buyers. You may have to, around the margin, start to move salary a little bit on veteran guys, maybe Conforto, or I don't know what else they would do, John. But we're in summer now. It's June 24th. So you got a month between now and a week before the deadline. And if you don't figure it out, you're only better than 2 teams in the whole league. You're looking down. Everybody's ahead of you in the entire league. So you got to jump so many different teams to get there. Now, conversely, the records are not great. You get one heater and one 8-game winning streak or something, you could vault all these teams. But do they have the ability to do that when you have 2/5 of a starting rotation?
Yeah, that's my issue. Is I'm looking at these teams, and I've always been able to defend the Giants and saying I think that they're better than this team or this team or this team. With this current pitching staff, I can't say that. And I knew that the offense was going to struggle. And then you start getting into some of the analytics, like we said, with stolen bases, and you're not giving yourself a chance. And I don't know if it's an organizational philosophy where Farhan looks at the computer and goes, doot, stolen base is bad or whatever. But you're looking at a guy like Tyro Estrada, who has one. He was 20-plus stolen bases last year. Matt Chapman, this is just on the other side of allowing them. Matt Chapman has 6 to lead the team. Tyler Fitzgerald has 5. Slater 2. And then a bunch of guys with 1. Brett Wisely, isn't he a better athlete than 1 stolen base? Ramos has 1 stolen base. Mike Yastrzemski has 1 stolen base. I mean, I'm not saying they're the most athletic team in the league, but is it just an organizational philosophy that the stolen base is too risky? I thought we said at the beginning of the season that they've made it easier to do, and other teams are taking advantage of it. So if your offense,
obviously
right, but I mean, if your offense is struggling, steal a base, hit and run, like do some things that are old school to jumpstart your offense. I mean, they're more athletic than this, aren't they?
I don't know. I mean, this is a franchise of Willie Mays, and Barry Bonds is the only 500 guy in the history of baseball. He's the only 400 guy, and Mays was 300. But obviously those guys have long been retired and moved on, so it's different. And then just starting runners, staying. The one thing about Bob is, staying out of the double play. They hit into a lot of double plays where they just don't start runners. But they're not playing well right now. I mean, obviously. But I do think that returning home tonight, having this ceremony to honor the greatest Giant of them all, I think there's going to be a real edge in the ballpark tonight. I would be surprised, even though, Justin Steele's going for the Cubs, one of the best pitchers in baseball. Giants have, with an opener, they've beaten Paul Skeens. They've beaten some guys this year where you think, how are they going to do this with an opener?
Yeah, I think they beat Zach Wheeler, didn't they?
They beat Zach Wheeler 1-0 doing this on a sac fly. So they could find a way. I just feel like they need to get off that road trip. They need to get in the cold air. They need to have this May ceremony and everybody hug each other. And I do anticipate them playing better. So if they haven't taken 2 of the first 3, John, by the time we get to the patio for our orange Giant Bloody Marys on Thursday, we're going to be pissed. They need to start playing.
I agree with you. By the way, I brought just for a teaser, I know this is all the way to Thursday, but I brought a brand new hat that I'm not going to break out. I know that's your thing, not mine.
Like
but
the Solaire hat? No, you can wear it.
But I'm going to break out a hat on Thursday that I think is, if they're having problems, I think is going to change everything.
The Solaire hat worked.
Yeah. So we've got to do something
You got Jorge Soler going a little bit.
Yeah,
until Nolan Arenado turned that double play on him.
Yesterday, that wasn't good.
Woo.
All right, Kendra Andrews at the bottom of the hour. We'll preview that with a little discussion on the Warriors and Klay Thompson. By the way, this afternoon, Tolbert and Copes have it covered as far as all the Warriors talk, Klay Thompson talk. Sam Amick at 2:50. Then Mike Dunleavy is going to give his press conference, pre-free agency press conference at 3:30. Bobby Marks, he's going to explain everything from a financial standpoint that everybody loves at 4:50. So they got you covered on all the Warriors stuff today with Tolbert and Copes. Make sure you tune in. But we'll have Kendra Andrews, bottom of the hour from ESPN, to discuss Klay and the Warriors situation. Only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Look it up. Giants baseball to be determined as the Giants limp home after losing 5 straight, and it's an important 13-game stretch. Check out that story and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Dub Nation, filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything blue and gold. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Hello, friends. Happy Monday. Pop on Lund for you. Get into a little Klay Thompson, a little Warriors, and some stuff going around the NBA. And then we'll have Kendra Andrews on from ESPN at the bottom of the hour, and she'll sort everything out. Quickly, if you tune in today between 10 and 2 and all week long, we'll give you a cue to call, but not right now. The cue to call, 10th caller in the studio. This number only, 415-896-KNBR, 415-896-5627. You will win what? Pacific Catch. $100 gift card this summer at Pacific Catch. Experience a new menu of globally inspired street food starting June 27th. Pacific Catch is unveiling their new menu, Korean wings, ceviche tostadas, and delicious bio buns. Yeah. That's right.
What kind of buns, John?
Is that bile?
I don't know. You didn't say vile. You said vile.
No, not vile. No. Perfect to snack on. Enjoy street food summer starting June 27th only at your local Pacific Catch. So when you hear the cue to call, Walter, do we have a cue to call?
You want to squish the fish? Wow.
Was that a Dolphins game?
With Tagovailoa in Miami?
Yeah, it probably was.
You want to squish the fish?
When you hear that.
Did I actually say that?
Yeah.
Tua did not have a good game. He threw a pick six to Dre Greenlaw in that game. I think he might have.
Was that AI, or did you really say that? You never know anymore.
I don't know. By the way, it was not AI. I was at a Pacific Catch recently, a couple of weeks ago.
Were you really?
Their new menu is delectable.
It is outstanding. And they have beautiful cocktails, too. I mean,
they do.
I'm on a liquid diet right now. So.
They do. I had a $100 gift certificate that I could use there, and it went fast. But
it was
very
good.
So we do have not Klay Thompson news. We would have asked Kendra about that coming up.
Yeah.
But Kevon.
We have the breaking news sounder on.
We have breaking news on that one. The Warriors have guaranteed Kevon Looney's salary of $8 million for the 2024-2025 year. And then after this year, his age 28 season, he's going to be an unrestricted free agent.
Did you say 38 or 28?
He's 28. He
just looks 38.
He was 38 when they drafted him, and he was Epi Udo. When they drafted him from the campus at UCLA and Steve Alford, he already had one hip surgery and a second hip surgery. Then he had severe issues off the court, dealing with his body. But he is a four-time, technically, NBA champion. Wasn't as involved as much with the first one. He was still rehabbing. But they don't win in 2022 without him. And his defense on Luka, on all of them. And the Warriors could have played hardball with him because he's not, you see teams that are winning now in the NBA, Boston in particular, they're all 5 out. They don't have a single guy in the paint. They're all around the arc. You put 2 in each corner, 2 above the break. You got one guy driving and kicking and breaking in the paint. And so to have a big that can't shoot, it's hard. That's what Trace Jackson Davis has got to get better. We know he can pick and roll and elevation sensation, Tim Roy, but he's got to learn to pick and pop, and Kevon's tried to work on that. If they leave him wide open, he can make an elbow shot, but he's not a three-point shooter. But the Warriors could have reduced their payroll by $5 million and given him the $3 million buyout, John. I do like the fact that they gave him the 8. We'll see if they put him in a trade package or bring him back, but you brought Gary Payton II back, you brought Kevon Looney back, and now you got to figure out what you're going to do with Klay Thompson.
I'm a little bit surprised because, like you said, they would have owed him a $3 million payout, so that would have been a net of $5. And while that doesn't sound like a lot, and we'll talk to Kendra Andrews about it at the bottom of the hour, They're trying to get under these aprons, at least the second apron, so that they're not so hamstrung in what they can possibly do. And he just didn't play a lot. With Trayce Jackson-Davis, I think that they're probably going to get a guy who's going to play the majority of the minutes as a big. And then, as you also pointed out, they need a stretch big. It's probably as bad as anybody in the league because they just don't possess that on the roster. And that's not Kevon Looney. And I like the guy, but I would have thought they would have let him go. A couple other things before we talk to Kendra. J.J. Redick is going to get a 4-year deal as Lakers head coach. And one move that's already been made, the Bulls are going to trade Alex Caruso to Oklahoma City for Josh Giddey, who did not like the idea of coming off the bench. So a couple of moves already being made.
Well, I mean, that made obviously Oklahoma City. We talked about it last week with JD, and Caruso's a good player. He was a good player with the Lakers, and he's just a heady player. Pajemski, I think, could easily be an Alex Caruso, if not a better player. Steve Kerr thinks he can be Austin Reeves, which would be outstanding. But I could see a combination of both. But Caruso's a good defender. Now, what does that do for Klay Thompson, John? You know, they have the two Jalen Williams. You know, they got Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. They got Lou Dort. Then obviously they got the big guy Holmgren. I mean, are they less inclined, Oklahoma City and Sam Presti, to go out and get Klay Thompson, spend their money on him, that they brought in Alex Caruso? Caruso won't necessarily be in their starting lineup, but he could. But I think he's more inclined to maybe be in their finishing lineup than Klay Thompson because of his ability to guard. He gets a lot of steals, and he's very active with his hands. I mean, since they made the trade to get Alex Caruso last week, is Oklahoma City out of the Klay Thompson sweepstakes?
I'm just looking at his deal. As you said that, I didn't check it out. He's going to make 9.8, so about $10 million next year, and then he's unrestricted. Whereas Giddey, they would have eventually, if they were to keep him, they probably would have given him a contract. I mean, not a max or anything like that, but they would have. So I wonder, it depends on, I guess, how long they're expecting to keep Caruso, but that would still mean that they would have money under the cap. They didn't have as much as Philadelphia or Orlando, but they had a few bucks.
Yeah, but it's just a question of need with Klay. I mean, what we're talking about, and we'll get into it with Kendra, what's the role? I think the Warriors know what the role is for Klay. So how much do you pay him in that role, whether it's starting, come off the bench? Klay would play, max would be like 28 minutes a night, maybe 24. Obviously, it would vary night to night on effectiveness and foul trouble and where he's at and back-to-backs and all that. I don't know what a role would be. Would they covet Klay as much now that they have Alex Caruso? As far as Kevon goes, his ability to guard the post, and when they went into that one-and-done game in Sacramento, Trayce Jackson-Davis struggled in that game with Sabonis, as we thought he might, and they lifted him and they brought Kevon in. He can still guard the post. You'd like one of them to develop a pick-and-pop game, and I see Kevon. He's working a lot with DeMarco and all the coaches. Ron Adams back before when Robin was around more, just on that elbow shot. But that's a shot Trayce Jackson-Davis should be able to make. He's a young guy. His player development this offseason, playing in the summer leagues. He's got to learn to pick and pop that shot, whether it's 15, 18 feet out, around the elbows, or even step out, John, and make a three. I think that's something Trayce Jackson-Davis needs to put in his game.
Yeah, no doubt. All right, let's get to it. Kendra Andrews is going to join us coming up next from ESPN. She's got great insight into the Warriors. What is happening with this Klay Thompson situation? Kevon Looney, the Warriors are going to keep him, but you got Chris Paul thinking about as well. Who would they move off this roster? Let's talk all those things with Kendra Andrews. We'll do it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Nation, wherever you are around the globe, stream Gold-Blooded Radio 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Thank you for joining us on this Monday and spending your lunch hour. It's Pop and Lund here as we talk Clay, the Warriors, NBA offseason, what they can do to get better. And it's been a while, far too long, since we talked to Kendra Andrews, who is awesome at ESPN, Oakland's own. Make sure you're following her at Kendra_Andrews, and she joins us courtesy of the Uma guest line. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, we're doing great. Before we get into specifics, because I was talking about Bobby Marks earlier, and you have it up there as well, the summer of the apron, and these are really Warriors rules. And they take so much away from you and your ability to compete and do things and accomplish things and make your team better. The biggest question to me is, can the Warriors try to get under a second apron and save some money here, but yet make their team better?
It's gonna be a tall task, and I think with that, and because of that, we're gonna see them make a lot of tough decisions when it comes to their roster construction. Like, the Warriors know that they didn't get nearly as close to where they wanted to be last season. They didn't even make it to the playoffs. So they know that there is no way they can enter next season with a replica of the roster that they had last year. That being said, because of these new rules, because of the financial strains that they're under, it's going to be tough. So what I think we're going to see them do is make a lot of decisions that maybe we haven't seen them make in the past. I feel like the Warriors, sometimes we've seen them, make one big move, make one acquisition over the summer, things like that. I think this summer it might be a little bit different just because, again, of these new rules and the financial pressure that they're already under.
And the big ones, Kendra, are coming, involving Chris Paul, certainly, and maybe an extension there, and then Clay himself. But a couple of moves have happened. Gary Payton II last week on Juneteenth did pick up his $9.1 million player option, and just moments ago, the Warriors have guaranteed the full salary for Kevon Looney at $8 million. They did not release him, which would have saved him about $5 million. So with GP2 and Kevon, what do you see their immediate futures being on the roster? Do you think that they will be Warriors this coming year, or could one or both be put in a package and traded?
I think it's always a possibility that one or both could be packaged and traded. And you have to look at the upside and downside of both of those players from a trade perspective, more so from a receiving team rather than the Warriors dishing them out. I say that because you look at a guy like Gary Payton, who his first season with the Warriors, right, he was tremendous and he was really key to their run and the year that they won the title, those types of things. His health hasn't been on his side these past 2 years when he left and went to Portland. And then even last season when he came back, he hasn't played in that many games. So if I'm a team that's maybe on the getting Gary Payton II, that's something that I have to consider. Is that worth it? Loon, on the other hand, I think that he is a little bit more of an upside to him if you're going to trade him. He was an Iron Man. Not last year, but the 2 seasons before that, he was really adaptable in his role last year, and the past several years, he's proven to just be the kind of player. He's low maintenance. He'll do whatever the team needs him to do to be successful. So it's a possibility for either one of those guys, right? And I think it just depends on what the Warriors feel they need to package to get someone that they really want and what the other team is asking for.
We're talking Warriors offseason with Kendra Andrews. Make sure you're following her, of course, watching her on ESPN as well, at Kendra_Andrews. The big story is obviously Klay Thompson. Anthony Slater reported over the weekend that they haven't had any talks, that there hasn't been an offer. What is the latest? What do you think ultimately happens with Klay?
It's really hard to tell at this point. Talks are frozen. They haven't gone anywhere over the past year since they kind of ended those negotiations last summer, which I'm told also didn't get super far. And the tricky thing with this is that it does come down to Klay's decision ultimately. So if he wants to walk and feels that there's a better opportunity out there for him, he will do that. And the Warriors can't really do anything about it. They can show interest, they can give him offers, but it is up to him what he wants to do. And right now it's kind of hard to tell where Klay's head is at, because there haven't been any substantial offers or any offers on the table. Telling someone over and over and over again, we want you to come back, is one thing, but actually getting an offer is another. That being said, again, we talked about the financial, limitations that the Warriors are operating under. And if they want to make this roster 10 times better than it was last year, well, what other moves are they wanting to make this season? Because all of this kind of plays into what they can actually offer Klay. So I think that this is going to be something that we see play out over the summer. I'm not necessarily thinking as soon as free agency starts, it's going to be resolved. And it's hard to kind of get a temperature check on where Klay is at and what he's wanting at this time.
So you think Klay, now teams can start talking to him on Sunday at 3 o'clock our time, 6 o'clock Eastern time. You think this is something that may drag into early July or maybe mid-July with Klay?
It could not, and it could. I think at this point, Klay does want to see what's out there. The thing that has been stressed to me is Klay, as we all know, is a guy who has such deep emotions and feelings, and he wants to feel wanted and appreciated. And to this point, he hasn't necessarily felt that from the Warriors. He wants to see what other things are out there. And if something looks so shiny that he can't refuse, maybe that decision is made really early on. But you also have to think of the fact that he has been with this team for 12 years. This is the only team he's ever known. Stephen Curry has been his running mate his entire career. Steve Kerr has been his head coach for the majority of his career. It isn't a light decision. He would be giving everything he's ever known. He'd be giving that away. That being said, if there is another opportunity, another contract, another team out there that is desirable, he's probably going to at least look into that. So it's a big decision to make. And if it was me, I'm never going to be put into the exact position that Klay is being put into right now. But whenever I've had to make a big decision regarding jobs or other things, it takes a second to really figure out what it is that's the best decision for you.
That's a great point. Kendra Andrews joining us. We're talking Dubs off season. We know Orlando has money, Philly has money, OKC has money, but the hard question we were asking before is, the Lakers make a lot of sense for Klay Thompson. Would the Warriors work with the Lakers to get Klay to LA, or would that be an absolute no-go?
It doesn't seem like it's very likely that that's going to be something that they're going to do, because again, you have to think about what are the Warriors going to be receiving in that case. And at this point, there just isn't something that really presents itself as, yeah, that is absolutely the right thing to do. Again, not just to get Klay to a new home, but to make the Warriors roster 10 times better. I keep kind of coming back to that, because at the end of the day, that's the bottom line. The Warriors definitely don't want to not make the playoffs again, and they want to be more than that. They want to be contending again. So at this moment, I don't really see a Lakers, thing on the table.
Chris Paul, and right now it's Friday is the deadline to make a deal on his contract. The Warriors could extend it, and it's a big number. Obviously, it's $30 million, Kendra, as you well know. The Warriors could let that money just come off the books. They could try to trade Chris Paul and take back a player of like salary or lesser salary. They could extend the deadline, as we say, beyond Friday to have more of a handle on Klay and other free agents as the calendar turns to July 1. What do you think happens with Chris Paul this week?
Yeah, I'm told that while the Warriors don't necessarily have a listed list of priority with this is our number 1 rank, number 2 rank, number 3 rank, I'm told they want to figure Klay out before they figure Chris Paul out. And Chris has been very understanding and working with the Warriors in this. He understands kind of where their positioning is at with their, priorities this offseason. So I think Chris, again, is one of those, he can kind of see what else is out there in terms of money and stuff, but $30 million, as you said, is a huge number. I think it's really going to come down to, again, what other things are out there for the Warriors to get? How much money are they going to be, spending on Clay if he does come back? How much money would it take to get someone else if they see that someone is out there on the market that they really want? Chris is a little bit more of a wait and see. I could see this taking a little bit longer to settle down, just again, as other decisions that the Warriors have to make kind of even themselves out.
Kendra Andrews joining us talking Warriors offseason. Paul George's name has come up, and we just talked about how the Warriors and the Lakers wouldn't work together. Well, Paul George would probably want a new contract. I wouldn't think the Clippers and the Warriors would work together. And certainly with Steve Ballmer opening up that new arena, he wants star power in there. I'm not sure where this is coming from. Plus Paul George would want to come up here. Would there be any merit to a Paul George to the Warriors rumor?
Not that I've necessarily heard of. I think there are a lot of different things to kind of work through with something like the Paul George trade, a lot of which you listed. I think, again, money is a huge factor, what they're going to have to give to get him. Will the Clippers, yes, be willing to work with that to bring him up to San Francisco? And then you have to look at the other teams that are kind of in that Paul George hunt. The Philadelphia 76ers are a big talking point there. What can they give versus the Warriors and is Steve Ballmer more willing to work with them? So I think that there's a lot of things that would have to go right for Paul George to kind of end up here.
A lot going on in the NBA, and this is draft week. Draft in the NBA is before free agency, and the Warriors are going to pick on Thursday in the second round. 52 overall. Mike Dunleavy Jr. is going to have his presser today at 3:30, Kendra, on draft week. What are you going to ask him if you get one or two questions? And then I remember last year, he came right on draft week Monday and said, I love Jordan Poole. Did he say we're not going to trade him? And then like 48 hours later, he traded Jordan Poole for Chris Paul. Yeah. So if you get one question and jump in line over Kawakami, what are you going to ask him? And then
you know how hard it is
there
to
something
jump over
brewing
Kawakami?
Here? I know. And you got to yell over him. Is there something brewing that we're not looking at that they could make another trade that we're not talking about this week before the draft?
I think if I'm lucky enough to get in Tim Kawakami's way and get a question in today, I think I would probably ask Mike. You go multiple ways. You go something along free agency, an open-ended question about Clay and how you kind of get these conversations unfrozen and how they approach a draft with the 52nd pick, as you said, but is another rookie going to be what they need to get back where they want? They got really good picks in Pajumski and Jackson Davis last season that the team is really, really happy with. But is that the way to kind of get this team back to where they want to be? Or as you said, are you looking more at trade options, trade assets, packaging that pick to get something else? I think those are the things on my mind heading into today. And then also the other thing on my mind heading into today is the Warriors have a lot of coaching staff decisions to make in the next coming months with Kenny Atkinson leaving to Charlotte. You have a vacancy at the front of the bench, and do you promote from within? Do you hire from outside? And then also there would be other vacancies on the bench too. Of course, they still have to fill the spot for Decky from last season. If they brought someone up from within, would that leave another opening? And I think that coaching, it's not getting talked as much about because Steve Kerr is so solid as their head coach, but I think who they fill their coaching staff with will be really, really important as well to next season.
Hey, real quick, since you brought up coaching, what do you think of J.J. Redick to the Lakers?
I think it's going to be an interesting thing to watch. I kind of probably echo what a lot of the other reporters and media personalities have been saying, which is it's going to be an interesting experiment to see J.J. I've had the pleasure of working with him as a colleague for the past few years at ESPN, and he is a tremendous basketball mind and just a great, great human being. And this is a heck of a first coaching job. This isn't a rebuilding team. This is the Los Angeles Lakers, even without LeBron James. you take him out of it, which is kind of crazy to think about, but it's still the Los Angeles Lakers, one of the, biggest franchises in the world. And you have a guy like LeBron, now you have a guy like Anthony Davis. It's going to be really interesting to see how he does. But of course, I wish him nothing but the best, and I hope that everything works out.
You are the best. Thank you for the insight. We appreciate it.
You.
And we'll look for you in the press conference. Just push Kawakami aside. Let's go.
Elbow him.
Yeah.
Bow him up.
Thanks, Kendra. That is the great Kendra Andrews of ESPN, and give us a little JJ Reddick because she did work with him, of course, at ESPN. We'll talk about a few of the things she said. Plus, we got the foreplay at the top of the hour. Do not miss that. We got a little Bowmel for you. Mike Krukow talking about the tough stretch of games coming up for the Giants. We'll do that at the top of the hour. It's Pop and Lund on your Monday on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Is this it for Clay and the Warriors? Contract negotiations appear to be frozen. Never saw that movie. Check out that story and more. KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yes. Thanks for joining us. Top of the hour, we'll give you the foreplay 8 minutes away. We'll Bomel. Mike Kruk on the tough stretch coming up. Hello, fellas. Gary St. Jean on Clay's contract. And Adam Schefter was something interesting. We'll give you that as part of the foreplay. We'll do that at the top of the hour. Always great to have Kendra Andrews on. She was just joining us to talk about the Warriors offseason. And again, if you're just joining us, Clay contract talks frozen. Kevon Looney could still be moved, but the $8 million are going to guarantee for the season. So he is back, and lots of talk of Chris Paul and what they can do to move that $30 million contract. Plus, I don't know, we're pouring water on the Paul George. You and I have discussed it. We discussed it with Kendra. Kendra doesn't seem to make a whole lot of sense. So that's where we are as far as the Warriors. They can start officially signing on Tuesday. And, oh, by the way, the Lakers just sent it out. Official J.J. Redick, head coach, Los Angeles Lakers. His only coaching experience was like a fourth-grade team. So, good luck.
Steve Kerr ever coach anywhere before he was the Warriors head coach?
He did not.
He was GM, though.
He was.
Phoenix. So,
I
Mark
think
Jackson
he had a better
ever coach
roster.
Anywhere? Raise your hand if you won 51 games in the NBA. The rumor monger, what's he talking about? Brock?
I'll tell you.
Or Ayuk?
It's more quarterback related than it is. Yeah, it's more quarterback.
The salary cap for quarterbacks.
Yeah, we'll get into it. By the way, as Kawakami says, the Warriors now have $142 million committed to 9 players. Cap is 141. Tax line is 172. First apron is 179. So $37 million to figure things out. That's going to be interesting.
And that excludes Clay and Chris Paul, not included in that?
Nope. It's not a lot to work with, man. So we'll see. I am surprised on the Looney thing. It's not that I don't like him. It's not that I don't think he can expand his game potentially. But, again, it was $8 million, but then they would owe him $3 million, so you'd net $5 million. But even though that doesn't sound like a lot of money, you and I often discuss this, and this is the part the fans hate. The money is a problem, and $5 million could be $20 million. So I don't know if they move him. I don't know if they keep him. It's just that they didn't play him a lot last year, and it looks like TJD is going to have a role. And then what do they do after that? I mean, is he going to justify that money? I like Kevon Looney. I like what he's meant to the organization, but they're not at the point where they can give out thank you contracts. This is not what they can do.
Well, if they get under the tax line, then they don't have to pay the times whatever the penalty is. So it would be just $8 million. It wouldn't be 8 times 7 if they're in the tax, which is where they've been. So that's why getting under those aprons are so important. Kevon Looney is underpaid. I mean, $8 million for what he does for this team. And his role was reduced this year. They finally took him off the court. I mean, he played every single game for years. He had a long streak there. And he's not a kind of player that the box score, although he does rebound really well. I mean, he had some hellacious rebounding games. But they know basketball, and they know how much Kevon Looney impacted winning. They don't win the championship 2 years ago without Kevon Looney and his defense on Luka and the Celtics at the rim and the rebounding, the Memphis series. I mean, we talked about him. I think he's one of the most underrated players in the history of the Bay Area. One of you, John Taylor, as a number 2 to Jerry Rice. We had a list we got into after a couple of Kevon's monster playoff games. Plus, he fits. You know, the culture in that locker room and what he means to that locker room. You are bringing the head coach back for a 2-year extension. And Kevon just knows things. He's the quiet guy that kind of pulls everybody together, whether it's Draymond, giving to Draymond, or the Andrew Wiggins situation. He's tight with everybody, even Jordan Poole. So he means a lot to this team. I don't think that's a lot of money to pay the salaries these guys are making in the NBA are in excess of $50 million to pay Kevon Looney and everything he does that shows up more than beyond the box score. He's a winning player. But I do think, as far as Trace Jackson-Davis, he's not going to play 48 minutes a night. There's a role for those two guys. I wonder what they do with Dario Saric, John. Now that Chris Paul's kind of in limbo, they were kind of a package deal where they were so good together with the pick-and-roll game and mainly the pick-and-pop game with Saric. That's the kind of guy we're talking about that they really don't have. And they've not had that kind of guy. Stretch five, a little bit with Mo Buckets, Maurice Spates, the first championship teams. But that is something they need to be. They are the guys that the Splash Brothers changed the geometry in the game in the backcourt, but you need to have five guys that are live, shooting the ball from distance and beyond, and Kevon nor TJD is that kind of guy. I think Kevon works on it, and he's as good as he can be at it. That's one element of Trace Jackson-Davis's game that he could clearly expand and not just be a pick-and-roll guy, but occasionally a pick-and-pop guy.
Before we get to the foreplay at the top of the hour, Bob Nightingale reporting that Michael Mays, of course, who's the son of Willie Mays, will be at Oracle Park tonight to help in the ceremony to honor Willie Mays. So there you go. We were asking Susan about that, so that is one element. Michael Mays will be here in San Francisco.
And he did a nice job when his dad passed, without a doubt. He flew right back to comfort his family, and then he turned right back around to be at Rickwood for the whole pageantry of not having his dad there. So he had a busy week last week.
Also, I just saw this. I'm going to tweet this to you, but so Christian McCaffrey is obviously getting married, and there's all these different pictures of them getting off the plane. And I don't know who they had on the plane, but like everybody has like a dinner and stuff like that. Well, they had a menu on the plane with all these people flying with him.
Rehearsal dinner you're talking about?
No, this wasn't even a rehearsal dinner. This was just on the plane, on the private plane flying to their destination.
Is Olivia tweeting all this out?
Yeah, so this is what she offered people. This is the menu on the plane, okay? Peach, basil, and berry. So peach with dark berries, pomegranates, basil, and honey. The main dish was a summer strawberry crunch salad. That sounds very nice. And chicken lettuce wraps and ahi sushi bowl. And dessert, and this would be my favorite part, chocolate and espresso, chocolate-covered strawberries, and espresso martinis were served for dessert.
For dessert?
That was dessert.
That would be the pregame.
Anyway, I got to send you this. This is unbelievable, this thing that they've got going on. So, yeah, they got a couple bucks. And, yeah, they look nice. They got the little dog on there. Looks like all the roses and everything on the plane. They're in a nice private plane there. So I'll send you that. But, yeah, I thought you would enjoy the chocolate-covered strawberries and espresso martinis on the plane.
I'm not a big espresso martini guy.
Oh man, I'm a big fan.
No.
Yeah, they're nice. But they can't be all foofied up. I don't like all the different stuff in them. Just give me the straights. Give me the espresso, a nice espresso with the vodka. Very nice. Just straightforward stuff. I'm not messing around with all the fancy stuff. And I don't want any whipped cream on there, nothing like that. Very nice. But I'm sure they did it up. So that's it. Nice little menu. Almost as good as the Chick-fil-A.
When is the wedding? When is the wedding?
I don't know. They must be soon because they flew to it, whatever their destination is. So there you go. That was
Who's in the wedding party? Any of his teammates in the wedding party?
That is they better be. I mean, if you're Christian McCaffrey, doesn't it have to be kind of 49er centric? Maybe some of
friends from all around.
Maybe some of his Carolina guys, maybe a Stanford guy or two.
Yeah, I don't know.
But generally speaking, you got to have like if Trent Williams isn't there, there might be a problem. Like he's got to be. Well, he's probably got to be best man.
He's only been here a year and a half, so.
Yeah, but if Trent Williams,
David Shaw, have David Shaw.
Yeah, maybe David Shaw will be there. Who's now with the Broncos, by the way. But like Trent Williams has to be your best man. He blocks for you.
You think so?
I would.
That is presumptuous. I don't know.
I would just say like Trent, even if not that close to him, I'd do something like that. Blocks for you, man. Anyway. All right, let's get to it. Pop in London, KNBR, AM and FM, San Francisco, the Sports Theater, a Cumulus Media Station. Foreplay time.
Time for some foreplay with Papa in Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Don't know if you know this, but 1 in 5 is not a good road trip, and that's what the Giants just endured. And, of course, Willie Mays' death on Tuesday, and you had the Rickwood game Thursday, so a lot going on. Searing heat in St. Louis, plus Sonny Gray was very good yesterday. Here's Bob Melvin Not a great road trip.
It's not good. Not good. I mean, we win the game and then first game, and then we don't win any after that. It's a bad road trip. I know we had a lot going on, but so did these guys. So look, we fought and had a chance at the end where it didn't look good early in the game. Obviously, we continue to do that against late inning relievers. It's putting pressure early in the game that we're having some trouble with. We did that yesterday, but loss is a loss.
He's already aired him out twice,
Yeah,
so far as I remember. He had a couple of, they say you get 6 shots at your team and you're 6-shooter a year. That's a lot, 1 a month. A lot like the Fenway to Philly road trip, which did not go well. He aired him out then. They did right the wrong in Denver for a couple of wins, but lost the getaway game. And then he had one other where he aired him out. So this one was hard, though. It was emotional. It was hot. I don't know if he didn't call any team meetings, but it'd be nice to start playing better, John. They've been very cyclical lately, and a lot of these road trips aren't going well, but it's time to come home. And against the Cubbies, because you got the Dodgers coming in over the weekend, and you are going to see Shota at some point on the series, are they not? And he got shelled on Friday. He gave up 10 runs in that game, and he got steeled tonight. So what are they doing tonight? They're going opener, another Miller start? It's Miller time?
Yeah, Eric Miller. Yeah. If those
fine.
You two into it can see, you're gonna say, oh boy, here's another one.
Well, I don't mind. I think it's the one that you're gonna do behind it would be
right.
So the guy that they brought up from AAA,
Yeah.
is he gonna be the bulk guy behind that?
No, Susan
He's
said
another
she thought it would.
Raymond Burgos.
Yeah, Burgos is coming up, but she thought it was going to be Spencer Howard tonight.
Spencer
as the
Howard
guy.
and go righty, and Burgos may pitch out of the bullpen.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like. So this is just reinforcements for the pen, because the pen has pitched the most innings in the league. And oh, by the way, there's only 2 starters in a 5-man rotation. So I don't know what they're going to do. I mean, at some point, don't you just have to say, I know Mason Black has been terrible up here, but we got to give him a shot, another shot? I mean, that's.
I think he's coming at some point.
Yeah, he has to.
There's no doubt. And Spencer Howard tonight. They'll figure it out.
Yeah. And then, I don't know. I would be surprised if it was Cueto or Keuchel or something like that who's in the minors. What are you going to do? Just grab him and throw him in the rotation?
Or Trevor Bauer. I've had a lot of people text me. They're on board with Trevor Bauer. I'm like, are you serious? Yeesh.
I don't know. I mean, striking out 19 in the Mexican League is all good and everything, but like you said this before, that's an ownership call. That's not Bob Melvin. That's not Farhan. That's not.
Or it may be a commissioner. Is he eligible to pitch in Major League
I think
Baseball?
he is.
I guess he is.
Yeah, I've read that over and over, but
he's a free man, so I guess he is. But
plus, amongst the teams that would sign him, now that we're on the topic, does it matter that he was such an ass the last time he was on the mound here doing the sword and all that kind of stuff? Does that matter?
That's minor compared to what he did.
Yeah.
After, later that summer, he went off the rails, so it's a whole different deal.
All right. So that's the latest. Here's Mike Krukow this morning, and kind of what you just pointed out there. So they got the Cubs for 4, and the Cubs aren't playing great baseball right now. In fact, terrible. But then after that, it gets really difficult. The Dodgers, followed by Atlanta, and then Cleveland on the road, and those are not easy ones. And then after that, after you get a series with the Blue Jays, you get the Twins, who are a team that is a playoff team at this point. So it is going to be a struggle. And then right there, everybody close to the trade deadline. So what do the Giants do here? Here's Mike Krukow addressing that this morning.
And it doesn't stop with 4 against the Cubs and 3 against the Dodgers. They go on this next road trip, and they go to Atlanta and Cleveland. And I don't know if I have to really tell anybody as to how well those teams are doing. Well, Atlanta's not their typical to sell, but they're tough, and they're in Atlanta. But then they go to Cleveland, and they're one of the best teams in the game right now. They're crushing people. So, you've got to clean this up. This is 13 games where your fate is being determined on the season. That's how significant these next 2 weeks are. So and the only way they can do it, and they've got to clean their game up.
He nailed it. This is going to be tough.
Clean it up, starting with holding runners. How about backpicking somebody?
Something's got to change there, man. Minus 61. Toronto's minus 28 in his second worst. Minus 61 is ridiculous. And especially
they've allowed 86 stolen bases, and they have 25.
That
all the
is
research
ridiculous.
number George did for you, and I think it's amazing that he's on this. Disgusting.
Yeah.
It is disgusting.
Yeah. It is. That's a perfect word for it. I mean, especially over the weekend. And we played the Joe Rizzo cut of the catcher for the Cardinals stealing a base. It was like, Can that be the end? Like, isn't that the most embarrassing thing? Guy's never stolen a base in his life. He made it by 10 feet. I mean, the guy had 4 steps before, it's like, oh, yeah, there's a runner on base. Isn't this basic spring training stuff?
What was alarming was Webby's reaction to it. He doubled over.
Right.
And with that heat in St. Louis, I thought he was going to puke right there behind the mound. But when he doubled over, then they asked him after the game, I allowed a stolen base to a catcher. He may never had one the rest of his career. That could be the impetus just to clean that up. That cannot continue.
No doubt. All right, let's get to some Klay Thompson news. We've been talking a lot of Klay over the weekend. Talks Frozen. Never saw the movie. Disney, it was like a Disney thing, right?
We can't sing Frozen?
No, I don't know. You got it?
So you didn't have any daughters. You read.
Yeah, no daughters.
You have sons, no daughters.
Yeah, no daughters. I did not have to.
I would sing it, but I'm not Steph Curry. Remember Steph Curry sang Frozen? Didn't he do it as a carpool karaoke?
I think he did.
Gordon?
But see, but you just said it. He has daughters. He's gotta watch that movie back in the day. Here is Gary St. Jean on Klay's contract situation and what he may do.
And with Klay, you're sitting there and look at Draymond got 3+1, meaning player option on the 4th year. And you're saying, well, geez, I should get that. Well, a lot of this stuff is about timing. Where you are in the salary cap, and last year, can they fit you in and all that kind of thing. So in my heart, I'm hoping he comes back and maybe they'll sit down and come to an agreement on a couple-year deal. What we're seeing right now, guys, and this, is that the veteran guys, they're getting shorter contracts. They're not giving them 3 or 4 years. So maybe it's a 2-year deal and then to come to a number that's amicable.
All right, but that's, again, Klay's looking for 3. Everybody's looking for whatever, so I don't know if they would go to that 3-year deal.
I think the one thing that's encouraging is Malik Monk's deal
Yeah.
is tame. Now, I know Sack had a limit on how high they could go, but 4 years, $78 million, 19.5 a year on average. And I love Klay, but Malik Monk right now is a better player than Klay Thompson. I mean, I'd offer Klay Thompson that deal. I'd try to get Malik Monk to take that deal. But that is not a huge number. So maybe he wanted to stay in Sacramento, but maybe the market wasn't out there and his agent was working it, even though it's not allowed until Sunday at 3 o'clock, John. That's the Malik Monk money was light. I think we all thought he would get way more than that.
Plus, I think with Klay, and I know this is going to hurt his feelings both from a Warriors standpoint and from an NBA standpoint, we can only go on what we've heard. But I don't know that he's going to be anybody's top priority. And if I'm the Warriors, I'm not going to bid against myself. I'm going to see what's out there. Now, you would take the risk that Klay's going to say okay to Philly or Orlando or something like that, but it certainly sounds like other teams are making other plans. And if Klay then is available after those plans fail, then he'll be an option for those teams. But I think the Warriors are doing the smart thing, which is, okay, Klay, we think you're worth this. You think you're worth that. Go find it. And either we'll match it or we won't. But I'm not going to bid against myself because, as you just pointed out, Malik Monk's better, younger, and he got less than $20 million a season. Well, if we offered you 25, 26, or whatever the case may be, the 2-year contract that we're talking about, Malik Monk got less than that. I know that hurts your feelings, but we can't be sentimental here.
Well, they can be to some degree with Klay. It's the owner's money. Just do it when Goober's out of the country or something. I asked this to JD last week, and we are going to segue to football in a minute here. We do have Brandon Ayuk news, by the way. I asked JD this. Who gets the bigger contract? Average annual value, however you want to determine it. Klay Thompson or Brandon Ayuk?
More money?
More money. That's pretty close, isn't it?
I'm going to... Oh.
That's tight, isn't it? They're both going for about the same.
Yeah, right.
They both want about $30 million a year. Based on what Malik Monk got, I may say Ayuk, but I don't know. That's pretty tight. That's going to be tight.
If the Warriors are paying it, I don't think it's going to be $30 million. And if the 49ers are paying it, I don't think it's going to be $30 million. I think both teams want to steer clear. And what was the offer to Klay? Like 2 and 26 or something? 24?
24. Pretty close.
Yeah.
I mean, right now, what Silver told us they offered Ayuk 26, so it's pretty close.
I'd do Ayuk. I'd say Ayuk. Because I think he's going to wear him down, and I think they want to keep him. They want to be a Super Bowl contender, et cetera, et cetera. So I think he's going to wear them down eventually, a little bit like Bosa did last year. And I I just don't get the sense, based on the reporting, that Clay is a big priority. I hate to say that, but that's what it doesn't. Doesn't it sound like that?
See. It's not front burner, but we'll see what else they. The reason I bring up Ayuk, I'm watching NFL Live right now. Ryan Clark is on with his nice pink suit and a pink shirt.
Mm-hmm.
He is reporting. Adam Schefter on X just tweeted, 49ers disgruntled wide receiver Brandon Ayuk is meeting today with the 49ers. And it was reported by Real Clark 25 on NFL Live. So I think Ryan Clark just dropped that news on NFL Live that the Niners are meeting with Brandon Ayuk today.
Well, that would jive with what he put out on Instagram, because he had himself on a flight to San Francisco and everybody started to freak out. So there you go. That's good news. How do you look at that? I mean, obviously it's good that they're talking.
That he's coming in himself.
Yeah, himself.
And not having his agent. And Ryan Williams and John are tight. They were in each other's weddings, his agents. So the fact that Ayuk, based on what he's saying, is that Brandon Ayuk is meeting with the 49ers today. So we're a month away from training camp, almost to the day when his camp starts, July 23rd. It's a month away. So that's good news, without a doubt.
Well, I think, I've said this from the beginning, and I know you have too, this is when the deals usually get done with the 49ers. When they've signed the guys they've wanted to keep during the John and Kyle era, they happen anytime from late June, and in Bosa's case up into September, but mostly get done at the latest August. I think as disgruntled as Debo was, and this is where I get my optimism from, Debo was more disgruntled than Brandon Ayuk. I mean, I knew Ayuk has put a bunch of stuff out on social media and the such, but it sounded to me like certainly Debo was more likely to be traded in his situation than Brandon Ayuk is in his situation, and his deal got done on August 1st when his deal got extended. So that's just what they do. It takes them a minute. It probably wasn't the best strategy this time around, given how much money these receivers made, but I take this as, if you're coming to town, then things are close. That's what I look at it as. Because why would he?
It could be a number of reasons. It could be social media. I mean, it could be a number of things. It could be close. I mean,
but if it's not close, your agent can take it, right?
Well, I think maybe they just want to talk face to face rather than, I don't think Nick was involved in his deal. I don't think Fred. I remember talking to Fred recently. He wasn't even sure when he signed his deal. He did not sign his until July before camp.
It was July 21st. Yeah.
I don't. I would think it's a good sign. It could be to lay it out to him that we have you under contract. You have a 5th-year rookie option, and we expect you at training camp. He hasn't been around. Could be a way to transfer the playbook to him, and since he wasn't at the OTAs, I mean, by and large, you would think it's a good meeting. I'm not sure what Ryan reported, but it is news into itself that Brandon Ayuk is meeting himself with the 49ers today. So I would take that as a good thing.
Let's see. This is what I was just looking at, the Schefter thing. Let's see. Where did it go? 49ers disgruntled. Yeah, you just read that. So, yeah, I don't know what Ryan Clark is actually saying. So we shall see on that. But, I mean, I don't know. I could be 100% wrong, but it certainly I would think that that's a positive thing to have him get on a plane and get out here, because if it's just, your agent can handle just about anything. So, but you could be right.
No, not a trade. They could be trading him.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And he's got I mean, who knows what it means? But I mean, it is definitely news. They have not been interacting in a while, since really the Super Bowl. So, and his exit interview. So we'll find out more in the coming hours.
All right, I'll play this Schefter coming up next, and we'll talk a little bit more about Brandon Ayuk. Something that could be interesting in brewing. It could affect Brock Purdy. We'll do that coming up next. We got a Sweet Clean Family Friend, the Caboose Pistol, and the such at 1:30. It's Pop and Lund on the Sports Leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Giants baseball To be determined. We do know Eric Miller is starting, but after that, who knows? 5 straight games, losers. 13-game stretch coming up. That story and more on KNBR, YouTube, and the KNBR socials.
You want to squish the fish?
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Faithful, there's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the sports leader.
Brandon Ayuk also sees what other wide receivers have gotten, and therefore he believes he's worth more than is currently being offered. So the 49ers have moved forward and offered a whole host of opportunities here, but it's not what Brandon Ayuk wants, because we've seen wide receivers like Justin Jefferson get $35 million, Jalen Waddle $28 million, Amon-Ra with some inflated numbers at about $30 million. So he wants more than what the Niners have offered. There's the breakdown, and let's see if they can bridge any of those differences in that meeting that RC reported on later today.
There's a whole lot of nothing, Schefter. Hot air. Ryan Clark.
You said there's a meeting going on right now.
Yeah, Ryan Clark reported that. He's
that
no
Brandon
insider.
Ayuk requested the meeting. Ayuk wanted the meeting, and it's with Ryan Williams. And normally Kyle gets out of town. He could be in Cabo or who knows. But it's a meeting with John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan, Brandon Ayuk, and his agent Ryan Williams. So we have movement here.
So that kind of puts a little bit of a twist on it for me that Brandon Ayuk requested the meeting. Because if he requested the meeting, as you said, he could request a trade. If the Niners, if it was kind of a mutual thing, it's like, hey, he's getting close to a contract, let's bring it in. But if Brandon Ayuk did, he's like, the hell are you going to do? Now, the interesting part to me, too, is they've got him under contract at $14.2 million. Would Brandon Ayuk, is he angry enough to where he'd say, I'm not going to play on that? Or would he come in just at the last minute to play on it, which to me is, we're looking at the Blake Snell situation. I wouldn't want Brandon Ayuk coming in too late on this deal, so this is getting juicy.
Well, first of all, let's see how today goes and how it extends. But Ayuk, this is a player taking ownership of his own career. And he hires someone like Ryan Williams, and it's athletes first, that's the agent. But it's Ayuk, and he's hearing things from his agent. And his agent and John Lynch are tight. They were in each other's weddings. So he just wanted to hear it from himself. It's one thing to hear your agent say, John said this and Kyle said this. Well, I know those guys. Let's just all get together. So Brandon Ayuk requested this meeting today. He flew into town. The agent's there, so he's not going behind his agent's back. And we'll see. And he's got a value on what he thinks he's worth. He sees these other wide receivers sign. And it's not just fantasy football and the stats. Aren't I, the blocker you want, Kyle, and everything we do here, no block, no rock, and the team leadership and everything. So I admire Brandon. I don't know how it's going to get resolved. They could say, we're offering you this much, and that's it, and he's going to say, I want to play here, and who knows. But this is something that players don't always do. I mean, Bosa was pretty much out of it. At the end, Bosa did get involved. But that was after, Labor Day came and went, and it was already the week of the season, and he was starting to get fidgety. And I think his directive was just get it done. But you don't want to wait too long. I think this is a player taking ownership of his career, and this is a huge contract. He's going to make more on the fifth-year option this year at $14.1 than he's made in his 4 previous years in the NFL. So his salary is going to jump. And this year it's going to jump large, whether they redo a contract or not. But once they redo a deal, whether it's here or somewhere else or he gets tagged, he's going to make huge amount of money. So this is leadership of his own career, his own family. I like this. You're paying an agent to do his job, but it really is, you're going to do the job that I tell you to do. And I want to hear exactly what they've offered and what's the reasoning and where are we going today, a month from now, September. So I think this is a bold play by Brandon Ayuk, but one that I commend, John. A lot of players don't do this.
Right. They don't get involved in it. They pay a guy and they give him a percentage, and that's that. But like you said, and this could be a number of things. It could be, like you said, wants clarification, wants to be traded. It could be a positive, negative, depending on what people feel like, whether they want to or keep Brandon Ayuk or pay him that kind of money, which is certainly debatable. But I like it, too, because I'd like it if I was the 49ers, I'd want it clarified one way or the other. In other words, Brandon Ayuk says to you, I'm not taking a dime less than $30 million, so you might want to move me. Or, okay, let's come to a negotiation here, because I think the worst thing you can have, and even Nick Bosa said this, is uncertainty, and then he comes in late and maybe he gets hurt, whatever. I mean, again, I'm referencing Blake Snell. It's not exactly the same kind of a situation, but You don't want guys coming in late. You're trying to win a Super Bowl. You need clarification. You want this guy in the fold. Or if he's totally set against it and he tells you, I won't even play on the 14.1. Now, maybe you just say, you know what, we're gonna call your bluff on that, whatever it is. But it could be a lot of different things. But at the worst, it's give me some clarification and let's get this thing resolved one way or the other.
And they know each other. This is John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan. He's around the facility with them every single day. Once they go to training camp and all the way through, Super Bowls and championship games. So he knows these people. It's one thing to be told through your agent, they said this and they said that. You're like, really? I want to hear it from John directly or Kyle directly and exactly what they're thinking. And we'll see what the resolution is. If he's not satisfied by how it gets resolved, maybe he does make a formal request the way Debo did to be traded. Maybe they say, we're not trading you. But I think it's just, these are all people in the end. John was a player. He has respect for it. He knows Ryan Williams well. Kyle loves Brandon Ayuk, and Ayuk loves him. So we'll see how it gets resolved. But I think this just shows Brandon Ayuk is growing up. When he first got here, he was quiet, didn't say much, didn't have a lot of leadership. Remember his second year, he was in the doghouse. He should have done that when he was in Wes Welker and Kyle's doghouse as a player. His second year. What am I doing wrong? What do you not like about me? And then, maybe he would have gotten out earlier, but he responded then. So this is just a player that wants to hear it directly from the source to find out what's going on here, and they can tell him.
Well, here's the other side of it as I see it, because this is really an unusual offseason to be paying all these wide receivers and then have Brandon Ayuk not have a deal done. I do wonder because the parameters are really set. There's not, a lot of times in contract negotiations, it's, what are you going to pay the player? How are you going to structure it? All these different things. They have all the information they need. I just wonder where it's like, hey, if Brandon's coming in going, all these other guys getting paid, we know what the number is. What are we doing here? Because there has never been an offseason like this where one position dominated and the landscape of that changed so much. I just wonder if part of the reason why he's coming in here is to say, look, we know what the numbers are. Are you going to get to these or not? Because the number has changed. Like you and I said at the beginning of this process, it was you're probably going to get a deal around what Debo's was, and DK Metcalf had signed one like that, and Terry McLaurin had signed one like that, and it was about $3 for $75. The guarantees are around $40 million, and it's $3 and $75. That's kind of what it is. Now it's certainly closer to $30 million, and you're probably looking at least 4 years. It's been a major shift.
Well, Justin Jefferson got one for $35, and they wrote him a check for $88 million upon signing. And there are a couple of more big wide receivers that are going to get resolved. Jamar Chase, he may get close to Jefferson or more. Who knows? And then you got CeeDee Lamb in Dallas. So you got two more to go. But the other side of it is, what do the Niners have to do? He's under contract, so he's saying, you don't want me. Well, sit down. Of course we want you, and don't be ridiculous. But let's look at it. You're under contract. You're not a free agent. You're not holding out. We have you under contract. We picked up your fifth-year option. We're going to pay you $14,124,000 this year. If you want it, show up and play. And then we have a franchise tag we can use on you next year. Now, it was because T. Higgins got tagged this year at 21-2. Most observers feel that the franchise tag number for wide receivers next year in 2025 will jump up to about $24.7 million, which is a big jump in one off season from 21-2 to 24-7. But it may even go up more when you look at Chase and CeeDee Lamb, that the franchise tag is an average of the top five at each position. But even if they choose that route, John, what do we really have to give you? We're going to pay you $14.1 this year. We'll give you roughly $25 the next year. We could tag you again the following year, and then we can't tag you a third year in a row. They changed the rule on that. So we want to sign you. We want to get you long-term. But let's be realistic on what we have to do, what we will do. And I'm not saying that's the line of dialogue today, but when you look at it, the Niners do have some room to respond to these markets exploding as we have you under contract in your fifth-year rookie deal for this coming year, and we can franchise tag you next year and the year after if we choose.
Yeah, that would be very difficult because, like you said, you do long-term contracts so you can actually manipulate the salary cap. And if you're paying a guy on a on a tag. That they get all that money that year, and that's going to be tough, especially with Brock coming up. But we'll continue this discussion. But again, the big story is Brandon Ayuk is in town. He's meeting with the 49ers. ESPN the first to report it, and so I'm sure we'll find out something, maybe from Brandon Ayuk himself via social media, of what kind of meeting that was. But that's the latest. All right, this is really cool. We're starting to figure out what the Giants are going to do to honor Willie Mays tonight. And one thing they're going to do, well, you've discussed this before, so we have discussed this before, but it's very, very cool. This is probably the major thing that they're going to do, and we'll tell you what it is next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here after a very restful and peaceful weekend. What did I do all weekend? I slept on my sleep number bed. I don't get much sleep during the week, but on the weekends, I get double-digit hours just about every night on my sleep number bed because quality sleep is essential. That's why Sleep Number smart beds are designed for your ever-evolving sleep needs, so you can choose what's right for each of you wherever you like. You know about the adjustable settings on each side of the bed. This time of the year, we get some hot days and cool nights, and you can set up different Sleep Number temperatures to get through the night. So if you don't have a Sleep Number bed, you want to get one right now, and you can pick it up during our lowest prices of the season. Sleep Number smart beds are starting at $999. The sale will end, this deal will end this coming Sunday when we find out about Klay Thompson. Sunday, June the 30th. Prices are higher in Alaska and Hawaii. And J.D. Power has been ranked Sleep Number's number one. J.D. Power ranks Sleep Number number one in customer satisfaction with mattresses purchased in store. If you want to find out more about the J.D. Power 2023 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. But wherever way, if you want to take advantage of this sale, get yourself on a Sleep Number bed and do so by visiting a Sleep Number store or checking out sleepnumber.com.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Thanks for joining us. It's Papa and Lund. We were just holding, if I'm breathing hard, we were holding open tryouts in the bullpen area for Giants pitchers. I'm a little wild like Nuke LaLoosh. I just can't. I got no control. I got no control. Yeah, hit the bull. So, I don't know. I don't think I'm going to be the one, but we are holding open tryouts. So we'll see what happens. But we're starting to see some things. Michael Mays, Willie Mays' son, is going to be there tonight as the Giants honor Willie Mays. But maybe the biggest thing is, and you've talked about how difficult this is as a play-by-play announcer, the Giants are all going to wear 24 tonight in honor of Willie Mays. Nice. How about that?
Just the Giants, not the Cubs, just the Giants?
So far, the Giants have sent this out. Tonight, all uniformed San Francisco Giants personnel will wear 24 in honor of Willie Mays, and then they show the locker or the clubhouse, and it's got all the 24s hanging up. So I don't know what the Cubs are going to do. It sounds like just based on this that it'll be the Giants. But yeah, they're showing the clubhouse, and everybody's got a 24 hanging in their locker,
nice.
And it doesn't have Mays on the back; it just has 24. So it's just going to be the old school 24 for all the Giants. How cool is that?
Well, the home unis, they don't have their names on the back. Oh, they did add that, didn't they?
Yeah, they did.
Years ago, but when Willie played, they didn't
yeah, exactly. That's recent.
There was talk for the Rickwood game that each team, not just the Giants. Well, I guess the Cardinals maybe wouldn't do it. I don't know what they would do. But there was talk, I think, for the Rickwood game that everybody would wear 24. So maybe it would have been St. Louis as well. But they do it for, April 15th and Jackie Robinson Day, the day that he broke the color barrier. And did the Pirates have one where everybody wore 21? I think there was one where everybody did wore to honor the great Roberto Clemente. So I would, there has been talk about retiring number 24 around baseball. I wouldn't want that. I think it's more powerful when you see, like Cody Bellinger, the Cubs, he wears 24, didn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Rick Barry wore 24. Ricky Henderson, when he went to the Yankees and back with the A's every time, wore 35 when he was younger, but 24 later. Ken Griffey Jr. wore 24. When he was in Seattle. When he went to Cincinnati, he wore 30 to honor his dad. Anyway, I just think it's more powerful that way when you see the 24 on the field as opposed to just taking it out of existence. So that is a nice touch for all the Giants to wear 24 tonight.
Yeah, it's going to be special. So tune in tonight. I know, and of course we'll have it right here, Cubs and Giants. And not only is it an important game, as we always talk about, because they are falling back in the standings, only ahead of Miami in Colorado, but big series, but also it's going to be great with Willie Mays tonight. And again, all the Giants are going to wear 24. We also have an update on Brandon Ayuk. So this is what Ryan Clark said. We got from Schefter that Clark reported it, but the latest on Brandon Ayuk, and if you're just joining us, he's in town to speak with the 49ers. So he said he's been taking negotiations, quote-unquote, personal, and the offers so far have affected him. Ayuk's first choice is to stay in San Francisco, but he is comfortable playing elsewhere if they're willing to trade him. So that's what was said. That's what was reported. Again, he's been taking negotiations personal, which if you follow him on social media, you can tell that. Says the offers have affected him. His first choice is stay with the 49ers, but comfortable playing elsewhere if they are willing to trade him. So how do you take that?
Well, I went back and watched NFL Live to see exactly. And this was Ryan Clark, who did a nice job. He hosted the morning show with Greeny out today, and they were talking a lot about hockey, so it wasn't his area of expertise, obviously. Mario Lemieux is the name he was searching for a while, but then he went on NFL Live, and he kind of scooped the scooper, Adam Schefter, and Schefter had to tag it later. But apparently, I think he sat down with Ayuk recently, and Jaden Daniels was also in that meeting. So, again, this is, I'm sure this is for Brandon Ayuk. He's going through this for the first time in his career, and negotiations get tense. I mean, Nick Bosa went through it last year, and he was the defensive player of the year before, and certain people, react differently. But I think he was wondering why he wasn't being rewarded to where he wanted to be rewarded or where it was at. And we don't know exactly what the Niners have offered. Mike Silver did tell us a couple of weeks ago, John, that it was $26 million So I think it's, he did report that it was Ayuk that asked for the meeting. It's going on right now in Santa Clara. Ryan Williams' agent's there. John Lynch is there. Kyle Shanahan's there. I don't know if ownership would get involved at this stage. But this will be an important day because if he's taking the negotiations personal before today and he goes in and does not hear what he wants to hear to satisfy this, or at least, he could leave the meeting and his agent, this is just negotiation and the month will do a deal, or they could come away thinking they're not going to pay you what number you want. Then, either he comes away feeling satisfied to some degree by their negotiating tactics, or he does not, and he asks for a trade or request a trade. And then, they were in this situation with Debo a couple of years ago. Well, so we'll see. So there'll be more certainly coming out of this meeting because Ayuk is not, he's got the media to get, the mainstream media, people like Ryan Clark to get his message out, and so does Ryan Williams. And then Brandon Ayuk obviously has not been able to stay silent on social media. I think I'm a little surprised because Ayuk is stoic. If I had to say anything about that guy in practice or meetings or traveling or big games, he's just stoic. I mean, the one time we got him excited last year is when he came off the sideline to celebrate a touchdown in the preseason. Otherwise, he's pretty calm, Brandon Ayuk. So, but he going through this for the first time, as a pro, and it's big money on the line, it is getting to him a little bit. So we'll see what this meeting brings.
Yeah, and again, he's been, according to Ryan Clark of ESPN, Brandon Ayuk taking the negotiations personally, flew into town today. He says the offers have affected him, and his first choice is to stay with the 49ers, but he's comfortable playing elsewhere if they're willing to trade him. So that is what's going on as far as Ayuk. And again, it's a meeting with the 49ers today that he requested, and if you follow him on social media, he actually had on social media that he was on a plane to San Francisco, so it's not a surprise that he met with him. But I do think it's very significant that he requested it because, as you pointed out before, usually the agent handles everything. And I think that it sounds pretty obvious that he's here to get it exactly from the 49ers and if something's going to get done. Because I think one of the reasons he's taking it personal is because the offseason with all these other guys getting signed. And I think that if I were him, that's probably the problem I'd have it with. Like last offseason, not a bunch of edge rushers were getting signed and Nick Bosa was sitting there. His view on this, or my view certainly would be, why is everybody else getting a deal and I'm not? Am I not important to you? I mean, I could see him perceiving it that way. So
there was an explosion in the wide receiver market. I don't know if they fully, but when the offseason started, thought all these players would get this kind of money. Some of these guys did, like Amon-Ra St. Brown, Brad Holmes. Now, he was not a first-round pick, so he didn't have the fifth-year option to turn to. He was a later pick, but I don't know if we thought Amon-Ra St. Brown would get extended to this level right away in this career. So when other organizations decided to do it, then it created an explosion in the wide receiver market, and maybe the Niners knew it was coming. Maybe they didn't know it was coming to this extent.
All right, that's the latest on Brandon Ayuk. Give us your thoughts on it. 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627 on the Golden State Lumbers and Building Materials text line. A lot going on, and again, big story today as the Giants honor Willie Mays tonight. His son Michael Mays will be there. We know that. And they're all going to wear 24 tonight in honor of Willie Mays. So that's a couple of things happening in Oracle Park against the Cubs tonight. We'll give you a few more remnants before we get out of here at the top of the hour. Then it's Tolbert and Copes only here on the Sports Leader. Hey, good stuff. Are you already on your way? Okay. Do me a quick favor. A really good piece. What'll make it better, what do these guys do athletically, is send links to a couple of these stats.
and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, a couple things before we get out of here. So when we started talking about that stolen base thing, what's going on, the problem that's going on with the Giants, I just told my son, who's doing a ton of great stuff on social media, on Twitter, X, about just a Giants analytics in general. But I asked him, Pop, to write an article on it. I go, why don't you just write an article on it? And I think we'll publish it on KNBR.com, but it's really good. I just read it during the break, so make sure you're following him at G. Lund Media. He wrote a very nice piece on the problem and it's not on Patrick Bailey and the slow times of the plate for the Giants pitching staff. Really well done. So we're gonna get that published on KNBR.com. But at G. Lund Media, if you want to watch, or if you're into analytics for the Giants, he's like an analytical crazy person. So anyway, it's up there right now.
So the numbers you sent from George.
Yeah.
The Giants are 28, 28, 28, 29, 29, 20th, 25th, 26th, and just about every category as it relates to stolen bases in baseball, both stealing them and allowing them.
Yes.
How many teams are there in baseball, John? 30?
Yeah.
28th and 29th are not good.
Yeah, it is not good. So anyway, and he talks about how slow they are to the plate and all these kind of things, and a lot of numbers in here, but it's good. It's good stuff. So we'll talk a little bit about it tomorrow, but that is the major problem. We talked about the pitching injuries and what they're going to do in that case. They did bring up a reliever today, but it is going to be another opener today with Spencer Howard getting the majority of the bulk innings. So we shall see. That is the story. But again, the big story is all the Giants will wear 24 tonight to honor Willie Mays. We do know Michael Mays is in town. Willie Mays' son is in town. So part of the ceremony tonight to honor the Say Hey Kid. So make sure that you tune in, listen, and or just go to the game, which would be nice, right?
And this one's going to be powerful. We've obviously said goodbye to some of the greats, including Willie McCovey, and although that was during the offseason. So in the middle of a season like this, to lose someone like, Dwight Clark did pass, John, and it's hard, when you lose our legends. But this is Willie Mays. This is the San Francisco's first real star in the sporting sense, and it's going to be emotional, to go to 24 Willie Mays Plaza tonight and not have the Say Hey Kid there. So I love the 24 touch where they're all going to wear 24 tonight and having his son Michael Mays there. But I do wonder about his godson to have Barry Lamar Bonds there. Barry was there at Rickwood, and he did talk about a lot of things, hitting home runs off Satchel Paige, but he said it was too emotional to get into talking about Willie. And I remember being at that Willie Mays dock in the Castro. What was it, last fall? Not this past fall, I think the fall before. And Mays was on the panel. And, he said so much to say about his godfather, Willie Mays. So I wonder if Barry's going to be up to it. I'm sure John Miller will have a prominent role tonight, watching him and broadcasting Giants baseball all these years, and more than anything, growing up in the Bay Area as a huge Mays fan and a Giants fan. But I wonder if Barry, almost a week now, Willie passed on Tuesday, and Monday, almost a full week later, John, if he will have the emotional control to be able to take a microphone and talk tonight.
Yeah, that's a great question. That is going to be something to watch. Definitely got to tune in tonight for this game and look at the way that they honor it. They always do it first class, so they'll do that. As far as other things on the agenda, and I don't know, again, I don't know if you want to turn away from the Giants game tonight because it is going to be so emotional to honor number 24. But we got 2 championships, right? Jeff Kent's kid and Texas A&M take on Tennessee, and that's for the national championship in baseball. And then Game 7, one of the best things
think
ever.
We get to Game 7 in this series after Florida won the first 3, but Edmonton, Connor McDavid, if they win tonight, John, he is going to be, it's early, but obviously up in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, Wayne Gretzky became the great one up there. If he can come from 3-0 down to win the next 4 and win the Stanley Cup, and there's not been a team in Canada that's won the Cup in 31 years. Florida's never won the Cup. So we're going to have a big night. And Jeff Kent's son, just watching a little bit of him over the weekend.
Got some talent.
He plays second base like his dad, and he can hit. He can rake.
Did you see? I don't know if you saw this yesterday, but every time that his son would come up to the plate for Texas A&M, they'd show, of course, Jeff Kent. And he gets
nails.
He gets a hit. And then he gets picked off first base, and Jeff Kent is pointing to his temple over and over, like you got it,
Be smart.
Be smart. Be smart. It's just like, man, that is. Can you imagine Jeff Kent as the baseball dad? Like, be Jeff Kent's kid? Oh, my God.
I'd say to Jeff if I was his son, Dad, just enjoy the game. Would you? Come on, Barbieri. Just enjoy
the game.
He's gotten big.
Yeah.
You wouldn't want to fall off from washing his truck now or even a motorcycle. He's a big boy.
He is a big boy. So
Which leads to, and the Cubs had a nice honor yesterday for Ryan Sandberg and the statue of Ryan.
Yeah, that was cool. They had Costas on.
Is Jeff Kent ever going to make the Hall of Fame?
I know, yeah, it's funny you say that because I was thinking the same thing because they said among second basemen, he's second home runs, Ryan Sandberg to Jeff Kent. It's like he never even got close, It always smacks of personal to me because Jeff wasn't great with the media, obviously, but man.
But Rhino was such a better defensive player.
Yeah, he was.
But he got to hold guys out of the Hall of Fame because they weren't great defenders. Is Mike Piazza in the Hall of Fame?
Yeah, there's a lot of guys who are only in because of their bat. There's no question about it. I mean, there's a DH in the Hall of Fame. David Ortiz. He was a DH. He play any defense. So you're going to hold it against Jeff Kent? I mean, my God, man. It's crazy.
Is Piazza in the Hall of Fame or no? I don't think he did the steroids.
Yeah, I think he is. He is in the Hall of Fame.
Is he a Hall
Yeah,
of
he
Famer?
is. Yeah, because I've seen him wear the Hall of Fame jersey. Yeah, he is in the Hall. Piazza. And then one more.
He is. He went in 2016.
Yeah.
You're right, yeah.
Jared Goff, pretty nice summer. Got the $212 million contract, and he married his model girlfriend, Kristen Harper, over the weekend.
Saw that.
So congratulations to Jared Goff. Bury his own.
From Marin Catholic.
Yeah, that's a pretty good weekend.
Remember when he got traded
summer,
to Detroit? He left L.A. and he was sitting there in Detroit, Michigan, and thinking, what the hell am I doing?
Exactly. Pretty good, man.
We're going to see that guy the second to last game of the year, and that could be for supremacy in the NFC.
Yeah, could be. All right, great stuff. Thanks to Susan Slusser. As always, Kendra Andrews was tremendous talking Warriors and Klay Thompson. If you missed any of those interviews, just go to KNBR.com. Thanks, Kyle. Thanks to Walter. Walter did a fair job as well. Danny was off. I didn't even notice. Yeah, really.
He didn't work today?
Yeah. You didn't even notice either, huh?
That's why the show went so well.
Yeah, come on. Danny's big poll, that's all he contributes, really. And it's not even that big. All right, that'll do it for today. Good to see you again. Great to be back. They're coming up next. Great guest menu today for Tolbert and Cope, Sam Amick, Mike Dunleavy press conference at 3:30, Bobby Marks, and more coming up next on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station.
The NBA brought him to the Bay. While his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Hello? What is shaking? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. Today on the broadcast, Sam Amick going to join us from The Athletic, who might have the Mike Dunleavy press conference, see what's going on in Warrior Land. Bobby Marks, ESPN, and Bags will join us as we get you ready for the Giants and the Cubbies. What's going on?
What's up, dude?
Chilling.
How was the fair on Friday?
It was good. I mean, fair is always
Did you
good.
forget?
No, we didn't do. It wasn't. I mean, it was different this year because there's only 3 of us that went. Usually, it's the whole family that goes. But Lori's out of town. Haley was out of town. She was in Vegas visiting my mom. And Walker and Elisa didn't want to take Kai. He's only like a month old, and we figured 90 degrees, probably a little too.
Kai?
Kai? A little too warm for him. So it's just us 3. So just went on rides, and then we had to get the Alaskan racing pigs in. So we got the Alaskan racing pigs. They added a new pig this year. Pigs are always the same. You got strawberry and Yukon and sourdough Jack, but they did add one. They added that's a funny name. Not Shakira, Porkira. So Porkira was there.
Yeah.
She was racing.
She have some hips? Some pork hips?
Yeah, they didn't lie, and she didn't come in first either. And then Luke Porkwalker, or was it? Yeah, I think it was Luke Porkwalker.
It's not even clever.
No. It was Luke Skyporker is what it was. Luke Skyporker.
Skyporker? Just better.
So we did that, and then we before we left, had to have the mega corn dog.
Yeah. Oh, we saw. We showed it to the live stream today.
That thing was huge,
dude. It was. I couldn't even. You didn't even have the whole thing in frame.
I know.
You couldn't even. You had to like pull the camera a little higher, bro, so we could see the whole thing.
Yeah, I put it on the paper plate and just put my hand next to it.
That whole hog's not even in frame. You see that thing?
I was actually going to hold it in a more lewd way, but you wouldn't have been able to show it to the audience.
No,
Who knows? Maybe with this show you would have.
No, it's all internet there. You know, I mean, we're streaming, by the way, the KNBR app.
That's a good point.
You can see corn dogs
So
outside.
I got a corn dog. Camila got a corn dog. And Weston got like a just massive, but like the corn dog, the size of the corn dog, but it was like a sausage. So I ate that, and then drove home. So about 3.5, 4 hours at the fair. Didn't do the ponies this year. Usually like to do the ponies, but Camila was kind of leading the parade this year, so we just let her do what she wanted to do, and she loves the pigs, so she got to go over there. Next to the pigs is like the little feeding farm, so she got to go over there and feed the donkey and the goats and the pig and whatnot. And then she came over. We watched the racing pigs, and then that was about it. So, but yeah, she did the rides for a long time. Like it just, and I was just kind of standing there watching.
I got a question.
I don't really fit on the rides, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I didn't think so. No. I think Shaq sent out a tweet like that years ago when he was still playing. And he said, at Knott's Berry Farms, my ass is too big for the rides.
Yeah.
And he said, or something like that. He said, that's me screaming on the rides.
Dude, I used to go to Knott's Berry Farm a lot when I was younger because that's like 15 minutes from the house. And it was closer and cheaper than Disneyland. So my buddy used to work at Knott's Berry Farm. In fact, I want to say that was the first park that had a Halloween theme, not Scary Farms.
Yeah.
And the first couple years was awesome because it was before anybody realized like what was going on, and it was so cool. You just ripped through the rides like all night. Like hardly anybody was there because you had to buy tickets in advance for it. So nobody would buy them, and we'd go there. And then about the third year, people caught on, and then it was just
too busy.
Brutal. You go on like 4 rides, 5 rides in a night, whereas the first couple of years you'd go on like 30. It was literally just you walk and get in a line and going right to the front again. And then after that, and they were the best one. They were much better than Disneyland. You realize if I talk about the fair, that was memories too, idiot. I mean, anything I talk about is fair.
Yeah, idiot.
I could talk about what happened yesterday. That's memories. Jeez, this guy. He loves his.
Tim loves a bit. He loves a bit.
Speaking of memories, it's your memory. How long you been doing that, Tim? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's what I thought.
Let me ask you this about the pigs. Do they find the same fate as like horse racing, like horses that race?
No. These are actually endangered species.
Oh,
They're,
really?
What kind of pigs are they?
Do they breed them like is like Baffert going to make a run on the pig circuit?
I don't think Baffert's involved or Dwayne Lucas.
Dude, he's like, no, the pig ate the wrong slop, dude. I swear,
Yeah.
somebody peed near the slop that pig ate. That's why he tested positive.
But they're little pigs. They're like maybe a loo and a half. They're not super big, and they got the little starting gate. They got 6 of them that run around this little track, and they jump over these little hurdles. In fact, they do the same bit every year, and they have the same script every single year too, pretty much.
It's like Jungle Cruise, yeah.
Yeah, exactly same deal. So they have the one. We're like, hey, you want to see the pig do something a little bit different? We're gonna bring him out here, and he's gonna jump this huge jump, and then everybody's going crazy, and they're like, do you want to make it higher? So they make it, like 3 feet tall, and there's no way this pig's going to make it over. But people have never seen it before are like, oh, man, it's going to be incredible seeing this little pig jump over this thing. So he comes tearing around the track, and he gets to it, and there's a trap door in the bottom, and he just goes through the trap door and then goes to the trough, and everybody's like, oh. Of course, when you've seen it 7 times, you know exactly what's coming.
It was coming,
so,
yeah.
Yeah, it kind of loses. I go, should I ruin it for everybody? There's a trap door. He's not going to jump it. I was like, nah, don't be that guy. Don't ruin it for everybody. So.
Go. Winner!
But the kids love it. The kids love it.
It's for the kids. It's for the kids.
It's absolutely for the kids. But for us, it's like, hey, we get to sit in the shade for a little bit. Watch some pigs run around the track. But yeah, I guess they're not endangered, but they have some sort of God, what do they call it? I forget what they call it. But no, they're not. These pigs aren't the pigs that you're having on Sunday. So they're good to go.
Tolbert and Cobes with you on a Monday. We got some Warrior stuff to get into. Going to be a busy week for basketball. The draft this week, free agency starts this week, and the Klay Thompson stuff has flared up. I guess we knew it was coming.
What, like a hemorrhoid?
Yeah, it's gotten noisy now. You know what I mean? It's gotten noisy because stuff was not so noisy in these contract negotiations.
Some preparation H for that.
Some preparation Clay. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. Warrior fans, would you rather have Klay Thompson back or improve the team, or do you think those go hand in hand? I think those two are maybe two different things at this point with the Warriors and Klay Thompson. Tom, if I had to ask you what you thought we were giving away tickets to this week, what would you guess?
Boy, I'm gonna Aftershock.
You nailed it, bro. We are giving away tickets to the Sunday passes to the Aftershock Festival. Dude, you asked last week. You're like, what happened to Aftershock? And I said, relax, bro. We had to mix in the Stone Temple Pilots. Now we got the Aftershock Festival Sunday passes. We're gonna give away 2 every day of this week. When you hear the cue to call between 2 and 6, be caller 10 to the studio, 415-896-KNBR, and you'll win Sunday passes to the Aftershock Festival, October 13th of this year at Discovery Park in Sacramento. I can do this with my eyes closed now, by the way, dude. Grab these official rules at knbr.com. Tim, what's the cue to call? That sounded good, dude. Tim, why don't you play music like that other times, dude?
The Trooper, yeah.
Probably
isn't Aftershock just a tremor by now?
All right. Well, it hasn't hit yet. It hasn't hit yet. It's going to hit the weekend before, and then this will be what happens after that. When you hear that soundbite, not that one. When you hear the other soundbite, be caller 10 to the studio, 415-896-KNBR, and you'll win those Sunday passes to the Aftershock Festival. 808-KNBR is the number to call. Warrior fans, would you rather have Klay Thompson back, or is improving the team more of the necessity? Or do you think those go hand in hand? I think those are two different things at this point. Talks between the Warriors and Klay Thompson have frozen. We'll get into that next on the Sports Leader.
Hercules, shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Hercules' Sports Leader.
According to Anthony Slater of The Athletic, talks between the Warriors and Klay Thompson are frozen, and it's more probable than ever that he could leave Golden State. Give us your thoughts, 415-808-KNBR.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This is KNBR, and they are Tolbert and Copes. Listen to us here and follow us on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. We are KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Lean into the fact you're a vet, you made X amount of money, you don't have to worry about nothing, like you're playing for the love of the game. And I think once I realized that and I relax a little bit rather than trying to play for a contract or all-star nod or some accolades, but rather just play for the love of the game. And the fact they get to play cards with the guys on the plane. We're playing ping pong last night after the game. We're having fun. That's the beauty of the game right there. Not trying to get another max deal or another endorsement, but just smelling the roses and appreciating all the work it took to get here. And in saying that, when it comes to free agency in July, I just got to keep that in mind. Like, yes, I want to re-sign with the Doves, but I also have to prioritize my mental health and lay out what is important to me at this point in my career.
Tolbert and Copes with you. Those are comments from Klay Thompson about his free agency on the Draymond Green podcast. That was back in April 8th of this year. So coming up on 3 months ago is when Klay said that. Anthony Slater released an article in The Athletic on Saturday morning saying that there are no negotiations or no traction has been made. Nothing on the table in terms of a contract or progress towards one. This is per NBA sources as reported by Anthony Slater between Klay Thompson and the Warriors. There's a growing thought among NBA sources that even if the Warriors do eventually approach Klay Thompson with a competitive offer, matching or exceeding the money in years, this is what Anthony Slater writes, it's become increasingly conceivable, according to league sources, that Thompson will decide to leave regardless, searching for a fresh start in a different environment, detached from some of the built-up friction in the previous seasons. And again, this is per Anthony Slater and league sources. He's reporting this. He did decline that 2-year, $48 million extension before last season, and it wasn't really close. Like, they weren't really close on coming to a deal. So in those comments there, he's talking about it's not just about getting the max deal or the max number of years, and it may not even really be about the market, is what Anthony Slater's reporting here. It may be more about what Klay needs to continue his NBA career, and maybe that does mean a fresh start somewhere else.
Well, let's be clear. That offer's gone. That offer ain't coming back.
No.
They would not offer him that deal again. So I don't know if he wants that one, but that one's bye-bye with the Warriors. Here's a question I have, and I brought this up a couple weeks ago. Would the Warriors be better off without Klay Thompson?
Yeah, it's a great question.
I'm beginning to wonder if Klay Thompson can be happy here under the circumstances in which he will be presented, because he's not going to get the money he wants to be here. So if he doesn't get the money he wants, is he going to feel disrespected even though he's here? Will he always be thinking about that when he's here? Will he just be miserable when he's here because he'll be thinking the same things that he thought last year? And look, that clip, listening to Klay, that all sounded great and everything. But I don't think that's the way it is. That may have been how he was feeling at the time, but I don't think it's always that way. I think there's a large part of Klay that feels disrespected by the organization because they haven't paid him, let's say, what Draymond's making. Draymond got 4 years, $100 million. Klay would sign that in a heartbeat. But again, that's not being offered, nor would it be offered. It wouldn't be offered for half of that. It wouldn't be offered for 2 years, 50, because 2 years, 48 was offered. He didn't accept it. So can he get over that? Will it just be something constant with him if he's back with this team, that I can't believe I'm here, they're only paying me this, I'm playing 15 minutes, I'm not even closing the game, I closed this game, I didn't close that game, I'm being used differently, like I'm a legend here, I should be treated differently here. Like, can he get over that? That's one of the questions I have, and that's why I brought up would they be better off without him? Because I think people think, they'd be great if they could get Klay back. Just, maybe he's not the same player, but he could be. But will he be in the same mind? That's the thing. Can he be in the same mindset? Because back when they were rolling, he was one of the main guys. It was him, Steph. It was the Splash Brothers. They kind of led the way. Then it was Draymond. So there was three of them, and then to a lesser extent, not playing wise, there was KD. But he was never really part of that three because they were here from the beginning. There was Bogut, there was Iguodala, there was Sean Livingston, there was David West, there was Harrison Barnes. I mean, there was a bunch of guys in there, but it was really those three. So now he sees Steph's taken care of, Draymond's taken care of. What about me? I was part of this. I helped you guys win 4 championships, and I think there's part of him that does feel disrespected. I think it's misplaced, to be honest with you. But look, when you're a Hall of Fame player and you're at the top of the mountain, coming down the backside's got to be tough. Like, I wouldn't know anything about that, but especially with the same organization. Like I said, it'd be easier to do it with a different organization, but the same organization, the same fans coming to watch you play, it's going to be in your head. They're thinking, oh, man, poor Clay. He's not playing as much. He's not quite. Instead of just enjoying the moment, as he said, I'm not sure he could ever enjoy the moment again with the Warriors without thinking that way.
That's where I'm at.
Yeah, because last year was kind of a bleep show. I mean, it ebbed through certain parts of the year, and he was bad, then it was good, then he fell. It really, to me, kind of culminated in that Clipper loss. I think it was the Clipper loss where he fouled at the end of the game. It's like, what are you doing? You haven't been paying attention? Like, when Steve put him in at the end of the game, he was mad that he had to go in. Like, what are you doing? You put me in now? And then he committed a foul. He wasn't even paying attention to the game. That was where it really kind of, like, to me, became and it may have been before that, but that's where it became a big problem. Like, this guy's not even paying attention. And you can't have that out there. There's a lot of young guys out there, too, trying to learn how to play. And they watching you, and, you're sulking, and it just, so if that's going to be Clay, where there's going to be ups and downs, peaks, and all that stuff, then no, I don't want Clay. And I don't know why Clay would want to be here for that. If he's talking about mental health, that can't be good for your mental health, where it's like things are great for a week, bad for a week, great for a week, bad for a week. It's just, it's not the same. He's not going to, I do not believe, retire a Warrior and feel as positively as he felt during the heyday. It's just not going to be that way. So that was kind of my point. Can he mentally get over that and just embrace the new challenge? Because he talked about that last year, too. He just embracing the challenge. What did he say? Smell the roses, just enjoy basketball for basketball, help the young guys, all that. That would be great. I don't know that he's going to be able to do that with the Warriors, because there's always going to be something inside him saying, you know what, I should be getting more playing time. I should be getting the ball. I helped build this franchise. I helped build this team. I'm part of the reason we're here in San Francisco. I'm part of the reason they got Chase Center. I'm going to the Hall. All that stuff. It's like, yeah, but that's over. That's done. That's done. That's in the past now. There's going to be a time to celebrate you, where they will, if they put statues out there, you'll be one of them. They retire your number. Fans celebrate you. Party time. That's after you're retired. That isn't now. Now we're trying to win games and trying to build for the future. And if you can embrace that, that would be great. I don't know that he can embrace that. That's why I believe it'd probably be better for him to be somewhere else in the Warriors and not to have him on the team. Because last year was not easy. It was a hard adjustment for him to try and come to grips with not being the player he once was. And the toughest part about it, and I always bring up the Dan Marino analogy, because for me growing up, I always thought, Dan Marino was my favorite player, loved Dan Marino. Well, him and Dan Fouts a little earlier. But, when Dan Marino got older, he just wasn't the same quarterback. But every so often, he'd throw for like 340, 350, and you're like, oh, damn. Dan Marino's got it. But you realize he didn't really have it. He just had it occasionally. Like, that's how great he was. Like, Clay has it occasionally. He'll go out there when Steve had him go to the bench. He came out in Utah, lit him up, and then he had a real nice run of games. Like, oh, he's got it. But then he didn't have it again. Very end of the season, didn't have it. That's what happens. You get it here and there, and you think, oh, he's got it, but you don't. It just goes to show you how hard it is to be very good to great on a nightly basis in pro sports. Like, what Steph does is absurd. Like, to be able to be that good for that long, that consistent. LeBron's even more absurd. But you start looking and you're like, God, man, it's hard to be great. It really is. Clay was like, if not great, he was right below that because of his two-way abilities for a long time. Now he's got to come to grips with he's not that guy. He's like a role player type guy. It's hard to come to grips with. So I think there's a real good chance that he might come to the conclusion it's best for me to go somewhere else. They might come to the conclusion. Because, I mean, do the Warriors even really want to sign him? Let's say they get Clay for $15 million, $16 million a year. Great bargain, but is it really? I mean, is the bargain so great when you got to put up with someone who thinks he should be making more, thinks you cheated him, thinks he's being disrespected the whole year? Like, is that worth it? Like, is that what you want on the team? I don't think so. So it is going to be interesting to see what happens, but I'm getting the feeling more and more that it might be better for both of them. Just a clean break and just, hey, you go do your thing, we'll do ours.
I would tend to agree with you. He does seem to me more than anyone else involved in the dynasty that he will wave his arms about what he's accomplished and what they've accomplished in the past when things aren't going well in the present and want to be credited for what's happened. But it's about the present. Right, Tim? It was a perfect chance for the memories line, but Tim didn't want to go there. He wasn't on top of that one, were you, Tim? Tolbert
he doesn't take requests. Oh. He does it on his own time.
Well, and to your point, Tom, it's when you have a player, the NBA is unique. When you have a player like Steph Curry and you still view him in the prime of his career and the way he's playing right now, you have to go all in, and you've already invested in Draymond. You've got some solid young players. Does Klay Thompson make this next roster better? And I don't believe he does. The question everybody around the NBA is asking with the draft and free agency looming, does a guy like Paul George make this Warrior roster better, and could they pull off something there? We'll discuss that a bit next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
415-808-KNBR, 808-5627, the number to call, and a text if you want to hit the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. You can always join us. Check in on the chat on the YouTube page, twitch.tv/thesportsleader, and KNBR.com and the KNBR app. And this is what I was talking about earlier is, like, do fans want more Klay Thompson to come back? And my general feeling, Tom, is, like, while there's sentiment around Klay, it's a different feeling than like with baseball, where you win the championship and everybody win a World Series and everybody's hanging around and you want to bring them back. Just having Barry Bonds, the best player in the game for well over a decade, didn't make you the best team in baseball, and it didn't make you a favorite to win the World Series every year, right? Baseball's a different game. Football, the same thing. You got a great quarterback, you have a chance. Tom Brady was always in it. Mahomes has a great team and a great coach. You believe that. But I think with the NBA, it's different. When you have one superstar and you have like 12 guys on a team and you can put a couple other guys around him and really, really change your franchise's fortunes, you have to go all in, especially at the end of an era. And it is near the end. We're on the, you've said it before, I don't know how far into the back nine, but we're on the back nine of Steph Curry's career, and he's still playing like we're in the front nine. He's still playing like he's in his prime. He's playing well enough to be the best player on a championship team. Does a guy like Klay Thompson, does bringing him back make the team better? A name that's been thrown around is Paul George. Is he a fit for the Warriors, and could you pull off a deal like this? Brian Windhorst today on Get Up this morning said that with free agency looming this weekend, Paul George could be traded as soon as this weekend. It's not an unlikely possibility. He's really got three options. He can sign an extension and stay with the Clippers. He can opt into the last year on his deal and request to be traded. If he opts in, that means he's probably and more likely going to be traded, or he could opt out and just become a free agency. Option 2 is what the Warriors would need, him to opt in to the 1 year and want to be traded. The Clippers have been trying to extend him since they extended Kawhi Leonard to a 3-year deal, $153 million. That was back in January. But a lot of the speculation is he's kind of waiting to see what happens with both Kawhi and what happens with James Harden, because he knows Kawhi's there, but he wants to know if James Harden will be around also. They may not know that. He may just have to opt in or opt out and make a decision.
Oh, man. What, if you want to give up Kuminga, there might be a way to get that done.
Well, there's a couple of trades here that could potentially get it done money-wise.
Okay.
And the way it would work, and a few of them that have been thrown out that, again, would the Clippers do these deals? I don't know. It would be Paul George, and this would be interesting, Paul George and P.J. Tucker in return for Chris Paul, Andrew Wiggins, and Moses Moody.
Yeah, that's if I'm the Clippers, not a chance.
Now,
I wouldn't even consider that.
You could do the same deal if it were Paul George and Mason Plumlee.
and that's what I get, Wiggins, and I don't know why people think unless I read everything wrong, like the Warriors do not want Chris Paul for $30 million. I don't know why we think anybody else wants Chris Paul for $30 million. Like if I'm a team that wants Chris Paul, I'll just wait for the Warriors to waive him, because I think there's a good chance they just might waive him. Because I keep asking, like, why the Warriors don't want him for $30 million. Who the hell wants? I mean, why would anybody else want Chris Paul for $30 million? Like, if I'm the Clippers or the Lakers or a team that wants Chris Paul, I just wait until the Warriors, because why do I want him for $30 million? Now, if you throw in Kuminga, if I'm the Clippers, now you have my attention. Now I'm thinking, okay, if we could make something like that work, then I might take Chris Paul. If you're going to, but for Wiggins, the way Wiggins played last year, like to me, that's again, if I'm the Clippers, I'm like, nope.
But I don't think this is about a want for Chris Paul. I think it's about a need to keep that money open. 1 year deal for Chris Paul. It's only 1 year, and it's about Paul George wanting out. If James Harden is not back, you need a point guard. If Paul George says, I'll opt in, but I want out, you have to trade me, then you could lose him on an opt-out and he becomes a free agent. You don't have a point guard or Paul George now, and you've got nothing there to replace it and no assets to replace it with.
I'm
not saying they want it.
I'm still not taking that phone call. I'm a little confused because, again, I get with the salary cap stuff. Everybody keeps talking about you got to keep that salary slot open, but at the end of the year, you're going to lose that money anyway with Chris Paul. So
unless you do the extended trade, maybe that doesn't work. It's more about the Warriors keeping the spot.
Yeah, I'm not sure what you're holding on to it for, unless you think you can flip him at the trade deadline, which I don't know. The whole thing is like it's kind of convoluted, but I'm not sure. And you'd probably have to give up some ones too. I'm thinking the Clippers probably want some draft picks if they're going to do something like that, because they gave away all their draft picks, I think, to Oklahoma City for Paul George. So I don't know. Yeah, I mean, would it be nice to have Paul George? Yeah, it'd be nice to have Paul George. He's really good. It definitely be an upgrade. There's no doubt about that. But I don't know. I mean, I feel like
you don't believe they can improve the roster to that extent without giving up Kuminga.
No,
that's kind of where that's. I mean, that's kind of been your sense since we started
because
talking
he's
trades
the one guy that I really want if I'm another team. Now he's not a guy who you know exactly what you're getting, but there's a ton of upside there, and you're thinking, boy, we could do that. Now that I'd be interested in, but I'm not interested in Wiggins, even though I think he's still a pretty good player, but he wasn't very good last year, and his price tag's relatively, I won't say cheap. You know, it's $28 million, but that's not all. I mean, you're getting guys making $60, $70 million now in the NBA, so it's not absurd. I mean, I just saw Scotty Barnes is going to sign a deal with the Raptors for $270 million, like it's a rookie max, whatever it is, some kind of max deal, 5 years, $270. It's like, that's over 50. It's like, I mean, I love Scotty Barnes.
He's the face of the league, remember?
God, $50 million. I mean, that's just kind of where we are. So you almost have to recalibrate. Yeah, 28 is like, no, you know, that's definitely doable. That's not something you look at and go, yeesh. That's so. But I want something, and there's no doubt Wiggins. I think Wiggins can still play, but I mean, has he? I can't tell you. Oh, he can be really good, but he wasn't last year. The 3-point shooting was down last year. He kind of was up and down with his offense last year. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, what you don't want to do is keep chasing championships that aren't really realistic. Like, hey, let's chase it. Let's sell out for this guy and then get a 5th seed. Because that's really what you have to ask yourself. Okay, does this make us better than OKC? OKC got better, by the way. I don't know if we talked about it, but they got Alex Caruso.
Yeah, the trade.
They got better. Because they traded Giddey, who I like Giddey, but he didn't fit with that team anymore. He just didn't. Because Shai Gilgeous is the guy that handles the ball all the time. And if Giddey's not handling the ball, I don't want to say he's useless, but he's not a spot-up shooter. So you just kind of, you don't really know what to do with him. So he didn't really have a role anymore with the Thunder. And he'll have a bigger role and probably play better with the Bulls. But Caruso's a winner. Caruso does a lot of the little stuff that you just don't see in the box score. So that team's going to get better. Minnesota's going to be better. Denver will be back. I think Dallas will be better next year. So, I mean, that's what you have to ask yourself. Does this put us in the top 4? Or can we get in the top 4 with this? And you don't know exactly what Steph's going to be next year. Like, there was definitely a drop-off this year. There's no doubt. I mean, he's still, I agree with you, he can still be the best player on a championship team, but you got to have somebody closer to him now than maybe you had back in the day. So all those things got to be weighed, and then you start talking about Kuminga. Okay, what if Kuminga takes a jump this year? Okay, now you might be on to something. So do you want to trade someone who's young for a guy that's over 30 now and think, okay, next 2 years we're going to really give it a shot? But to me, giving it a shot is like, hey, if we can assemble this roster, we can be a top 2 seed. Maybe 3, but definitely top 3, but maybe top 2. Now you're talking. Now you're cooking. I'm not sure that they can get there with that. So it may just be, look, it may be time to kind of recalibrate. Okay, what are we going to do here? What kind of position are we going to put ourselves in? I know everybody, hey, you owe it to Steph. You get more championships. Let's do it while Steph's still rolling. Like, I get all that. I get it. But it doesn't go on forever. They won 4 championships.
Yeah.
That's pretty strong, 4 championships. So to keep thinking it's going to go on and on and on, keep chasing your tail, then you end up putting yourself in a position like the Clippers and Lakers and stuff like that where you're like, we're not really there, but we're not so far away. And then we don't have any draft picks. So now what do we do? So again, that's why I thought this offseason would be really interesting for the Warriors, kind of see which direction they go.
415-808-KNBR, 808-5627, the number to call in to text. Lots of funny texts on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. 415 says, hopefully Clay's agent doesn't go 0 for 10 during contract talks. That's pretty good text there from the 415. And then somebody else, 707, says, Bill Walsh would have moved Klay Thompson years ago. Let's go out to the phone lines. He might have. Steven's in Albany. Steven in Albany, you're on the Sports Leader, man. How you feeling about the Klay situation?
Hi, fellas. Thanks. Great discussion. Appreciate it. I kind of agree that Klay should go, even though I'd like him to stay. But I'm wondering if it's more than just money. Mike, I'm wondering if maybe he's tired of being like all the texts that came in today seem to be move Klay, and I'm wondering if he's feeling like, why am I the scapegoat? And in some ways, he improved his game last year. We started seeing penetration and passing from him that we'd never seen before. Of course, his defense dropped off, and he's not the consistent shooter that he was, but he also improved in some ways. And whereas Draymond seems to get a pass, even though he is a large part responsible for Poole being out of town, and all the suspensions and disqualifications led to how many losses last year. And like Tom just said about Steph is incredible. We all know that, but he's not as consistent as he was in the past. 5 assists and 3 turnovers over the course of a year, is not like top notch for a Hall of Fame point guard. So I mean, the blame goes around to everybody. It's just not Klay.
I hear you.
No, I get it, and I don't think we have to. I wouldn't use the term scapegoat. I'm trying to come at this from a logical standpoint of what's best for Klay, what's best for the team, and how we got to this point. But I don't blame Klay at all for how last season ended up. I mean, a lot of it is on Draymond. Let's be honest. I mean, Draymond cost his team a lot of games last year, just with his foolishness and his inability to control his emotions. A lot of games. So that was first and foremost. And then they just weren't good enough. I mean, they weren't good. They had good spurts. They finished the season really strong. I thought it helped when they moved TJD into the starting rotation. Kuminga had some really good stretches. Wiggins had a few decent stretches where he's pretty good. But that's what kind of, that's what those type, like 7, 8, 9 seeds do. They look really good at some point, and they don't look great another point. They're just not super, super consistent. But, I mean, Klay was definitely I wouldn't say part of the problem, but him not being as good as he once was led to them being where they were. But you're absolutely right. I mean, Draymond cost his team more games, as many games, if not more than Klay. But when Draymond's out there, he's more impactful than Klay is at this point. That's why he got those 4 years, $25 million. And I do believe that Klay looked at that and said, look, I'm not asking for max. He didn't get max, but I'm as valuable as he is, and I've done as much as he has around here to help us win these championships, and he'd be absolutely right. Yeah. But the fact is, we're not back there. We're not in 2022. Right. We're not in 2017. We're in 2024, and he's not as valuable as Draymond is right now, and he's having a hard time coming to grips with it.
Yeah, agreed. All right, thanks a lot, guys.
Thanks, man.
The call,
appreciate the phone call.
Thanks so much. 808-KNBR is the number to call in to text if you want to get involved in the conversation. All of our suckholes checking in on the YouTube page. I see guys True Blue and Rockin'. They're all hanging out on a Monday afternoon. Sam Amick is going to join us, get a little deeper into this Klay conversation. Can the Warriors improve to a championship level without moving a guy like Jonathan Kuminga? We can ask that to Sam Amick, who joins us next on the Sports Leader. Tim Kawakami of The Athletic joined Murph and JD this morning and believes the market for Klay Thompson as a sixth man is not as big as previously believed. Listen to that podcast. It's available now, KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, we continue talking some NBA basketball with Sam Amick of The Athletic. Sammy, always good to catch up with you. How are you?
Tommy T, doing great. Thanks for having me, sir.
No, absolutely. So we're just trying to kind of figure out this Clay thing, and I was saying before you came on, I think I think ultimately it'd be better for both sides if Clay went somewhere else and the Warriors looked somewhere else, just because I'm not sure Clay is ever going to truly be happy with the Warriors based on what they're going to offer him. So how do you look at that? And how do you see this whole thing kind of unfolding? Because I think Clay's thinking, I don't know if you feel the same way I do, Sam, that Clay feels kind of disrespected and that he's helped build this, not organization, but this iteration of the Warriors, part of the threesome, him and Draymond's staff that helped get the building in San Francisco built, 4 championships, Hall of Famer. And now he feels like now they're doing him like this. So I'm not sure if he's ever going to be able to wrap his head around that. But how do you see it?
Yeah, no, I agree with all that. It's funny, if you go back a few months, I had written about Clay and talked to him about the change to the 6-man role. And in that story, had some stuff about friction between he and Joe Lacob. And admittedly, I probably undersold it at the time. So it's been interesting to see, the kind of the quiet part get louder, if that makes sense. Yeah. And really now the way I look at it is, the Warriors, you have 2 layers to this, right? I think Clay absolutely is all in on Steve Kerr and Steph Curry and the rest of the core, right? But you have ownership, you have management, and you have a guy in Clay who I think is looking at the landscape and saying, okay, if you didn't want to give me the contract that you gave Draymond, which is definitely, I think, an issue and a sticking point. You give Draymond 4 years, $100 million. You offer me 2 years, 48. That's not going to land very well. Then after that, there's no real extensive efforts on ownership's part or the Warriors' part to pull them aside and say, listen, we obviously love you, we value you, and here's how we see this playing out. They have not been engaged like that when it comes to the process behind the scenes and the little things you could do to make sure that the 2 parties didn't kind of float apart, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And now, to your point, even if they ultimately get a number in front of him that maybe is even better than something else he has on the market, I think from his vantage point, nobody would blame him if he didn't feel like, okay, but you only went there because you had to. You let the market play out. You made me go beg for money elsewhere, and that's just a very different process than what all of the other core greats have faced. So honestly, we're not really in the business to pick sides, but I definitely see where he's coming from, and I'm very curious to see, what comes next here.
No, I agree. I see both angles, both viewpoints of this. So what else do you think is going to be out there for him? I mean, Orlando's always tossed out there because that just seems so obvious to anybody that watched the playoffs or watched Orlando this year, by the way. They can't shoot. Like they can do just about everything else, but shooting is not one of their, not even close to one of their strengths. So, and they have cap room. So that was easy to put those 2 together. I'm not sure what else is out there for him. I don't even know if at this point he'd just say, screw it, I don't care about the money. I'm just going to go play where I want to play. And that wouldn't surprise me if Clay pulled something like that either. But what do you think is out there? What teams might be looking at someone like Clay? Or not someone like Clay, Clay.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny. One mistake that I always make, like every year with higher profile guys, is locking in on just the cap teams. And, because the reality is, that so long as a guy has the power to tell the team he's with, I don't want to be here anymore. And then so long as he has the ability to go somewhere else, outside of their control, meaning they lose that leverage. And he could even threaten, like, I'll take less. Like, if you have that leverage to apply to the situation, then you can apply, you can compel the team to do a sign and trade. So for me, that's when the possibilities kind of open up for Clay. And I don't know exactly what teams that would be, but I think at this stage of his career, it's probably safe to assume that combination of contention and lifestyle. I mean, that's for Clay in particular. It's such a unique part of his whole calculus, is because we all know his vibe. We know that he enjoys his boat. We know we're kind of, how much he loves the Bay. And so part of me says, like, yeah, that stuff matters. Like, you can't replicate, cruising past the Golden Gate, but Can you get him on the coast somewhere else? We'll see. But that stuff hasn't come into clear yet. I mean, the free agency market, I will say, in the early going, it probably, as far as leverage goes, it's probably not off to a great start for Clay's purposes. But, when you look at Malik Monk and the number that he signed to stay in Sacramento, I think for $78 million for 4, that presumably is an indication that Malik and his agent did their homework. And to me, Malik was in a similar category of Clay as a free agent, where they were not seeing the massive dollars, beyond something like 4 for 78. And so he stayed put, even though he could have made a whole lot more if somebody was willing to give it. So those are the two layers. Is like the Warriors, I think, are hoping that the market is so suppressed that he has to come back their way. And, if you're him, you got to probably get creative and think about non-cap teams as well.
Yeah. Talking to Sam Amick here on the UMA guest line, I just think from a basketball perspective and improving the roster, it doesn't make sense to bring Klay Thompson back. We were talking about other players that are out there, and Paul George's name has been thrown around if he decides to opt into that final year of his contract and request a trade. They were reporting it could happen as early as this weekend if he decides to make that decision. But Tom was talking about the kinds of moves that you would have to make, or we were discussing that, and what level of player you'd have to give up. Can they improve via trade to a championship level without giving up Jonathan Kuminga?
No, I'll probably say no. I mean, every team has that guy that you're just going to have to say goodbye to if you want to get to the next level. Even in my neck of the woods, we just put a story out on the Kings. They have the 13th pick at their disposal, which might be enough to get them the kind of move that moves the needle for them. But if it's not the 13th pick, then you're going to have to eventually talk about Keegan Murray. And so for the Warriors, that's Kuminga. And with what he showed last year, it's really, I mean, you can look at it one of two ways. Like if you're a Warrior fan, gosh, it would be tough to watch Kuminga ascend somewhere else. But my goodness, like good on the Warriors for getting a guy that has value and maybe helping you get to the next level, depending on who that player is that you could get in a deal. I do feel like they're very aggressive. You kind of mentioned the Paul George names and really swinging for the fences like that. I know there's been some just online social media speculation about Jimmy Butler. And, I think, it's not really hard to assess why that would be the case with these Warriors. The runway is just shrinking by the month, and they know it. And they obviously are committed to this group and trying to take one last run at it.
All right, take us through the Chris Paul situation, because I know they could sign him, they could trade him. I can't imagine he'll be on the Warriors next year. They could waive him if they wanted to. We're talking about trading to a team that might want that $30 million, but my understanding is once this year is over, that $30 million is going away anyway. So it's not like it's that enticing unless you want Chris Paul. And my guess is, Sam, that no one wants Chris Paul for $30 million a year. The Warriors don't want him for $30 million a year. I don't know that there's a team out there that does want him for $30 million a year. I was telling Copes that if I'm another team, I just wait for the Warriors to waive him. Then I try to go out and get him for a veteran minimum or something like that, or try to work out a different deal. But take us through all the machinations of what's going to happen with Chris Paul. What do you expect to see happen? And is he enticing to other teams via trade?
I don't see it. And, I've been wrong plenty of times before. I'm with you, Tom, in that I would predict that date comes and goes. He's off the books, and then it's it's kind of the second level free agency sweepstakes, because Chris is not only a name, but when he's healthy, he's still playing pretty good ball. Mm-hmm. But I think he's going to have plenty of interest. The one that, at a certain price, the one that I basketball wise would love to see is San Antonio. Chris, did some really, really good work that gets forgotten in Oklahoma City when he mentored Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and got that team to the playoffs. They almost beat the Rockets in the first round in the bubble. That version of Chris Paul where you kind of embrace a different community like you did OKC, maybe bring Victor Wembanyama up, show him even more about how to be a pro. But I would envision all that stuff being as part of his next contract. Unless I'm missing it, I understand the idea that, let's say Chris comes in and says, I want to play for a while, so give me 3 years at 35, 40, whatever. Like, and you say, no, I'd rather do one for 30. That's a gap. I just don't see it. Like the short-term component, if you just wanted to take a flyer on Chris, well, I mean, nobody takes $30 million flyers, so I think most likely that would be in free agency.
Yeah.
So the Warriors have guaranteed the contract of Kevon Looney for $8 million. They had a $3 million buyout, and I guess it wouldn't have made much sense to release him and try to re-sign him. There would have been too many suitors, and just going to sign a veteran minimum guy wouldn't have helped them in the tax all that much. But Anthony Slater reported there's still a chance that they could move him as part of a trade because that $8 million is a pretty good sum. What else is out there? Where else can the Warriors go at this point? Who's available?
I mean, it's the domino effect, right? So it starts with Paul George. To me, he's got to set the market. So many signs lately that he is really legitimately looking outside of the Clippers. Some conflicting intel when it comes to Philly as an option. That Shams Charania at our place had reported that they were cooling on Paul, but some other indications that they're still looking at him. But for the Warriors' purposes, it just becomes, like a guy like Paul, that's again swinging for the fences. The Jimmy Butler stuff hasn't surfaced yet in terms of, okay, what exactly is happening there. But I probably agree with my colleague and buddy Howard Beck at the Ringer the other day. It was just a roundtable prediction thing. He wasn't reporting this in any sort of hard form, but he really definitively said, like, I think Jimmy Butler's going to get traded this summer. And he's not alone. A lot of people feel that way. So, I think the Warriors look at something like that and see how that evolves. I'm trying to think who else. I mean, Brandon Ingram's a name that could be on the move. The usual suspects of the Zach LaVines and Kyle Kuzma. And I mean, there's a lot out there. It's just a matter of Mike Dunleavy and that group and Kirk Lacob just turning over every rock. And when you have Kuminga and maybe a Looney as a filler, and Looney's a good player. Let's not forget, that it was more of a fit thing last year. But he's still, a young enough guy who could, I think, help a fair amount of teams. So needless to say, I would love to see the whiteboard inside Dunleavy's office right now. I don't think he's going to grant me that access, but I bet you it's got a whole lot of scenarios on it.
Anyway, because I know people are banding about the Clippers possibly trading with the Warriors, Paul George and Chris Paul being involved. Like, I don't see that at all. But if I was going to do it on the Clippers, like, they're going to include Kuminga. Like, I'm sorry, I'm not doing the Paul Wiggins and whatever else type deal. Like, I'm not here to help you out. You've won 4 championships already. Like, hey, let me do you a solid. So how do you, I mean, to me, I'm not saying it can't happen. I just think it would be unlikely. I think the Clippers would be interested if you mentioned Kuminga. I think they absolutely would be interested, but there's no way in hell that I could see the Warriors would be willing to do that either. So I don't know. This one just seems far-fetched. How do you see it?
Yeah, I mean, if you put Kuminga in there, then you're talking, because the Clippers are desperate when it comes to recouping young talent. It's funny, as a quick aside, one team that we keep sleeping on, and they already pulled off, I thought, a pretty damn good trade, is Oklahoma City.
Great trade.
Yeah, I mean, we need to check on Arturas Karnisovas, the Bulls GM, figure out what he was doing there, just going 1 for 1 on Caruso and Josh Giddey. Yeah, right. A lot of people were shocked by that, but I only bring up OKC because, like, I was brainstorming with someone about a scenario where Paul George goes back to OKC, and like, my God, like, Steve Ballmer's head would explode, because the Thunder would have the guy that they got in the Paul George trade with the Clippers, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, an MVP candidate, and then on the back end they would get Paul George too. They've given up a lot of young talent to go after the Kawhi Leonards and the James Hardens and the Georges. Yep. So Kuminga, for sure, context always matters in negotiations. And I think, that desperation means that a guy like Kuminga would move the needle for the Clippers. And I that is actually one of the few places where I could see the sense in just, fine, let's do Chris Paul for a year at $30 million, because the Clippers' runway is so short. They're trying to just salvage this unfulfilling era as they go into the Intuit Dome next year, having their own building. And then you got the history of Chris and the organization. I could see them saying it's a big number, but we don't want to commit beyond a year anyway. So I actually don't hate that idea.
Let's talk a little coaching. Always exciting this time of year. Talking to Sam Amick of The Athletic. Kenny Atkinson, Warriors' top assistant, going to Cleveland, taking over the head job there. Well-deserved. I think Kenny's going to do a great job there. But where are they going to be looking in terms of a lead assistant? I know they usually like guys with head coaching experience, so I always look at the recently fired coaches to see if there's anybody in there that might make sense for Steve. I haven't really talked to him about this, but you have any idea whatsoever what they might be looking at or who some of the candidates might be?
I don't. I mean, one former head coach who seems to have been making the rounds and hasn't decided to pick a spot yet is Darvin Ham with the Lakers. Okay. I don't know his relationship with Kenny. That name comes to mind. He was apparently talking to Doc Rivers about going back to Milwaukee and ultimately decided not to do that. You got, a lot of times too, when you have a guy like James Borrego, who is a former head coach who misses out on a job like he did there, then the organization will kind of get greedy and say, any chance you want to come as the number 2. And that's always a tricky conversation.
That's a rough one. Hey, I know you didn't win the car. You want a scooter?
We've got a Lime scooter for you. Yeah, and honestly, like on the day of the J.J. Redick press conference here, like the Lakers were hopeful that something like that would transpire with Borrego, and obviously I don't think it will, or who knows? I mean, it's not over yet. But beyond that, I'm not sure what direction Kenny will go. I'm sure he'll be looking at Steve's bench and maybe some of the relationships he has there. So, curious to see what happens.
Okay. And then you mentioned, I was going to ask you about J.J. Redick, and I'm assuming they're looking for one, if not two, former head coaches, because J.J. Redick's going to need all the help he can get just for organizational purposes and how to run a program and how to do it. And there's so many things that come at you during the game. Steve told me that with Alvin Gentry, that he felt such comfort having a guy that had seen it all before, because he goes, things move so fast. He goes, it's hard to keep up when you first start this. So JJ will certainly need that. But give us your thoughts on that hiring and what will have to happen for it to kind of hit the ground running.
Well, I just caught the tail end of the press conference. It cracked me up how, I don't know, I'm not sure if you guys heard any of it, but on the tail end, it's like, man, welcome to the R-rated NBA. JJ's dropping F-bombs in the press conference, talking about all I want to do is F and coach. I don't feel the need. Yeah, it was pretty spicy. You should check it out.
Wow. Yeah, we will. We'll get some of that.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was a little bit. I didn't see all the context, but I was like, dang, okay, JJ, trying to come out strong. But the stuff with his staff is going to be really interesting, because the Lakers are just not known to be like an incredibly well-paying organization when it comes to things in general, but like specifically assistant coaches. I've recently talked to some guys that I would describe as like who probably would be in the running for one of JJ's spots, and there's like this right out of the gate, this skepticism that the Lakers would make it worth their while to leave their current situation. And so it makes me think of the Lakers courting of Ty Lue a couple years back, when LeBron wanted Ty Lue. In hindsight, they probably should have found a way to get that done. But because Ty already had a championship under his belt and he felt confident in himself, he had demanded, like, I want the assistance that I want, and I want to know that I'm going to have control. And he didn't get it, and so that was one of the breaking points where they didn't get that done. And so JJ, it seems, has just said, okay, thank you for the job, and we'll figure out the rest later. I don't think he's gotten hard commitments from an entire staff by any means. So that is important, because like you said, Tom, if he can't get a head coach, he's going to be under that microscope where do you even know how to really handle, the eraser board when there's a game on the line. And you talk to coaches where it's like, even where they respectfully say, they're not questioning a guy like that's intellect or ability to eventually get there, but it is a practice thing. It is a muscle that you have to work on over time. So I think that's something to watch.
Well, and I would say this in closing, that I don't know if you agree with this, but I think being smart is one thing. Like, you got to be smart. But, like, all these guys, if I get them in a room, they can all draw up plays. I mean, it was like, oh, you look at the plays he draws up. I'm like, so? What do you think these guys do? You think they, like, just walked out of the rail yard, like, and like, hey, give me a job. What's a play? I don't know what a play is. I don't even know what an X is or no. These guys know what they're doing. It's, can you lead men? Like, is he going to get in front of that room and guys are going to buy what he's selling? And that's just something you got or you don't have. Like, I knew Steve was a leader from the time I played with him at Arizona. Some guys are leaders. Nelly was a leader. Like, you looked at him, he was a leader. Alan Bristow, not a leader. He just wasn't. Like, you weren't buying like what he was selling. And I can't tell you what it is or not. It's just you got to have
or
it.
Alan just catching strays on your show here.
Well, I mean, Alan was. Well, I mean, anyway, I don't want to get started down that road, but hey, it is what it is. But that will determine whether he succeeds more so than all the stuff we're talking about. Are they going to buy him? Like, when he gets up there, they're going to go, this guy knows what he's doing. He knows how to win. He's putting us in the right position, and he can lead us. If he can do that, he'll have a shot. If he doesn't do that, then he will have no shot whatsoever. So they can go back to
funny?
Podcasting and cursing.
Right. That was one of my favorite tweets of the day was Dan Wookie of the LA Times. My buddy says, because JJ mentioned that he would not be podcasting anymore, and Dan said, another sports media loss.
Oh, that's good. I like the fact that question even has. I like the fact that question even had to be addressed. Like, no, I'm not going to be podcast. Well, you're the coach of the Lakers. What do you mean you're not going to be podcast? Of course, you're not going to be podcasting. You kidding me? I was late for my press conference today.
A weekly podcast where you just absolutely spill all the tea about your team. Like, and who played well that week, who didn't, just open, pull the curtain all the way back.
Get big numbers.
I'm here for it.
Big numbers.
Doug Gottlieb's doing always took that coaching job. Doug Gottlieb, and he's going to coach and do his show. Remember that? Yeah.
Yeah, he is going to do it at like Green Bay or something like that. But like nobody cares about that school. Let's be honest. But still, it's still wild. Okay. It is still wild. Like I'm thinking, if I'm at that school, I'm like, well, you don't even care about it. You're doing your podcast still. Well, anyway, Sam, thank you so much for joining us. Always appreciate it. Always fun. Let's do it again soon.
Sounds good, guys. Thank you. Appreciate you.
See you later. Sammy, great stuff there. If you missed any of that, good insight on where the Warriors could go. He's kind of on our side with Clay, and it'll be tough to improve to a championship level without moving a guy like Jonathan Kuminga. That will all be up on the podcast page. At Warriors general manager Mike Dunleavy is going to speak to the media in about 15 minutes at 3:30. Mike Dunleavy will speak to the media at 3:30, and we will carry it for you live right here.
Thanks, Mike Dunleavy.
KNBR.com, the KNBR app, our twitch.tv/thesportsleader. Yeah, thanks, Mike. We're going to carry that for you live at 3:30. Don't want to miss it. Mike Dunleavy speaks to the media ahead of the draft and pending free agency. But first, Tom, you didn't think we were going to talk Clay and not mention Brandon Ayuk, did you? Come on.
No,
Brandon Ayuk flew back to the Bay Area to meet with the 49ers today, as reported by Adam Schefter. They reported that disgruntled wide receiver Brandon Ayuk meets with the Niners. We'll talk about it next. Then Mike Dunleavy at 3:30 right here on the Sports Leader.
Thanks, Mike Dunleavy.
Campbell, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Campbell's Sports Leader.
The Giants have lost 5 in a row after being swept by the St. Louis Cardinals and now have the 3rd worst record in the National League. Ooh! Let's see if things get turned around tonight as the Cubs come to town. 6:45 start, 5:45 pregame right here on the Sports Leader.
Tolbert and Copes. Tolbert and Copes. Now continue. Follow us on Twitter at KNBR. This is KNBR 1045 and 680. The sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Monday. We'll get into the Brandon Ayuk stuff a little bit later in the show because Mike Dunleavy is going to speak to the media. I imagine, Tom, this is going to be one of those pressers where he's like, I'm here to talk about the draft. We're all like, we don't care about that pick, dude. We're like, we don't give a damn about, what is it, like 50-something? We don't give a damn about that
52.
pick. 52. They bought a second rounder at the trade deadline. And so I imagine he'd be like, we're not here to talk about Klay Thompson. We're here to talk about the draft. We're like, I think we're all here for different reasons, Mike.
Yeah, exactly.
We all have questions about Klay Thompson. So we'll play that for you live. We will have Mike Dunleavy's press conference for you coming up in just a few minutes at 3:30. We'll do that live at 3:30. You can stream it, twitch.tv/thesportsleader. You can go to the KNBR.com app. You can go to the KNBR app or to KNBR.com or check out the YouTube chat. So Mike Dunleavy's presser ahead of the draft and free agency. A lot on Klay Thompson, I assume, is coming your way. That's next on the Sports Leader.
Missed an interview or want to hear it again? Catch them all at knbr.com/podcasts. You're tuned in to Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 1045 and 680, the sports leader.
Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you Monday afternoon. Mike Dunleavy, Warriors general manager, is going to meet with the media.
Thanks, Mike Dunleavy.
Shortly here at the bottom of the hour. We'll have it for you right here on The Sports Leader. You can stream us, twitch.tv/thesportsleader, KNBR.com, the KNBR app, or on the YouTube page. And people are checking in. We've been asking the question really all day long whether or not Warrior fans think it's an improvement to bring Klay Thompson back, or if they would rather lose Klay Thompson and improve the team elsewhere. And I'm of the belief that bringing Klay Thompson back at whatever the price tag is probably is not what's best for improving the roster. Can you improve the roster if Klay Thompson is back on it? And at what cost to doing so? Based on the friction that Anthony Slater talked about, and he put out a piece in The Athletic on Saturday. It was a pretty good piece where he said there's a growing thought among NBA sources that even if the Warriors eventually approach Klay Thompson with a competitive offer matching or exceeding the money and years, it's become increasingly conceivable that, according to league sources, Klay Thompson will decide to leave regardless. He talks about friction that's grown over the last couple of years. Now, we talked at length over the last year about the offer he rejected at 2 years for $48 million, the extension, and they were never close, really. Per Shams Charania, he's the one who reported that potential deal. But he does seem, and Tom talked a lot about this earlier, he seems like he's the one guy within this dynasty run that it seems weird to say childish or wants to rest on the laurels, but he does bring them up more than anybody. I mean, waving the four fingers in Devin Booker's face, and really, you called him a bad teammate at one point earlier this year when he didn't want to come off the bench and the sulking when he didn't play well. And then you pointed out he'd have a good game, and we went, oh, okay, maybe Klay's back. Maybe he's back to helping out. He wasn't really back to helping out and feeling like he was the guy that they needed him to be unless he was going well. And that's the show of the character that this team needs, I think, right now, is somebody who can really support Steph, because you said it. He is on the back nine of his career, Steph. He's not the same guy. We have seen him take a step back, but I also wonder how much is really a step back versus how much he tried to carry last year because of the lack of help offensively for sure, but he didn't have Draymond a lot of the year. Klay was not what they needed him to be or wanted him to be. And now there's the question that, and I really thought this was funny too, is did Klay's market really explode just because the Magic didn't shoot well in the playoffs? Like, it doesn't seem like there's going to be as big of a market as previously thought. So these are questions I'm sure will be asked of Mike Dunleavy, but the fact that the report is that they're frozen in contract talks, it doesn't surprise me, but I'm a little bit taken aback that there's not like an offer on the table that the Warriors are willing to hand out. They've also got to figure out how to improve first.
Well, let's be honest. Wiggins wasn't really there either a lot of guys weren't there for Steph last year. And I hate saying it like that because, look, it's a team effort. It's not like, hey, he's the king of the team and we got to support him. But he is the best player. And you like to have guys that could support what he's doing out there and be like second and third options, or tertiary if you're so inclined.
I like that one. Good one.
But they just weren't. And it wasn't very consistent. Maybe it'd be Klay, maybe it'd be Wiggins, possibly neither. And then Kuminga had his nice run. And then, Draymond was there, and then poof, he wasn't there, and then he was, and he wasn't. So it was kind of a mess of a year. And really, I'm sure what they're asking themselves is, okay, how do we get to where we put ourselves in at least a puncher's chance to win a championship? Oh,
I think we've got Mike Dunleavy getting ready to meet with the media.
This is the answers.
Warriors general manager Mike Dunleavy meets with the media now.
The last few weeks, I think the sports world, between Willie Mays, a local hero, Bill Walton, and Jerry West, we've lost those guys. And specifically with Jerry, a member of this franchise, one of the iconic players in the NBA. Johnny, his son, works with us. So I think it's a tough loss for the NBA family, for our organization, for their family. I've known the West since I was 9 years old. And so it was just tough to hear that news. Our condolences go out to the family. And, Jerry will certainly be missed. He was a giant in this world, in the sports world, and condolences there. And just thinking of those guys, Jerry, Bill, and Willie. So anyway, on to, more basketball related stuff with draft this week coming up. We're excited about it. This time of year is fun. You got free agency, you got trades, you got draft, all ways to improve your team beyond what I think is the most important, which is internally, player development and that stuff. So we're looking at things. I think it's a little bit different this year, not having a first round pick. We've got 52 in the second round, which think hopefully we'll be able to find a quality player, a quality addition to the franchise. But, I think in that regard, all things will be on the table. We'll explore options and just like we do every year, kind of make the right decision and roll with it. So I'll open up to questions. I'm sure there's quite a few things to cover, but let's get through it.
Considering, I guess, your current situation, what free agency has become of your draft pick, you said, like, is Trey your best avenue to really change this team?
Again, I'm of the belief internal development is. I'm a big player development guy. I think our younger players have a really big chance to grow and get better. Pods, JK, Trace, Moses, and then even our guys we've had here for a while can get better. I think that's got to be the main thing. And then from there, you look to see what else is out there and can you make a move or a couple moves or do some stuff that enhances your team. But if that's what's like the one thing we're hinging everything on, like it's so hard to make a trade now in the NBA. I think we got a lot of teams that are really smart. They know what they're doing to make a good quality trade that benefits both sides, which is what everybody's looking for. It's tough. And so we'll explore that stuff. A lot of conversations going on, but I don't want to like get ahead of it and just say like, there's just going to be some big move that we're going to do and all that. Could be if it was there, great, but it's not like something that must happen.
Close decision on Chris Paul's contract, or maybe even is it close to maybe even pushing that delay?
Yeah, I mean, it's close in the sense of it's, I guess, less than a week away now. So it's coming up. We're looking through everything. I think all options are still on the table in terms of keeping Chris. Obviously, there's a scenario where it gets waived. But, those conversations, kind of talking it through with him and his camp, we'll keep that kind of to ourselves. But I'd say, everything's open.
Like when you mentioned that trades are hard to make, you think they were in the finals. Boston made 2 trades last summer. Bringing KP. Dallas made 2 trades at the deadline, meaning guys. So what's going to be the key to actually making a big trade between now and
well, it's having a willing partner. And so I think to do that, you got to find the right team. You got to find the right player that works for you. And just having players that are available. Right? Like I'm calling everybody, but if the player's not available, if there's not a price, then there's no trade that can be made. So I think we have to be realistic and I don't want to like press and overdo something. Some patience needs to take place while at the same time recognizing sort of this time horizon we have with Steph and Draymond and, hopefully Clay, as those guys kind of get a little bit older, we have to be mindful at a point, maybe they're not at a level to compete for a championship. I don't think that's like too near, but at some point it probably will be.
Last year, the draft, trades, free agency, what is the biggest thing you learned in 1 year?
I think beyond certainly learning about our team, I think in general, I think I mentioned it just before, it's just hard to do deals. I can't stress that enough. Like there's a lot of good teams out there that know what they're doing, whereas in the past, it just seemed like you could pull a fast one on somebody and there's different reasons for doing a trade. Now it's hard. Like there's salary related trades, but how often do you see a trade that's like straight basketball for basketball? And so because of that, it's just not easy. But at the same time, we know here some good teams have been built based on like, getting an Andrew Wiggins in a trade, something like that. So got to keep pursuing those things, but recognizing they're not always easy.
You're listening to Warriors General Manager Mike Dunleavy meeting with the media ahead of the draft this week and free agency this weekend right here on KNBR.
I think, honestly, Tim, it's private. We want him back. I think we said that all along. Hopefully he'll come back. But as far as like the specifics of discussions and those types of things, I think it's important to keep kind of in-house. And when we figure out a solution to all that, we'll have news for you.
How have those, the aprons and the luxury tax, all that been for you guys just navigating?
Yeah, it's funny. I mean, I think most of you guys know we Ansi Salah moved on, our cap guy. We hired a new guy, John Phelps. So he's hit the ground running. And I think for us, understanding the new rules and different things around the cap is I had a good feel for it before. Some things have changed. And then so I hit John a lot on, hey, under the new stuff, and it's a little tricky as the league years. Here we are in June and July, it changes. So like keeping all that in mind as far as a trade now versus trade after, it's a little tricky, but it's not going to be like a problem.
Anything jump out as you watch the postseason?
Yeah. Let's see. We're talking the hockey game tonight, or that'll be exciting. I think just in terms of the postseason, like how competitive it is in terms of parity. And I think you see the last 5 seasons, you got 5 different champions. I think that's exciting for the league in the sense of, if everybody's got a chance in a way, whether it's a play-in team making the finals or a team that's like Dallas, 5th seed making the finals, like everybody's got a chance if you come together at the right time. And I don't think there's any like overwhelming teams out there. So I think it gives us a chance a team that didn't make the playoffs like last year and ourselves. How far away are we really? Most times you'd say, man, we're quite a bit of ways, but the way things are shaped now and there's a push for parity, like I think we can turn things around pretty quickly.
Joe Lacob has said, publicly that plan A is to dip under the luxury tax. In your conversations with him recently, is that still the sense that you get from him?
I think it's about like being smart about it. And so from that sense, it's more like, if there's a point to go over the tax, if there's a point to go into one of the aprons, like we will do it because the most important thing to him is winning. He's shown that. You just have to be careful under the new rules because they're so punitive. And so balancing what's right for our team, what's right for the rules to allow us to go forward and make the right decisions is the big test. But like Joe may have an idea in mind about what he wants to spend, but when presented an opportunity to spend a lot of money and have a great team, I know what his answer is going to be.
Getting back to Clay, at some point, do you have to strip away emotion from this? Do you have to strip away sentimentality, whatever else? Does it have to get cold a little bit on your side, maybe on both sides? But I'm speaking to you, so on your side.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm reasonable, I'm rational. That's how I'm always going to operate. But to say like a guy like Klay Thompson, who's meant so much to this franchise, to completely strip the emotion away from it, I think that's almost impossible. But this is a business and we'll talk through things. We continue to talk through things. And, like I said, we're hopeful, but, we'll see. We got to figure things out.
Steve mentioned maybe, the role changed this season for Clay. Mm-hmm. Do you have to, does the salary he signs for, if it's with the Warriors, have to reflect a bench player? Does that change the way you look at this negotiation?
I think it's just kind of like what the right thing is that works for the franchise and the player and the role he's in. Factoring all those things in is what's most important. And that's kind of what what's taking place, what we're looking at. That's as simple as it is. There's probably going to be varying degrees of what that value is, but like that's on us and that's on me to figure out what's the right amount for our team.
Mike, whether it's you guys with Draymond or Denver with Jokic or Milwaukee with Middleton, second round picks have been crucial parts of championship teams lately. What are you able to sort of take from that as you dive into the second round?
Yeah, I mean, hopefully if we can get a player like Trace last year at 52, I think we'd be really pleased. It's hard though. The second round's tough. I mean, you look at the numbers, the odds of a guy making it, a guy becoming a rotation player, a guy becoming a really good player. You mentioned players that, almost, I want to say 1 in a million, but low odds getting the quality of that player. But because of that, to have that chance, our scouts are pounding the pavement trying to figure out who maybe at 52 could be that player, and which makes it fun. It makes it fun for everybody. A little bit different than the NFL where there's like multiple rounds. Only have 2 rounds this year. It's over the course of 2 days, which I think will bring a little bit more excitement. It'll be interesting, the interaction and the dynamics between Wednesday and Thursday. That'll be a new thing for all of us to kind of navigate. But I think it's good. We like to have a pick in the first round, but if I'm being honest, if there's ever a year not to have one, I think this might be it.
How quickly do you think you'll move to replace Kenny? And then how do you kind of just view where the coaching staff in general?
Yeah, I mean, I think technically not really allowed to comment on that one, but I would say if we were to lose our lead assistant coach, we certainly need to fill that void, and we're on it. We'll keep on it. And I think as far as like the roster goes, coaching staff, front office, everything, we're always evaluating. How do we get better? And that's kind of the lens we'll look at it through.
How difficult is the fact, we talked earlier about the Chris Paul guaranteed date because it is where it is prior to free agency. How difficult does that make kind of putting together this offseason?
Yeah, good question. I think it's fine. We know what it is. We plan for it, and I think it's more difficult about balancing the salary versus the quality of player and taking that into account, which makes it tough. I mean, I'm okay with the date. I guess we'll see if that changes, but for now, I'm good with it. Understand the rules, and we'll abide by it.
Just talking about the second round of the draft, what are your thoughts just on it being 2 days now, and what that extra day might do for a team that only has 52 overall pick right now?
Yeah, I'm intrigued by it. I'm not quite sure how it's going to unfold, but I would imagine it's going to be a lot less hectic. Normally the draft with the first round and then kind of sprinting into the second, and you just rip through it. And you honestly, there's times where we don't know whose pick it is, who's picking. You got 2 minutes in between. This new scenario, this new situation. I think it's 4 minutes on the clock in the second round. It's a whole other day. So I think there'll be a lot of discussions and things going on, Thursday morning of the second round. I just think it's going to be different in that regard. And then, we'll try and get ahead of it, but we'll see. We'll react afterwards and see, okay, how did that change and what do we got to be better at in the future? But I think it's going to be a lot less hectic.
Is there a part of you, or maybe all of you, that wouldn't mind seeing the NBA sort of adapt the NFL model where free agency comes and then the draft comes after?
Yeah, I know that's been bandied about and talked through some over the years. I do think because of the NBA, I would say in general, you probably draft less for need and more for like long-term fit versus the NFL. Not that you don't do that. It just seems to me that it's more you're drafting positionally, fit now, those types of things. It's a different dynamic. So I don't mind it being before what we're used to. If they changed it, we'd adjust. But I do think the NFL NBA strategy in terms of drafting is different. And so not as big of a deal for us.
I know things can always change depending on how it goes, but when you're talking about the future and, the future after, whenever it is with Steph and Clay and Draymond, or Steph and Draymond for sure, it's safe to say that it'll be very, very tough for you to consider trading Jonathan Kuminga, Moses Moody, Brandon Podziemski, Trace, that those guys are going to be very difficult to pry loose from the Warriors.
For sure. I mean, we really value those guys. We've drafted them. We've grown them. They played really well. We're excited about them. So the scenario to move them would take a lot. It's important for us to, be good now and then be good also in the future. But the main thing is we think those guys can contribute and help our group now. If that was not the case, then we'd be more open to stuff, but it is. And so we're excited for those guys' growth this year. And I expect them to be with us.
Mike, you've obviously been in negotiations with Clay. I want to get back to him. Do you have a sense of what he wants out of this negotiation? Is it a role shift? Is it a respect? What have you gleaned that he would want out of this to come back to the Warriors?
Yeah, I think on that one, it's just, I think that's kind of private. If those conversations that take place between myself and his representation or Clay and whoever it is in our group, teammates, all that, I think that's just one that I prefer to keep private.
Are you getting calls on your young players, Kuminga specifically? I mean, are these attractive players around the league?
Yeah, I think everybody's making calls right now, whether it's on, future draft picks, current players, everybody's trying to get better. And so everybody's exploring, asking, and, it's good that the phones are ringing and there's interest in our guys. I think that's a good sign for kind of the level and quality that they're at. Doesn't mean we're too engaged with it though.
In regards to Clay and emotions and everything, from your position, how do you approach or react to when a player negotiates through the press, maybe, or maybe through social media?
Probably just like everybody else, you read it and, take it in just like any other, piece of data or social media or anything like that. I don't get any sense there's negotiating going on publicly, but that's kind of my perspective.
A year ago, granted, all things changed. You did say that you weren't going to, Jordan Poole was going to be on the team about 4 days before you traded him. Is this different than that?
To be clear, I said I expected Jordan to be back on the team next year, and I did at that point. But this thing changes so quickly, especially when there's a deadline in place, whether it's a trade deadline, a draft, free agency, things change like that. So I reserve the right to go back on, or not. I wouldn't say go back, because I said I didn't expect him to be back, and I would stick by that. And I said I expected him to be back, like I do all the guys we have in our contract. I really do. Like, there's nothing going on right now where I'm like, man, this may not happen or whatever. So things can always change. Draft goes on, picks become available, something changes. But on the whole, I feel pretty comfortable with the group that we got.
Another playoff question. Watching these playoffs, it seemed to be, and watching Boston in particular, and I mean some of their teams, the 3-point shot, I mean, it takes an elite every year, it seems like. And obviously Boston is like 3-point happy. I mean, that's what they do. How are you guys influenced, if at all, by what you see in the postseason and by what those successful teams do and what made them successful?
Yeah, I think we're all watching. We're observing. We're seeing trends. We're seeing what's going on. I mean, last year it was, oh man, the game has changed. Big guys are Jokic. They won the championship. They have a dynamic guy like that. And this year, I think there's a lot of 3-point shooting and really good guard play defensively from those Boston guards. So you get all these new kind of trends that are going in a certain direction, and it's good. But I think you have to also be mindful of it. There's a lot of ways to skin a cat, and I think there's a lot of ways to build a team. And so you got to kind of go with what you have and what makes sense building around your group. And that's kind of what we'll look to do. I don't think there's one singular way to do it, but there's some good concepts and ideas about it. And at the core of it's generally like good defense, competitiveness, high IQ, toughness. Those types of things are always really, really important. And then like the skill stuff and the position and the archetype things can vary, but I think there's a core base of things you need to win, and we'll continue to pursue those.
I'm sure it'll depend on who's available at 52, but are you going into the draft kind of assuming you're going to roster the guy that you pick?
Pretty wide open, honestly. I think between rostering, you could two-way, could trade, could two-way with the option to roster. So I'm aware, once you get into later than the second round, that generally ends up being a two-way deal, but there's also benefits of rostering a second round pick. So honestly, on that one, it's pretty wide open.
I think we've talked to Steve a lot about Moody's role, what his future is since the season. And I don't know that we've asked you, what did you see from Moody this last season? Obviously the playing time came and went. What do you foresee his role will be this coming season?
Yeah, I mean, I saw with Moses growth in a lot of areas of the game. I think the biggest thing about him is you see just an unbelievable effort when he gets put in the game. And for him, I think it was tough. His minutes kind of wavered up and down, which for any young player is challenging. But I know anytime he went in the game, he brought an A+ effort, which is huge. It's something I know Steve could really rely on and appreciated. I think for us, the next step for Moses is more consistent minutes, finding those minutes for him. We believe he can be a pretty quality wing. His ability to shoot the ball, like I said, he plays hard, he defends. I think his activity has gotten better, his awareness, as all young players do. So I think there's a bright future. I think there's been a smaller sample size than we want, but that sample size has been good in terms of what he's been able to do. So we're hoping for more.
Last year, you were kind of thrusted into this role, I believe in May after Bob had announced his departure. How are you approaching this offseason as opposed to last one when it was kind of on the fly? And what are the similarities and differences between the two?
Yeah, I mean, I think last year a lot of was up in the air with Bob, so was kind of preparing for him not to be there. And, because of that, it wasn't that big of a transition going into the draft, free agency, some stuff I had done before. So we were pretty used to it. This year, another year under your belt. I mean, just a little bit more experience, a little bit more lead up to it, but honestly, not that different. Got a job to do, multiple ways to do it between draft, trade, free agency. This is the best time of the year, and that's how we'll approach it.
Can you confirm
Tolbert Coast with you, Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert on a Monday afternoon. That was Mike Dunleavy's press conference. Warriors general manager talking live about a whole bunch of stuff, where they'll go in the draft, the best way to improve this team, Klay Thompson's future, Chris Paul's future, if he's fielding calls on his young guys. We will talk about all of it next after a quick break here on the Sports Leader. Blake Snell spoke to Giants writer Shayna Rubin and believes the Giants are rushing him back instead of getting him healthy. What do you make of Snell's comments? Give us your thoughts. 415-808-KNBR.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
At some point, do you have to strip away emotion from this? Do you have to strip away sentimentality, whatever else? Does it have to get cold a little bit on your side? Maybe on both sides, but I'm speaking to you. So on your side,
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm reasonable, I'm rational. That's how I'm always going to operate. But to say like a guy like Klay Thompson, who's meant so much to this franchise, to completely strip the emotion away from it, I think that's almost impossible. But this is a business, and we'll talk through things. We continue to talk through things, and like I said, we're hopeful, but we'll see. We got to figure things out.
Tolbert comes with you Monday afternoon. That was the voice of Warriors general manager Mike Dunleavy. Asked the question there by Tim Kawakami. We just carried that press conference for you right here on The Sports Leader, and a lot of stuff to get into there. He was asked about basically everything we've been talking about. Chris Paul, free agency, Klay Thompson, the draft, trades, and whether or not guys like Kuminga would be available. Why don't we start? My favorite thing is he said that whole thing was, at one point they asked him about the draft, and he said, well, we got the 52nd pick, and it's hard in the second round to get somebody. The numbers don't say you're going to add somebody that's going to necessarily stay on your roster or be an impact player. But he said, if there's a year to not have a first-round pick, this is the season. I love that thought. I didn't even want one this year. This is a year I didn't even care about not having one. No big deal. But in terms of the Klay Thompson scenario, what'd you hear from him there, Tom? It sounds, what he said is still, we want him back. That was the line he took still, was we want him back. We hope it's going to work out. I didn't want to talk about the emotions behind it from Klay, but they continue to say what we said they'd say. We want him back, right, if it works into the plans.
What I heard from Mike Dunleavy is someone who's very, very, very good at having words come out and saying nothing at all.
Yep.
I mean, that was like right out of the general manager's seminar.
Yeah.
Like how to speak to the media and tell them absolutely nothing. I got nothing from that. And good on him, because that's kind of what you want to do. You want to just go out there and talk and be professional, but not really give up too much. And he gave up literally nothing. Nothing. The one thing I would like to ask him, if I had a chance, was when he said, and I know we're looking for the exact.
I think we have the cut. We'll play it for you.
Okay, play this cut, because this is something I think begged for a follow-up question, but I don't even remember the question, but he's talking about the makeup of the roster. Go ahead, Tim.
This thing changes so quickly, especially when there's a deadline in place, whether it's a trade deadline, a draft, free agency, things change like that. So I reserve the right to go back on, or not, I wouldn't say go back, because I said I didn't expect him to be back, and I would stick by that. And I said I expected him to be back, like I do all the guys we have in our contract. I really do. Like, there's nothing going on right now where I'm like, man, this may not happen or whatever. So things can always change. Draft goes on, picks become available, something changes. But on the whole, I feel pretty comfortable with the group that we got.
Okay, so they were asking about Jordan Poole and
because
Jordan
last
Poole.
year what he said was I expect he was asked about Moody and Kuminga and Podziemski, and I expect all those guys to be back. And then Tim Kawakami said, well, you said that last year about Jordan Poole.
Yeah. Then he said, well, I expected him to be back, but he wasn't. So I mean, look, it is what it, but really that's not what caught my ear. What caught my ear was he said he was, what did he say, pleased with the group?
I'm pretty comfortable with the guys.
Pretty comfortable with the group. But like my follow-up question would be why? Like, why are you comfortable with a group that lost a play-in game? Like that's my whole thing here. And I don't know that there's a lot to be done, but I wouldn't be comfortable with that group. That's a group that just had the 10th seed and then lost to the Kings and didn't even make it to the playoffs. So that's why when I say I don't know what you do, I just don't really think this is it. Like, you can't just put this team back together and say, okay, we can be better. That doesn't necessarily work for me, unless you think Podziemski, TJD, Kuminga, Moody are all going to take big steps. Kuminga's probably the most likely. And then, I mean, I guess you could say TJD and Podziemski. I think I kind of know what Moody is, but given more minutes, maybe he could do some things. But if you think that's your core, I would respectfully beg to differ that that's the core that's going to get you into the top four. But who knows? But I that's the one that jumped out to me, because I wouldn't feel comfortable coming back with the same group. Now, I don't expect them to have Chris Paul. So they'll have at least a couple different players, I would think, in here. Chris Paul won't be one of them.
All options are on the table.
Yeah, but exactly.
So, well, really, we've talked about
we can do anything. We're just trying to do whatever we can to make the team better. Like those kind of things are beauties you just throw in there. Well, yeah, of course you're trying to do it, but that to me, like if this team comes back looking like last year's team, for the most part. I don't know but again, I don't even know what else they could do. I'm not sure what is out there, because the one sticking point, and everyone needs to realize this, that if you want the team to look different, it's not going to include Kuminga. More than likely. Maybe there are other trades out there to be had where you can change the composition of your team. But if you want the complexion of the team to change, then Kuminga's probably going to have to be part of that deal.
He said it would take something significant.
Yeah, if you're okay with that, then there you go. Because I guarantee you there would be massive interest in him. But there's massive interest in him for a reason, because he could be really good. Like where he's at now may not even be close to where he's at 3-4 years from now. But you're not going to put together just a package of the this and that and this and that, and then hope to get like a superstar to come in here and change the team that way. So I don't know where Warrior fans are at. I don't know what their appetite is in trading Kuminga. Because if you're not trading Kuminga, you're probably going to have a similar team to last year's team. Now, Clay may be gone, possibly. Chris Paul gone, more than likely. Okay, now where do you go from there? Well, that's a lot of money, but it's not like they can spend all that money either unless they sign and trade, because they're way over the cap anyway, so it's not like they can go dollar for dollar. Oh, we're losing $40, $50, $60 million? Well, let's just go ahead and spend 40, 50, 60. Doesn't work that way. So that's kind of – wrap your head around that. If you want something seismic to happen, Kuminga's probably going to be a part of it, and that's probably not going to happen.
Well, and he was asked if trades were the best way he thought to improve this team, and he sort of declined to answer that one as well. He said internally player development, and then went on to elaborate and say that if a guy like Moody, Kuminga, or Podziemski were moved, he was going to take something significant. Now, significant is all relative, right, to whatever they think is significant after whatever moves that they're capable of making. And he says things can all change, just like the Jordan Poole situation. I do believe him when he says I expect these guys back, because when you hand out contracts to players, you draft players, they're guys that you anticipate having as part of your team. And I think they know that if they're not going to be able to land a big-time player like a Paul George caliber guy, they're going to have to rely on internal player development. But it did not sound to me like he was ready to make a big move, like a big trade like that.
No.
Now, he wasn't talking specific, but he wasn't going to let on with that anyway, because there's negotiations to be
Even
had.
if they were going to make that trade tomorrow,
They wasn't
it
going to say
would have
something
sounded
about
the
it.
same.
Yeah.
Like I said, he's very good at that. He's very, very good at words coming out but not saying much. And he's he's really even keel, which is good. That's good. You don't want like an emotional flying off the handle general manager. You want somebody who's pretty composed, and that's Mike. I mean, Mike knows what he's doing. He's really smart. He's just not going to give you a whole lot in the press conference. Like, you have to do it. You got to show up. You got to answer the questions. Be polite, and he does all that. It just didn't give you a whole heck of a lot. Which is fine, but that's what it is.
415-808-KNBR, 808-5627, the number to call in to text. Woody Wonka's in Redwood City. Woody Wonka, sail us down your chocolatey river of Klay Thompson takes. What do you got?
Ooh, yeah.
Well, I got to tell you guys, thanks for taking my call, first of all. I like Klay Thompson. Who doesn't? He's done a lot for the Warriors. But I'm an old-school guy. I think there's some loyalty involved. If he can get an extra $8 or $10 million on a 3-year contract from somebody else, God bless him. Let him go. Kuminga, I wouldn't let go. His zenith hasn't even begun to come close yet, and he's got a great mentor in Steph. And I would hope that Klay would take a little less money, or maybe a 2-year at more per year, to say, hey, Joe, thanks for hanging with me. Thanks for paying me for 2 years when I wasn't able to play, and I still got my full salary.
I think we're past that, though, Woody. I think that's the point. Is I think we're far past that. Yeah. If he doesn't feel that now, when's he going to feel that? They offered him $2 for 48 before this year.
You know, I got an expression: get greedy, end up needy, and I hope he stays healthy if he goes somewhere else. And that's the best we can wish for him. Thanks for the memories, as Bob Pope used to say. And guys, have a wonderful day. Thanks,
appreciate the call, Woody. Thanks, man.
Appreciate it.
I don't think Clay's going to be needy. I don't think that's when we ran through the earnings last week.
I think he's okay.
The $0.25, I think he's going to be all right to this point.
I think he's all right.
That's before we get into any endorsements.
That boat ain't running out of gas anytime soon.
I don't think so, dude. No, I think he's doing okay. I think he's doing all right. But yeah, see, that's the point. And Mike Dunleavy didn't want to comment on any emotions that were had from, and that makes sense from Klay Thompson's side of things. But he did say, and I think we all agree, we've talked about this, it's hard to remove emotion when a guy like Klay Thompson comes up like that. But it may have gotten to the point where Klay's emotion he may not want to be here anymore. I mean, we played that cut earlier from back in April where he did say, hey, it's not just all about dollars and cents and the history. It's about my mental health and being where I want to be. And I don't think, based on the way his career has gone since coming back from the 2 injuries, that this is going to be the best place for him to continue his career. And if he believed that, I think it's going to come at a price to him.
Yeah, I have no idea. I'd still say 50-50, but my whole thing wasn't whether he's coming back or not. It's whether it's a good thing or not. And I'm beginning to lean toward it's not at any price right now. So we'll see how it plays out. See what because I mean you could see where Clay thinks that's a slap in the face. Oh, you don't want to sign me? You want me to go out there and see what I could scrounge up? And then come back to you and see if you'll match it.
Well, yeah.
Or do better than that. Like, it's just the whole thing. And then the whole Instagram thing was dumb. I mean, his team did that. Like, that's just not Clay. You don't see Clay. That doesn't seem like Clay, but it just seems like he's almost boxed himself into a corner here where he's almost forcing himself to leave because he's not going to be happy if he's here. That's what it's starting to feel like. To me. And guess what? If that's the case, then the offers won't be as robust as maybe you'd think, because maybe the other teams are like, well, he doesn't want to go back there anyway.
Yeah.
We don't got to offer him a lot of money.
That's what they're saying. The market may not be what people initially thought as we entered free agency.
Who knows? I mean, it's a bummer. It is. It's just that's the business side of this, but it's a bummer. There is no one out there. Well, I won't say no one, but almost no one out there is a Warrior fan, and I'll include myself in this, that didn't want to see Clay finish with this team. They didn't want to see Clay get the flowers and all that kind of stuff and retire here, play his last game here, get the ovations here, all that. We all wanted to see that. Everybody wants to see that. But it doesn't happen that way all the time. It just doesn't. I mean, you don't get to always retire on your own terms.
Thanks, Mike Dunleavy.
Yeah, many people checking in on the Golden State Lumber and Building Material text line. 415 says, I'm not impressed with Dunleavy at all. Wasn't a fan of the hire, and I agree with Tom. A lot of words coming out of his mouth, but he basically said nothing. I see your lips moving, but I can't make out the words.
Thanks, Mike Dunleavy.
It reminded me of what was that movie with Chris Tucker and Jackie Chan?
Which one? Rush Hour?
Yeah, the first one. Yeah, Rush Hour.
Oh,
Rush Hour.
thank you.
When he goes, you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth?
Man, nobody understands the words that are coming out of your mouth. Tolbert comes with you Monday afternoon. There's a lot there on Klay Thompson. Good that we get to carry that presser live for you here, and we'll get back into this stuff a little bit later. Bobby Marks is going to join us, ESPN front office insider. We'll stop by at about 4:50. Also, Andy Baggerly at 5:15. We'll talk a little later about Blake Snell's comments saying the Giants are rushing him back. Dude, take your time based on how you're throwing in AAA. When we come on back, how about a little bit on Brandon Ayuk, who met with the 49ers today. He is disgruntled. He did I don't know. Brandon Ayuk in this situation met with the Niners. Basically, it sounds like it's a meeting that he called. We'll talk more about that and what Adam Schefter had to say about that meeting next on the Sports Leader.
Pittsburgh, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Pittsburgh Sports Leader.
According to Anthony Slater of The Athletic, talks between the Warriors and Klay Thompson are frozen, and it's more probable than ever that he could leave Golden State. Give us your thoughts, 415-808-KNBR.
They're Tolbert and Copes, and they're back on The Sports Leader. Find us on Insta at KNBR on Instagram. This is KNBR 1045 at 680.
Brandon Ayuk also sees what other wide receivers have gotten, and therefore he believes he's worth more than is currently being offered. So the 49ers have moved forward and offered a whole host of opportunities here, but it's not what Brandon Ayuk wants, because we've seen wide receivers like Justin Jefferson get $35 million, Jalen Waddle $28 million, Amon-Ra with some inflated numbers at about $30 million. So he wants more than what the Niners have offered. There's the breakdown, and let's see if they can bridge any of those differences in that meeting that RC reported on later today.
Tolbert and Cubs is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Redwood Credit Union is here to help with home loans that offer great rates and local personal service. Redwood Credit Union, for all that you love, equal housing lender. That was Adam Schefter talking about that was the update on Brandon Ayuk and his contract situation. So he posted, Brandon Ayuk did a photo today of himself flying back to the Bay Area, and Ryan Clark of ESPN stated on NFL Live that Ayuk met with the 49ers today to discuss how displeased he is with what they've offered so far. Evidently, he called this meeting. He's disgruntled and unhappy. 49ers could also be displeased with how Ayuk has gone about the negotiations in a very public way on social media. We just asked Mike Dunleavy, or we didn't. Mike Dunleavy was just asked about that in his press conference, how he handles. I think it was by Danny Emmerman, our former KNBR writer here with the Bay Area Mercury News now. Asked him how he handles like public negotiations by players on social media. He's like, I don't know, like what everybody else does. I mean, I don't know how upset teams actually get about that stuff. I think their frustration is probably just more with how are we going to get to a resolution here with a guy like Ayuk, who still has a year left on the deal.
Yeah, I don't think it's a huge deal. I don't think that kind of stuff is a huge deal. It's hard to comment on this without knowing what the Niners are offering.
Sure.
Or without knowing what Dunleavy is asking. I'm Dunleavy. Ayuk.
Yeah.
Dunleavy's asking for wide receiver money from the 49ers. This is where it gets confusing. We're not really sure what Ayuk's asking for and what's being offered. So until we know that, it's hard to say, well, geez, why can't you guys just, like split the difference? Or I have no idea. I mean, if Ayuk's asking for somewhere around Waddle, Amon-Ra, St. Brown money, then I would say, why isn't this done? Like, why? This is kind of where he should be, right in there. 28, 29, 30. Okay, fine. If he's asking for closer to Justin Jefferson money, then it's like, no. Sorry. You're not getting that. And I can't imagine you would be. Like, that'd take some stones to go in there and like go, yeah, I want close to what Jefferson's getting. Or I want even between what Amon-Ra, St. Brown, and Jefferson are getting. I think that's kind of like A.J. Brown territory. Like, no. No, like he's good. I like Ayuk a lot, but there comes a point where you're like, okay, this is ridiculous. Don't go there. And if they're unwilling to budge, or if the Niners are being difficult and saying, you know what, we don't even want to give you Waddle money. We want to give you below that because of the production. I think you look at the production, and I think if you put, we talked about it. I'm not going to go into it again, but if you put Ayuk in Amon-Ra St. Brown's position in Detroit, I think the numbers would be very similar. Maybe not identical, but they'd be pretty damn close. So that to me was the one that kind of like, okay, this is the neighborhood right here. I don't know. Is one of them outside the neighborhood? And in which way is it? So we know Ayuk's unhappy. Very rarely, I don't remember seeing like players come flying to the area. What tells me one thing: he wants to get it done.
I was going to say, to me, it's a positive thing. If Brandon Ayuk is making agreements to come sit with the 49ers, he's like, I want to play, man. I'm not going to sit out this year. I want to get this deal done. To me, this is a positive thing, regardless of what's being reported.
Yeah, he wants to. I would think. I mean, that's the way I read it.
Same.
The like, I'm not indifferent. Hold on a second. I'm sorry. I just got caught by the bottom line score, and I was watching the college baseball World Series.
Hold on. What caught your eye?
When did Italy score? I thought Croatia won that game, like 1-0.
No, Italy came back.
Oh, God, you got to be kidding me.
Yeah.
There was like 8 minutes of extra time, and there was already 6 minutes of it gone by.
It was wild, yeah.
I was like, all right, I gotta go. I gotta go set up the computer and everything. I go, it's gonna be 1-0. What am I doing? I look over there, it's like 1-1. I go, whoa, hold on. What did I miss? So I do have it recorded though. So I gotta go back a while. What they scored? Like 30 seconds left in extra time?
Go ahead, Tim.
Holy,
it was like less than that, right? They
smokes.
scored and then called it.
It was right at
Holy
the end.
Yeah, they scored and then waved. Yeah, that was it.
Holy spaghettios! I can't believe they did that. Wow.
Holy
Italy and
spaghettios, right?
Italy and Croatia. Damn. Now I know it won't be as exciting because I already know what's going to happen. But that was. I'm sorry. It just kind of caught me off guard. I was like, wait, what happened there? So yes, we're in alignment. We both think this is a positive thing, that they want to get it done, that he wants to get it done. Again, it's just so hard to comment on this stuff without knowing what the player's asking for and what the team is offering. And like if we had an idea of that, which we would never would, then we could say, oh, okay, now I get it. Now I get why there's a hold up here, but we don't. But I'm totally with you that him flying here feels like it kind of means something. Like, hey, I want to get to work. I want to get here. I want to be out there with my guys. I want to get this done. Let's try to figure this out and see if we can work something out, hopefully soon, so I can get back out there.
That's just my read on it. And yeah, we're in agreement there. The other thing, since we're bouncing around, since you hit a College World Series.
Real quick, let me throw this in there.
Go ahead.
Because the Bosa one didn't work out all that well for him last year.
The holdout.
Bosa,
Yeah.
I mean, they ended up paying him top of the market anyway. And then he went out and didn't have a very good year.
He's the highest paid non-quarterback in football, isn't he?
Yeah, I don't think they want that again. I don't think they want somebody holding out to the end, kind of being bitter, maybe not getting the workouts. Because even though guys can tell you, and I trust that Bosa is, I have no doubt about it, but there's something about it. You know, you got being there with the team's different than working out with the
trainer,
working out on your
personal
own.
Guys. Yeah,
ask Blake Snell about that. How that one's working out for him.
I got news for you. He's working out with the team, and it ain't that good either.
Yeah, I think he wants to be back. So it'd be nice for them to get it done soon. Maybe something else. The thing with the Niners, nothing ever leaks out of there. You never know what's happening. I never know what's going on. Mom, the meatloaf. Know what's going on in there. So anyway.
Moving on, the game 7 of the Stanley Cup Finals, a historic potentially Game 7 tonight. Panthers and the Oil. How about this, man? This could be a fun one. I saw a little while ago. Like I want Edmonton to win because I saw there's a big rally and party going on for a bunch of people in Edmonton getting ready to watch the game. I think puck drops at 5 tonight. Is that right? And
yes.
They have an entire
5:20.
They had a whole Stanley Cup made out of joints. They were like,
did they really?
It was like regulation size too. They're like passing it through the crowd. Looked hysterical. Anyway, you getting down with that, right? You taping that? Or you watching it live?
You kidding me? No, I'm recording. I've watched the whole series. It's been. I mean, look, Florida was the better team the first 3 games, and like games 4 and 5. I think it was games 4 and 5. Edmonton scored the first goal of the game on a shorthanded goal. And I thought that just kind of took the wind out of Florida, and they just stopped playing. The forecheck wasn't very good. Edmonton was able to break out. Edmonton got so many odd man rushes in the last 3 games compared to the first 3 games. And Florida's got to get off to a better start. Like I know they've been brutal in the first period all playoffs, but then they kind of tighten up and get it done in the second and third. They just haven't been able to do it the last few games against Edmonton. But
hockey.
If there's one guy that I would keep an eye on that needs to get it going for the Panthers is Carter Verhaeghe. He's been brutal. You watch him on the power play, this guy's either a half beat too slow, half beat too quick. It's like he's way overthinking stuff out there, and he's one of their better players. Forsling hasn't been great either. You lost 3 in a row. Nobody's been great, but this one's going to be, because now Edmonton is going to feel it. Like when you're down 3-0, I don't know, you feel it at that point. You're like, hey, let's go out there and take some swings and see what happens. All of a sudden it's 3-1. All right, let's go down to Florida, see what happens. Let's get down there to Sunrise and see if maybe we could win one game. They have all the pressure on them, not us. So you go out and win another one. Then it's like, oh, okay. Hey, we got our fans behind us here. Let's go out there. Now it's like, oh, crap. We could be the first team since 42 when the Maple Leafs came back, beat the Red Wings to do this. Now that it's going to kind of hit them. Like, it's no longer just about riding the wave. Now it's like, oh, crap. We don't want to come all the way back from 3-0 and then lose. So they're gonna be feeling a little bit, but they're not going to be feeling what Florida's feeling. Because when you see that 42 number, it's like, oh, my God. What is that, 58?
Start puckering.
That's like 82 years. Oh my gosh,
hockey.
That's a long time, man.
Nice, Joe.
And you don't.
Grandpa Joe was there. I think he was at that match.
He might have been
he was
there.
At that game. Yeah.
You don't want to do that. You don't want to do that in
ring.
front of your home crowd
Him
either.
and Corn Pop. He's like, come on, Jack.
But I think
like
I'll know a
42,
lot.
Jack.
Like I'll know a lot in the first period. Like first period, to see how Edmonton's getting out of their own end, to see if Florida's forecheck is kind of on point. And I think Bobrovsky's been fine. Skinner's been really good the last 3 games, a goaltender for the Oilers. But they switched up a couple lines too with Edmonton, which I think helped them. And for the cool thing that maybe people that don't get a chance to watch a lot of hockey, and I don't watch a ton. Again, I don't watch as much as I'd like, but to watch Connor McDavid play in these playoffs, he's breathtaking. I've never seen anybody skate like this guy ever. Like, to watch him skate is to watch like the best guy in varsity play against the JV. Like, he just blows by these guys, and it's so easy for him. Like, he is so fast and so good. Like, he's really, really, really fun to watch. So all I can hope for is like about a 3. How epic would that be? Like a 3 overtime game, game 7. Yeah, I'm pumped. I can't wait to watch it. It's been a fun series. It got a little boring because it's like you thought it was going to be a sweep, and it's like, okay, 3-1's kind of exciting. Then when it got to then when it got to 3-2, you're thinking, oh my gosh, this is okay. They're going back home now. So now it's like, now that there's something historic on the line, yeah, like I'm totally pumped to watch this game. It's gonna be a lot of fun.
Johnson, about a half hour. Tolbert and Copes with you on a Monday evening. We do have Giants pregame, by the way, coming up at 5:45, about an hour and 15 minutes. First mention of the Giants today, really. First mention. I know. I know. A lot of clay. Giants lost 5 in a row. They haven't won a game in a week. Yeah. I know. That's how it felt. I know. I just said it, and it just kind of killed the show momentum. Everything just stopped.
Did.
How about this? Sort of like Blake. It's like Blake Snell killed his momentum to return with an inning and 2/3. Could not get out of the second inning in his rehab start in Sacramento, and then he just kind of bitched and moaned. We'll talk about it next on the Sports Leader.
Catch KNBR at your crib on your Amazon Echo smart speaker. Now back to Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Redwood Credit Union is here to help you with home loans and offer great rates and local personal service. Redwood Credit Union, for all that you love, equal housing lender. We'll get into some Giants pregame at 5:45, about an hour and 10 minutes. We'll also catch up with Bobby Marks, ESPN Profits Insider, about 50. It's kind of how it's felt, man. Giants lose
basically it.
Giants lose 5 in a row. Here's how you know it's going bad. Andy Baggerly in his piece on Blake Snell from yesterday, or maybe it was early this morning, and we'll talk about that in just a minute. And Blake Snell's, I was going to say return, but lack thereof, as he made his rehab start and appearance, and it did not go well. He was frustrated and spoke about it after the game. But Baggerly said the Giants have yet to announce a starter for any of the 4 games against the Cubs. I was like,
great.
Dude, what?
Not great.
You got 5 guys in a rotation. There's 4 games coming up. We don't have one we can roll out there? Have anybody? Got an injury update. We'll give you those too. Kyle Harrison's throwing from 90 feet. Robbie Ray actually threw in a rehab game in that same game that Blake Snell pitched in and threw pretty well. Threw damn good. Threw 2 and 2/3 innings or something, or 2 2/3 innings. Struck a guy out and didn't walk anybody. Pitched pretty well. Anyway, Blake Snell, he spoke to Andy Baggerly and Shannon Rubin about his frustrations with coming back healthy. Said, quote, I haven't felt like myself. It's just, quote, we need you, we need you, we need you. It's not like, let's get him right, and I have to deal with it. I want to be healthy and 100%, and I haven't been. I've just been fighting to rush back, so that's my take. I'm frustrated with that, and you don't get the product of what I should be, and it's just frustrating. I want to go out and dominate and pitch the way I can pitch, but it's more important that I'm out there. He pitched an inning and 2/3 in Sacramento on Sunday. He'll have 3 hits, 2 earned, while walking 3 batters. He didn't record any strikeouts. And to add a little bit of insult to injury, one of the innings, he would have thrown more pitches, Andy Baggerly noted, but he got a really unorthodox double play from Marco Luciano. It was like a 5-4-3-5 double play. It was like a double play that maybe shouldn't have happened. Like a player ran himself out of an inning, so he got a little bit of help. He also did Blake Snell. He tried to use they started the challenges for balls and strikes. He tried to use one, it didn't go his way. I was like, that's tough, bro. Tried to use one on like a full count on an outside fastball, and the ump was like, nope, sorry. It's still a ball. So not going well. What's your take on what it is that he said? Because I get it. They are like, hey, man, we're paying you, and we need you to come back. He after the game, did talk more at length about his pitching, and he said, I wasn't in sync. I wasn't throwing with any of my legs. He was throwing in the mid to high 90s. They were saying like 95 or 94 he was topping out at, which is higher than he was usually throwing. He said he likes to be 91, 92 or 90, 91, 92, but he said he wasn't really using his legs, wasn't locating, not finishing pitches. He says he's not ready and he's going to need a few more rehab starts. He goes, I'm not even fielding yet. I got to get out there and use my legs. I got to get in sync. I got to throw all my pitches. Like, it's odd for a guy to need to check all these boxes when he knows the big league club needs him. I'm not saying he should be going out there and playing hurt, but he's supposed to be the ace of a staff. He's supposed to be one of the guys. You're a Cy Young Award winner. You're making the big bucks. It feels to me like he's, and again, I don't want to tell a guy how to use his body. Robbie Ray specifically told them in the same article, Andy Baggerly in the same piece, I'm not feeling rushed back. I feel like the Giants have been great with me. You're still about a month away or whatever. But Blake Snell, it's like you waited out. You held all this time. You say the ramp-up is not where it needs to be, but it's kind of like you just talked about with Nick Bosa. Like, we got to have you out there. We need the innings at this point. He hasn't been through 5 yet.
Well, look, Robbie Ray's coming off obviously
Tommy
a different
John
injury. Yeah. And they have him under contract for more years, too.
I think he has an
they both have an
opt-out
opt-out after this year,
right.
But yeah, I thought he might opt out after this year, but everybody we talked to seemed to think that's not going to happen because he's not going to be able to get that type of money that he's owed. With Snell, it's 1 year, 1+1, but like, yeah, they're not paying you $32 million to be on rehab assignment half the year. Like, that's not what they're paying you for. Whether you're at your best or not right now, they just need innings, and they need, like, maybe you at 80% is better than what else they have, but it's been kind of him at 30% so far this year. I just think it was kind of a bad look. He may not have been wrong, because I could see where teams, I mean, I know that teams do that. The Clippers did that when I played down there. I got hurt like the first week of training camp, and my back was just collapsed sometimes on me, and it took me a little while to get back. And they're like, yeah, we felt like we've been duped. I'm like, well, sorry. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, I'm trying to get better, and I couldn't. You can only push it so far, but it doesn't do you any good to say it. You just say, I'm working my butt off trying to get back. I know they need me, but to say like they don't, it was almost came off as callous, like they don't really care.
Yeah,
they don't care. They don't want me at my best. They just want me. Well, they want you at your best, but they also want. That killed me too when he said, I still haven't done the fielding stuff. I'm like, fielding? What are you talking about fielding? And would you forget how to field the last couple months? Like,
what are we talking about?
We got what do we spend? What is that? Like another 4 days? Like, how long does it take to field?
Yeah, here's the quote. He says,
to the right side, go cover first base.
On the first. Here's the quote. He says, I'm going to go do more. I'm going to do more rehab starts. I have to. I got to 50 pitches, but I still need to get in sync, repeat pitches, repeat delivery, practice fielding. There's a lot I have to do still. So can we again?
Well, hey, look, we could put some of this on the Giants too.
Sure,
they signed him knowing
that it's going to take this time,
knowing that he did not have a regular. Now they couldn't have expected this, I wouldn't think. But hey, you sign someone that doesn't have spring training and doing his own thing. There you go. And I think a lot of it was, hey, we need pitching. A lot of it was favorable deal. I would have done it. Absolutely would have done it. Yeah. And a lot of it was, hey, you guys never sign anybody. When are you going to start signing some people? So they went out there and spent money. And it hasn't worked out well for them. Solaire's starting to come around, but still has been below what you'd expect. Chapman below what you'd expect. Surprisingly, defensively, as well as offensively. Lee gets hurt, and Snell's just been brutal. I mean, Hicks is about the only guy that you look at and go, they got him, and he's been beyond what you could have hoped for. But that's about to run out.
He mentioned he was gassed this weekend. You hear that?
Exactly.
He said, I'm gassed. He hit his innings. He hit his season high for innings this past weekend.
Lots of great news heading into the Cubs series. I still believe though they'll be in it. They're still going to be in it because I look at the rest of the teams and go, there's just nothing there. I mean, the Cardinals look great against the Giants, but I've seen them play enough. They're just
the Giants aren't a very good team, man.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Well, I mean, look, you give up 26 runs over a 4-game span, and you're the Giants with that offense, you're probably losing most of those games.
It's tough.
Ramos has gotten cooled down just a little bit, and so he was kind of leading the offense, but they scored enough. I mean, they've scored. I think they've averaged. What did I add up? I think they had 16 or 17 runs. I think over the last 4 games, 18. And it's over 4 runs a game for them. That's like you got to win a couple of those games. They won none of those games and had a lead. I think it was on Saturday, and then Donovan goes crazy, a couple home runs, and they're up 4-2, and all of a sudden it's 9-4. And then, Sonny Gray goes from perfect game to giving up a home run to Bailey, and then they score a couple more, and they come up just a little bit short. Nice hit by Crawford, though. But they haven't been able to the pitching hasn't been good, understandably. I mean, when you go into a 4-game, I don't know that I've ever seen that one before. Let's go into a 4-game set, and we have no projected starters for any of those games.
That's my favorite line in the whole article. Bagley writes, the Giants are listing their starters as TBA for all the games against the Cubs when they open a homestand Monday. Snell made it clear he won't be ready to contribute by the end of the week.
Does Melvin have like a big wheel in his office?
You kidding me?
Miller it is.
Miller's on like 7 of the spots.
Let's go.
Oh, come on,
He probably has a bankruptcy spot on it too, just like Wheel of Fortune.
It's tough.
Oh, bankrupt.
Oh, sorry. Next spinner.
No.
Well, dude, so here's the other one I heard. So the Giants are in like desperate need for pitching right now, which is so bizarre. Remember
I saw this one.
Yeah, this is wonky. I think here we go. So he was pitching for the Round Rock Express against the Sacramento River Cats in Saturday's game, I believe it was. They're saying the Giants need control. They need pitching that's veteran pitching that they can get on the 40-man and then just dump if they had to, because you've got guys like Robbie Ray who they know will come back. They're still hoping Alex Cobb will be back. You know that Kyle Harrison will be back. So you're going to get all these guys back they still anticipate. They also just don't have the room on their 40-man because of how they operate the 40-man now. These things are so much tighter. So getting a young guy like Hayden Birdsong on there or Carson Wisenhunt would be a lot tougher. They're thinking Johnny Cueto, who's got an ERA like 4.7 in AAA for the Round Rock Express, has an opt-out in his contract on July the 1st. If Johnny Cueto became available, he could be back here shimmying at third and king. How about that? They might have a choice.
Can we get Samardzija back?
Yeah, where's Casimir? Is he out there still? Remember the Casimir thing?
The Casimir.
We're like, yeah, Casimir was like, yeah, my kids wanted me to come back, so I did. We're like, nice starting games against the Giants. 2021. Where's Menez when you need him? So that's where we are with Snellzilla.
Sweet.
You want to get Drew Pomeranz back, Tom?
At this point, just anybody, though.
Any warm body.
It's, again, I've never seen that before. 4-game series, you have nobody. I mean,
Do we have a starter announced for tonight yet? Game's like 2 hours.
I think it's Miller, isn't it?
Is it Miller tonight? Or are we going?
I think it's Miller tonight.
We just kind of assume bullpen game.
Yes. I think it's Miller and Steele.
Miller and Steele.
If I'm not, that's not Lexington, by the way. It's Justin Steele.
Thank you, Tom. 415. Are we sure about that? No, he's
pretty sure.
He's more
not the right hue.
He's more of a hitter.
Yeah.
he brings a bat usually to the car. He brings a big. He's more of a DH, I think.
Oh, he brings a bat, all right.
Speaking of corn dogs.
415 is taking a turn. This Blake Snell segment.
Oh no.
That's what happens when you talk Giants now. 415 checks in, says, when they agree to a 1-year opt-out, does it go both ways? Does the team have an option on the opt-out? No. It's a player option on this one. Sorry about that. 209 says Blake Snell sounds like a player milking sick days at work for PTO. It's a good call, dude. He's going to use all his sick days, then opt out of the deal.
Mental. He got to make a mental days like that. Right.
Just a health day. By the way, he's going to complain about being rushed back. I'm like, you've thrown 23 innings. It's July. What are we talking about? You've pitched 6 times. It's July. 310 says Jamie Moyer's out there. He could eat some innings. I'm sure he could.
Moyer.
I'm sure he could. Bartolo Colon, he's eating something. Or he's eating innings or something else. Tolbert and Copes with you on a Monday afternoon. We'll get back into some of the basketball talk. Former NBA GM and current ESPN front office insider Bobby Marks will join us to talk about. We can ask him some of the stuff that Mike Dunleavy did or did not talk about in his press conference today. We will talk to Bobby Marks next about where the Warriors could go with the draft, free agency, and trades. That's all next on the Sports Leader. Tim Kawakami of The Athletic joined Murph and JD this morning and believes the market for Klay Thompson as a six-man is not as big as previously believed. Listen to that podcast. It's available now, KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line. And Steve, you got something special going on for 4th of July, do you not?
That's right. We want to celebrate the 4th of July with your listeners. We want them to enjoy 4th of July. So here's what we're offering. We're offering 10% off your 2023 income tax preparation for new clients that retain us this week. And for those listeners, hey, Steve, you've been talking about not filing the returns because they don't have the money to pay. What if they can't pay the return? We'll extend the 10% off to the resolution portion of the case, too. This is for new clients that retain us this week for 2023 income tax return preparation, including if they can't pay the 23 taxes. We want you to enjoy the holiday, and this is our part in it.
That's Steve Moskowitz doing it for you. Call him for the 4th of July sale. Great program going on. 1-888-TAX-STEAL or find him Moskowitz LLP.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Bobby Marks joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line, ESPN's front office insider, former GM in the NBA. We got a lot to talk about with the draft and free agency starting this week. Bobby, what's going on, man? How are you?
I'm good, guys. How we doing?
We're doing well, man. Thanks for making time today. We've been talking a lot about the future of Klay Thompson, whether or not it's even viable for the Warriors to bring him back, and whether or not it would behoove them and help the roster if they brought him back. Sources, I guess, we're telling Anthony Slater, he said NBA sources were saying that the market for Klay might not be as big as previously thought. What is the market right now in terms of money in multiple years for a guy like Klay Thompson?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard for me to see a team going out and giving him 3 years. I mean, the market is, outside of course, the signing trade is, really 5 teams. Certainly Philadelphia, and I think a lot has to happen there. Certainly I think Philadelphia probably has to miss out on some of their targets, which certainly includes Paul George, and then you're looking at Orlando and Oklahoma City. Oklahoma City is not known for going out and spending a lot of money on free agents. They don't do that. So I'd kind of have to go out of their comfort zone. And then Orlando there, certainly, does it make sense for 2 years for Klay? I think it does. 3 years, probably not. So I think that's kind of, if he was a free agent next offseason, I'd say, yeah, you got half the teams. You have a better chance here. So I think that certainly plays a role in there. I mean, I do think, you get to a point probably in your career where, with Klay, you've made almost $300 million here. Is it 2 years, $50 million, or is it you're looking for your I guess your quality of life, your happiness contract here, even if it's at a significant discount here? And he's the only one, I guess, who can answer that.
Is there a market, Bobby, for Chris Paul at $30 million? Because I keep thinking if the Warriors don't want him at $30 million, why does anybody else want him at $30 million?
No, there's a market at the minimum.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a market in the Clippers and Phoenix, and I think there would be a line of teams at the minimum here. I think moving him at $30 million under these rules is extremely, extremely difficult. I think especially if the goal is for Golden State to operate as a team that has flexibility to go out and maybe make a trade, you can't have Chris Paul's $30 million contract on your books. And I don't even know if you can have another player making $25, $26 million, let's say, if we were able to make a deal and bring back money. I think that certainly basically puts you in the same spot. So no, I don't see him. It's right now. It's hard for me to see a market before his guarantee date, which is on the 28th, as far as to be able to flip him. But I think he's got a ton of value if he becomes a free agent, and a team like certainly like Phoenix or Clips are willing to sign him to a better minimum contract.
Yeah, I totally agree there. So let me ask you, from a GM standpoint, if the Warriors are trying to kind of change the configuration of their team, because I don't think they really want the same team that finished last year. I don't know why they would, but it seems like that could be a possibility where a lot of the same pieces kind of come back. And I said, if you want to change the kind of the complexion of your team or the roster makeup, Kuminga's got to be the guy that goes. Obviously risky, but like that's the guy. If you're an opposing that's the guy everybody's asking for, right? Like if you want one of our good, right? Kuminga's the guy.
Yeah, he's kind of like the sweetener, right?
Yep.
Like if you're, just hypothetical, like if Paul George ever became available, and we'll learn a lot more towards the end of the week as far as what happens with Paul. Like if you're the Clippers and the only way that Paul George can get to the Warriors, like you're saying, well, I want Jonathan Kuminga, right? Like I want whatever Wiggins and Kuminga and maybe Gary Payton, for example. Let's just say to make the money there, work and everything like that. Yeah, I think that's either him or Brandon. Like it's probably more Kuminga, I guess. I mean, you have to pay him in a year, so. That's how you're basically kind of changing. I think it's kind of like a multi-step process. I think the first step is to get your books in order, to give you a chance to go out and make that type of trade, whether it be if Paul ever became available or that All-Star ever became available here. Because how you're structured right now, as you said, you're basically bringing back the same group, a group that had the highest payroll and luxury tax in NBA history. For another season.
Talking to Bobby Marks here on the UMA guest line. So is Chris Paul unmovable then? I mean, it seems to me if there are teams and the only market for him is a veteran minimum, then why would anybody want to acquire him in any capacity if they could just wait and see what the Warriors do? Because they're better off probably, like you said, getting rid of Chris Paul. But I just can't imagine, to Tom's point and to your point, that anybody's going to be willing to make a trade unless there's tons of pressure to move a player like Paul George.
Yeah, I mean, I think listen, anybody can be traded. You guys know it's in the NBA. I just think, like, what's the end goal for Golden State, right? Like, I mean, you can trade him and take a guy back who maybe has like 2 years, $56 million, right? Like for an example here, like you could do that, but why? What's if you're a team that wants to trim costs and have a budget and have more flexibility to go out and add. I don't know unless that player is a really good player that can help you right now. And why would a team trade for the expiring contract of Chris Paul?
I don't see. I do not see. I wanted to ask you about OKC though, because I thought they got a sneaky, really good deal in Caruso. I think that's one of those that kind of works for both teams. Caruso was good with the Bulls, but they were only getting so much. And to have a guy like Giddey, who I think can be valuable, but he's got to have the ball in his hands to be valuable. And he wasn't going to have the ball in his hands as long as Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is on the Thunder. But Caruso's like just the ultimate glue guy. I mean, does so many things the box score can't. You can't even put in a box score how valuable he is. How much better? Because I thought, wow, that's a good deal for them. How much better do you think that makes them?
Yeah, I mean, like you almost kind of equate it to what Boston did a few years ago when they got Derek White in that trade.
Yeah.
Right. It's like it doesn't have to be it doesn't have to be Jaylen Brown or Jason Tatum or Drew Holiday, but it's kind of like your fourth guy or maybe your third guy here, a guy who can, one of the better defenders, wing defenders in the NBA, does a lot of different things. Had a pretty high number from the perimeter last year here for a player, and Sam Presti, their GM, it's one of the more unique statements that he put out there when basically they asked Giddey to come off the bench. I mean, and he said no, and that's why they moved him. And I think the Dallas series, and certainly points in the year where it's kind of exposed him a little bit, where he needed to have the ball in his hands, and how the roster was. He couldn't do it. So I really like it for Oklahoma City, especially when you don't have to give up a draft pick, which I thought maybe you would have to. Chicago, I know like the fan base hates everything Chicago does. So I'm not gonna So I get it. But I think Josh Giddey has, as you said, has value. I think he's a good player, but you have to have the offense basically kind of curtailed around him, right? He's got to have the ball in his hands, right? He can't play. I don't think he's playing off the ball is his strong suit. Now, what does that mean for the rest of the roster here? You get a 21-year-old. You have a decision with Levine still. He's got $137 million left. DeRozan's a free agent. Patrick Williams is a free agent here. They vowed, they said hey, the status quo isn't good enough. We need to change up the roster. But I don't think you could just make a Josh Giddey trade and say all is fixed, especially when you moved off one of your better players.
Yeah. So let me ask you this, because to get back to the Warriors, And look, it's hard. They won 4 championships. It's a historic run, great run, and it didn't stay that way forever. So I know everybody wants them to get back to a championship level. I'm not even sure if I see that pathway to get back to a top 4-5 team next year. But if they do have a pathway, to me, it's Podziemski, Kuminga, Moody, and Trace Jackson Davis taking big steps. Like, this has got to be an internal thing, right? I mean, if they're expecting like those guys to be the same players and outside help to ride in and say, hey, okay, we're back, I don't even see that path existing. Do you?
No, I agree. I mean, like, listen, the greatest thing that happened to Golden State was winning the championship in 2022. And then you could probably make the argument, like, probably the worst thing happened too, right? Because it kind of gave you, like, you probably wanted to start the clock a little bit sooner as far as how you were going to retool here, and you probably delayed it a year, or probably 2 years there. So, like, that's one way you can look at it. But no, you need, it's similar to, like, listen, for Indiana to take another step, it's not going to be Siakam and Halliburton. It's going to be Mathurin and Neesmith and Jarris Walker and all those young players that you have on inexpensive contracts. And the inability to go out and get a big free agent is hard. I mean, it's really hard. That's how Golden State has built their, certainly Kevin's a different story back in 2016, but you basically have built internally here. So barring a trade, yes, that's what you're relying on. Kuminga to come in and take another step, and Brandon to come in and Moody to come in and take another step here, because that's kind of like the next, that's the next phase as far as where this team is.
We're talking to Bobby Marks on the Uma guest line. Is there a market for a guy like Andrew Wiggins?
I think so. It's funny. Like I was writing something about Levine, and I kept on writing, he's got 165 million, and I'm like saying, well, no, he's only got 137. The more a year passes, and now that contract's like, oh, he's only got 3 years left or 2 years left here. So I do think there's a market for him. I think it's just a matter of kind of what you're looking to try to get back. Is there a market just to dump him? Sure. There are teams out there, and you probably got to give something. I don't know if you're, I think if you do waive, I think if you do waive Chris, it doesn't, you're not as, prioritized to move off Wiggins. Is that what you want to do here? But listen, if Paul George ever became available, there's a market for him, because he's making, Andrew's making $26 million. And, to get to that number there, if you add some of your young players and everything like that, and I think that's the dance we're going to see over the next week, as I said last week, Paul George dictates free agency, right? Like there's a lot of different moving pieces, whether it be what happens with the Clips and Harden, the Harden scenario, what happens with Philadelphia if they don't get him, who do they go out and get? What happens if he opts in? I said, listen, if he opts into his contract, like start the, pull the fire alarm here. I mean, that's an indication that, we might see something from a trade standpoint here. So, and I do think you need to have one of those big pieces if you're looking to go get another player here.
Do you we talked about this earlier, Bobby? We're talking to Bobby Marks, ESPN, nice enough to join us. If I'm the Clippers and I'm going to trade Paul George, because I certainly don't want to help the Warriors. What the hell want to help the Warriors, right? I want Kuminga. I might want Wiggins and Kuminga. And I'd be like, okay, that makes sense. But if I'm the Warriors, I'm like, well, we just gave up both of our big wings. Did we actually get any better getting Paul George for both of those guys? Sure. Like, that's the problem I have with this. Like, they might be able to get a star to come in, possibly, but what they're going to have to give up to get that star, it might just be like a lateral move. Like, it looks good, but depth-wise and team-wise, it isn't great. I mean, let me ask you this way. Is there a chance you think they could get a star that could actually make them better without having to give up guys that would actually – I mean, you know what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, no. I mean, listen, if you had a deal where it's let's say Wiggins, Moody, and Peyton, right? And maybe it's a couple, maybe a first or two set first, whatever. Maybe doing something like that, and you're protecting 2 out of your 3 core, or 3 out of your 4 core pieces moving forward. I think that's your direction, right? I think that's in the big scheme of things. I think that's how you wanted to do, because you hit it right on the head. Like, Paul George is a big name, right? High All-NBA guy. Paul George is 34 years old, man. You're comfortable paying him $61 million at 37?
Yeah.
I think you have to be careful with that. I think similar, like what kind of like Donovan Mitchell is going through in Cleveland, where I think Donovan Mitchell is looking at the big picture of it and it's like, you know what, for me to win, it's probably best in Cleveland right now, because if I go to another team, they're basically going to have to trade 3 players. And what am I walking into? And it's probably similar to what, if there was anything ever came about, it would be what he's walking into Steph, Draymond, and hopefully one or two of your young guys are still left.
Yeah. So let me ask you this: you've been in these rooms and you've had to deal with owners and all that kind of stuff. How would you navigate this? Like, if you're Mike Dunleavy trying to navigate this, because I was thinking, look, I want to win, but if I can't get anything that I think puts us in the top 4, then I think, what are we doing here? We can't give up our first-round draft picks. We can't give up too much of our youth, because we got to have somewhat of a future. And I know they want to continue to try to win while Steph still is viable as a number 1 option, which he is. But, they've won 4. And I'm not saying rest on your laurels, but, you know, sometimes you end up chasing your tail a little bit, and then you end up kind of spinning, and all of a sudden you look and you're the Clippers and Lakers with maybe not a great chance to win, and then you don't have any future because you've given up all your number 1 draft picks. Like, what's that dance like when you're trying, like the owner wants to win now, and it's like, okay, I know, but if we don't win and we don't put ourselves in a really good position to win, which to me means top 4, and then, okay, we'll go ahead and go from there and see what happens. But if I can't do that, it's like, what am I doing?
Oh, it's hard. I went through it in 2013. I remember, and it's basically 11 years to the date, with the Boston trade when I was in Brooklyn, where you as a front office have a feeling that it's not the right move, but the only thing you can do is you can present it to your ownership group, and you lay out all the facts and what it's going to cost and what the future could look like. And at the end of the day, as much as you want to tell them it might not be a good thing, and although maybe you want a championship, but here's the, what happens when you don't, the collateral damage.
Yep.
At the end of the day, most of the time it comes down to ownership, right? When ownership comes and you get tantalized with a big name or 2, and you lose in the play-in, and you be like, you know what, that name could give us, more life, or maybe we have a puncher's chance than more than what we had, and we'll deal with the consequences 2 or 3 years from now. And then you're basically in cleanup mode. So I think it's a matter of, like, how headstrong is your owner or your ownership group here? How much trust do they have in the front office? Most of the time, I look at it like the situation in Cleveland here. Certainly, they go out and hire Kenny Atkinson, I like Kenny. Kenny's a really good coach.
Yeah.
But I think if you probably maybe ask the front office, maybe James Borrego is the guy, right? Like, so it's an interesting dance that you go through. And it's not a great, for Mike, this is, Mike's been there a while, and this is year 2 of everything here. You basically have to have conviction here, but at the end of the day, it's the owner who will probably make the decision as far as, when you're on a magnitude type deal, if anything ever comes about.
I gotta ask you this, because it just popped into my head, and it's been something I've been meaning to ask you, and I keep forgetting to ask you, and you know you have a better chance of knowing the answer to this than I do. How many GMs out there, and this probably is every sport, make a deal knowing that the deal might be good for the team down the line, but they may not even get to that point where they're still the GM of the team when they get to, the fruits of the fruits of their labor come to fruition. So how many just say, you know what, I could do this deal, it's going to be good for the team, but I might not be here. I'm going to do a deal that might get me another contract.
Oh, man. Oh, a lot. I think, like, listen, like Atlanta, Atlanta's an interesting spot because, like, they're, as I said last week, they're paying for the ghost of DeJounte Murray, right?
Yep.
And, trying to recoup the picks they lost, and they're in a win now mode, but it might not be for the best interest. Like, basically full speed ahead, and probably they should take a step back. Same thing probably within Chicago here. Like, probably the one guy that doesn't think that way is probably, Sam Presti in Oklahoma City. Like, he's like, you know what, it's what's in the best interest of the team long term. I don't care about short-term ramifications here where maybe we go from 52 to 54, but where are we 3 years from now? And I think, it's hard. I mean, I don't want to go back to all my days in Brooklyn and stuff like that. Listen, I was in the last year of my contract, right? I had 2 young kids at home. I mean, that's the reality of it. And I'm thinking like, shit, if we go out and get Pearson Garnett, I'm going to get another contract out of this. I'm going to, this is going to buy me time and stuff. Yep. And it didn't. I mean, it was probably the best thing that ever happened to me. I'm talking to you guys right now.
Right, yeah.
But it's just, it's human nature, right? Like it's like you have a human nature of it and all that. So I do think that does creep in the minds. It's easy for me to say, on TV that teams should wait or you should be patient, but there is an internal pressure for you to maybe skip a step or two where maybe you can get to a second round or a conference finals.
No doubt about it. Hey, Bobby, we always appreciate your candor. It's always fun talking to you. Maybe we'll do it again soon, but have a great day. Got the draft coming up, got free agency. I know it's going to be a busy time, so maybe we'll talk to you as the season gets closer.
Appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
Thanks so much.
Thanks, Bobby. I appreciate it. I love the fact that he was honest about that. Like, I need to get another contract.
Like, what would you do, man? Hell yeah, of course. Bobby Marks, ESPN front office insider, former GM. And that was, really good, honest stuff there from him and some stuff from around the league on what could happen with some of the Warriors pending free agents and what they could do via trade or lack thereof. If you missed any of that, available, KNBR.com, the KNBR app. You can check it all out there. We are still going to catch up with Andy Baggerly. We will do that next to talk to him about some of the health of this Giants pitching staff. What the hell are they going to do this week in terms of starting pitchers, how far Blake Snell is, and whether or not Johnny Cueto is an actual answer for the Giants at starting pitcher. Andy Baggerly next on the Sports Leader.
San Francisco, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Francisco's sports leader.
The Giants have lost 5 in a row after being swept by the St. Louis Cardinals and now have the 3rd worst record in the National League. Ooh! Let's see if things get turned around tonight as the Cubs come to town. 6:45 start, 5:45 pregame right here on the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here reminding you it's coming up. The San Jose Earthquakes take on their biggest rivals, the LA Galaxy, at Stanford Stadium this Saturday, June 29th at 7:30 p.m. in the 101st California Classico, presented by Intermedia. The match festivities are going to include a pregame fan fest, a 50th anniversary celebration, and, of course, the largest fireworks show in the Bay Area. Get your tickets now at sjearthquakes.com. The San Jose Earthquakes and the LA Galaxy, one of the most iconic rivalries, and it goes down again on Saturday, this Saturday, June 29th at Stanford Stadium. Get your tickets today. You don't want to miss it. sjearthquakes.com.
From the diamond to the dugout to the clubhouse to the front office, The Athletic's Andrew Baggerly brings his Giants coverage to KNBR. It's Tolbert, Copes, and Extra Bags on the Sports Leader.
Andrew Baggerly covers the Giants for The Athletic. He joins us every week courtesy of the Uma Guest Line. And I should let you know that when Andy Baggerly does join us, he is sponsored by the Dolan Law Firm. They live here, they work here, they win here, DolanLawFirm.com. Bags, what's going on, man? How are you? How you doing, Bags?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm good, man. Some eventful quotes, I thought, from Blake Snell you got yesterday, huh?
Well, you know, it's funny. I was out there. Shana Rubin of the Chronicle was out there, made the trip to Sacramento where it was nice and toasty, 101 degrees. And by the way, when I was looking out from the press box, I thought, boy, there's not a lot. You got Robbie Ray, you got Blake Snell, you got Lamont Wade. It's a pretty star-studded guys you can see in action. And then I realized there was a pretty good crowd. They were just all up in the concourse because they didn't want to bake in the sunshine. So, just something to think about when the A's decide to play there. And you might want to get some roofs or overhangs or something. But yeah, you know, as Snell, initially he told us through an intermediary that he didn't want to talk, and I kind of guilt tripped him into talking. I said, hey, we drove 100 miles to talk to you. And he actually called me on it. He's like, you're guilt-tripping me right now. And I said, yes, I am. Did it work? So he did. He talked to us, and I think the reason he didn't really want to talk to us is because nothing he says is going to sound very good. It's all going to sound like excuses. He's frustrated. You know, he wants to be out there when he's right. We all know that he can opt out of his contract, be a free agent, at the end of this season. If he really goes on like gangbusters in the second half, he might be able to do that. And so the thought of him pitching when he's maybe at less than his best is, not really something that's palatable to him. And, from the Giants standpoint, they're desperate. I mean, they want to be responsible, do what's right by the guy, make sure that he can be ready. But they'll take whatever he can give him at this point because they got 1.5 starting pitchers. So I think it's just kind of that rock and a hard place that everyone's stuck in right now. It doesn't, necessarily mean that, he's wrong or he's wrong or whatever. It's just that's the situation. And, and he's clearly not ready based on what I saw yesterday.
Well, he's a better man than I am because I'd have told you to expense it. I don't care how far you drove.
Spend that time, Bags.
What's mileage, 51 cents these days? I'll clean up on this one.
I would have said beat it. So in your estimation, I'm always curious what the tone was and what it sounded like to you, because in reading your article, it just sounds like he's saying the Giants are pressuring me to get back out there and pitch. And I'm like, he's frustrated. There's no doubt about it. He wants to be out there and pitch. He got paid a lot of money to come over here and pitch well. And then hopefully he was going to hit the open market. At least I'm sure that's how he saw it. But that hasn't happened. Do you feel like he's blaming the Giants for pressuring him to get back out there and pitch? Or is it just a frustration that he hasn't been able to get ready yet and hasn't really been able to put it together?
Yeah, it's probably something in between. I mean, I don't think he's upset at the organization because they're asking him to put himself in harm's way or they're being unreasonable. He understands the situation. He understands the situation they're in. Mm-hmm. I think he's just sort of bemoaning the fact that, hey, this is just really not ideal. It sucks. He wants to be out there. He wants to compete. He doesn't feel he's able to do that. He doesn't feel he's going to be ready to do that in 5 days. And he knows the Giants are. I mean, I don't think he blames them for feeling the way that they feel, because he's made 6 starts. He hasn't completed 5 innings in any of them. He's been worth negative over 1 WAR, and he's making $31 million. I mean, no one's going to be happy in that situation. Even the guy making $31 million he's got pride. So, I think that obviously a lot of fans will sit back and say, well, I have absolutely zero sympathy for Blake Snell because he's making a lot of money and not giving any return on that investment. And that's certainly a warranted opinion. That's why fans are fans, and players making a lot of money don't have a lot of room to complain. But it's just an unfortunate situation all the way around because it's kind of hamstrung this team the whole season. I mean, they haven't operated with a 5-man rotation all year, and they were sort of skirting it by with 4. But you knew Harrison was going to be paying the piper eventually. You knew that Hicks was going to pay the piper eventually with innings, and Hicks is looking like he's already gassed, and Harrison is getting up on a mound tomorrow, I think. And Keaton Wynn, I got good news that it wasn't structural damage in his elbow, but he's had so many flare-ups in there that it's going to be hard to count on him going forward as somebody who can make a dozen starts the rest of the year. So they got to figure it out, whether it's asking Johnny Cueto to take his opt-out on July 1st from the Rangers system or figuring something out. I mean, they've got to get some more innings and try to keep this thing afloat. Otherwise, by the time Snell is Snell and Robbie Ray is back, this team could be 10-12 under and really have some climbing to do or basically be done.
In talking to Andy Baggerly here on the UMA guest line, the Johnny Cueto situation is intriguing, not because it's Johnny Cueto per se, but because of where they may have to go to find some pitching help. Do you anticipate they're going to have to go a path like that outside of the organization?
I think that's more likely than like calling up a Hayden Birdsong or calling up a Carson Wisenhunt, just because, when you add one of those guys to the 40-man roster, you can't subtract them.
Sure.
And, and this is where like the decision to promote Wade Meckler last year really comes back to bite him because he's taken up a 40-man space, at least, if he's not on the 60-day IL, which I don't think he is. I'll have to check. Actually, I should know that off the top of my head, but I don't. But you're already going to be facing a crunch because you've got guys in the 60-day IL, including, Cobb, including Ray. You're going to have to add those guys back. Tristan Beck, when he's ready, and, you don't want to have to be subtracting a bunch of people at that time. So I think you'd rather have someone who can fill in, give you innings that you can kind of turn and burn a little bit. You hate to say that about, a major league professional, but that's kind of where the Giants are. They just need to find some reliable innings, and they got to be not only to help them win games, but just to be responsible for using the rest of their personnel. I mean, you can't drive everybody into the ground. You can't use Tyler Rogers every single day. And to this point, I think they've done as good a job as they could of not burning people out, despite the really, really heavy bullpen usage. And Grant Brisbee wrote a really good piece kind of researching, going under the hood, looking at just who's been overused, who hasn't, how the Giants bullpen usage really breaks down. And I think they've done an okay job of it. But those innings got to come from somewhere. And, they're going to have to get creative.
Meckler, by the way, is not on the 60-day IL. He is in AAA active right now. I guess he's it seems like maybe he was on the 60-day. Now he's off, but he's bounced back and forth between some Arizona League and some single A. So he's not.
Well, no, yeah, that's right. He's on the minor league IL, which means he's making his minor league split contract. So he's not making a major league salary.
There you go.
If they were to put him on the 60-day and transfer him, which is a move that's a lever they can pull to get an extra space. They call him up, they immediately transfer him to the 60-day, but then he's making major league money. He's making $700K or whatever the
right.
minimum is these days. So, that is a lever they can pull, but
it'll cost them a little bit, yeah.
It will, yeah. They'll burn a little money there.
Also, in your article, you mentioned that Marco Luciano's playing second.
That's right.
Which was interesting because you said he was playing second because Ahmed was there for rehab, but he's no longer there anymore, and he's still playing second base. So is that kind of where they're trying to maybe see if he's comfortable there and try to find a position? Because obviously his bat was playing. I don't know if it'll continue to, but that's the hope. Is that kind of his new position right now for the time being?
Yeah, I think it's going to be fascinating to watch, and I'm going to ask Farhan next time I have an audience with him just where they are with Luciano, and they've got to be thinking about other positions for him at this point based on what they've seen in the big leagues, where their need might be. We don't know what this club's going to look like next year, but where Marco Luciano can play on the diamond, it's going to have a lot to do with just what kind of moves they're going to make this offseason, how they look at their sort of organizational depth chart. And, he's a guy who the most important thing with him is that he was taking really good at-bats, and he was having some success in the big leagues against big league pitching before he got hurt. And, this is always a guy who was a bat-first prospect. And so, if the bat wasn't working out, then you start really questioning, his future impact to the organization, his future value, as a prospect, someone who could be moved in a trade or what have you, just to the entire industry. The fact that he was having really good at-bats, I think, is probably a more positive sign than the negative of how he didn't really seem to know what he was doing at shortstop. So, he's got a lot of pride. He's worked really hard to stay at shortstop when every scout in the world has been telling him since he was 17 he's going to get too big to play there. you give him a lot of credit. He got to the big leagues as a shortstop, and that's no small, thanks to the fact that he's worked really hard to be in that position. But it kind of is what it is, and they're having those conversations. Whether he plays in the outfield eventually or whether he sticks at second base, I think it's kind of an open-ended question at this point. But wherever he plays, it's going to be kind of fascinating to watch. But the ultimate thing is going to be, can he hit?
Yeah. Okay, I got to ask you guys this before we run. Both guys follow baseball, and I'm soliciting advice here to see how maybe a player should handle this. So I'm watching the game last night, Cubs-Mets Sunday Night Baseball, and Brandon Nimmo gets a hit, close play at first, rolled safe. So, he points to the sky. Not sure exactly who he's pointing to. Could be family, could be God, could be whoever. I don't know. Could be Joe Boo.
Yeah, right.
I'm not sure. So he thanks, points to the sky. Got my hit, thanks sky. Well, they reviewed it, and on review, they overturned it. So now what do you do? Do you point at the ground? Do you flip off the sky?
Yeah.
Do you just go hide somewhere in shame? I mean, do you hope everybody just forgot about what you did? How do you take that back, guys? How do you take back the point to the sky after the hit that's no longer a hit?
I mean, I think that's probably less embarrassing than when you bat flip a ball to the warning track, probably. I mean, because you're not going to go back on your way to the dugout and unbat flip that bat flip, right? I mean, you just sort of pretend you don't exist and no one can see you for the next 5 minutes. So, but yeah, maybe next time he gets a hit, he doesn't do the super sky point, and then he's right with the universe. But not knowing how personal that gesture was to him, I don't want to make fun of it too much. But
leave that to me, Bags.
Yeah, I got one here. I think Tommy looks at the sky and he goes, "Why? Why?"
You know what? Maybe he was pointing to Willie Mays.
Yeah, but you know what? How about that? We got to run because there's a special Willie Mays tribute tonight that we got to get to. So, Bags, we appreciate the time, man.
Thanks, Bags.
We'll talk to you next week. Thanks so much.
I appreciate it.
Say hey. Thanks, guys.
There we go. A special tribute to Willie Mays tonight. Pregame is going to get going at 5:35. We got to take a quick break, and we'll say goodbye on the other side. Get ready for Giants and the Cubs on the Sports Leader.
All right, we can get on out of here. I guess we had to do an audible because the Willie Mays honoring. Of course, they're going to honor Willie Mays, and they're all wearing 24s today, which that sounds about right. I mean, you do anything you can to honor that guy. I thought it was great, the game at Rickwood, and you just heard a lot of tributes, and the Giants are doing one tonight, and I'm sure they'll do it up because they always do that kind of stuff really, really well. So we'll get into some of the stuff tomorrow. I wanted to get the Nimmo stuff in because it was funny. I was like, wait a minute. You already pointed. You take that back? Oh, man, my bad. I'll get you next time.
That's what you yell. You just do one of those.
Yeah. The other funny thing we didn't get a chance to talk about was the clock off. The Rockies and the Nationals game ending on a clock violation.
No way. I missed that.
Oh, yeah.
I missed that.
Oh, you did? Yeah, bases loaded.
And he clocked him in, huh?
Yeah, Finnegan clocked him in. They just said Hunter Wendelstedt pointed at the wrist. Said, nope, not in time. It was like a fraction of a second, too. I was like,
he was trying to get out of there.
Couldn't you let that one go?
I gotta go.
No, we're right here. Let me give you the wrist right here. Clock, you're done. Game's over. I was like, first. So we can talk about that a little bit tomorrow because that was actually kind of funny. But coming up, time to get you ready for the Giants and the Cubbies and the Willie Mays tribute. Want to thank our guests. Who we have on today? We had Bobby Marks on today. We had Sam Amick on today, and we had
just had him.
There was one other guy.
Just had him.
Andrew Baggs. Yeah, like how did I forget the guy we just had? Yeah. Oh my gosh, I need help. All right, coming up. Thank you, Derek. Thank you, Tim. Appreciate it. Well done, gentlemen. Time to get you ready for the Cubs and the Giants right here in the Sports Leader. Take it away, Derek.
Oh my God.